Sydney. I had been sitting in the same spot for an hour. Well, at least it felt like an hour. I honestly had no idea what time it was. I couldn't look at the clock to verify how long I'd been immobile. I couldn't look at anything besides the hand resting in my lap. No, not resting. It shook violently, no matter how hard I pressed it flat against my jean-covered thigh. My skin all over was clammy and frigid at the same time. Sweat tickled my palms, pooled at the base of my neck and in the hollow dip of my throat. It was quite possible I was running a fever. I should feel sick. This was sickening. The house felt eerily quiet, desolate, though I knew Marcus was in the other room. I hadn't heard the evidence of his departure, the front door closing or the low rumble of his truck starting up. He hadn't left, and why would he? Why would he be the one leaving in this scenario? You should be leaving, Sydney. Get up. Run. Grab your stuff and get the hell out of here. I exhaled a trembling breath. I couldn't move. I couldn't stop shaking. I could barely remember how important oxygen intake was in the matter of staying alive. Long seconds stretched out before I would inhale in a panic, allow my lungs to taste the air in the room I shouldn't still be sitting in, then expel that breath all too quickly. I needed to go. I needed to react somehow because I hadn't thus far. I felt numb, and this felt like a dream. A paralyzing dream. The kind you didn't wake up from. My phone rang from my bag on the floor somewhere, but it sounded miles away. I couldn't lift my head to the noise. I couldn't even remember where I had tossed it after I endured the one-sided conversation with Marcus. Endured. Not participated in. Him doing all the talking, all the explaining, and none of it sounded the least bit apologetic. His voice cold and distant, detached, final, having made the decision, his decision, while I stood there frozen. Frozen. Marcus turned on his heel and swiftly left the room. I collapsed into a pile of heavy limbs on the floor, where I'd remained, and where I had every intention of remaining. That was my reaction. It was the only reaction I was capable of. Until the phone rang again. Something felt off. It was a miracle I felt it, whatever it was, considering my deadened state. Like a whispered warning against my ear. My spine stiffened in an instant. I turned my head in the direction of my muffled ringtone, scanning with what felt like new eyes. Fresh and alert. I was up to count 6 of Taylor Swift singing about being young and reckless. I knew who was calling, and I contemplated ignoring my best friend again, slouching over and righting myself to my previous position, until I realized, shit. My already tight chest grew tighter. Tori never called me that many times in a row. If I didn't answer her, I was usually in the middle of a shift at work, and she'd leave her standard "call me when you get a sec" message. She never rang me up like this, urgently. Was something wrong? I found my bag halfway under the bed and tugged it out by one of the straps. Palming my phone, I answered the call just before the last words of the verse sounded. "Hey, what's up?" I asked, voice strained and anxious, stumbling brokenly through my greeting. My head hit the side of the mattress as I resumed my location on the floor, with my knees pulled in close against my chest. "Sid," Tori's voice cracked with a whimper. "Hon, hey, are you busy right now? Do you have a minute to talk? I need to talk." I blinked rapidly at her distressful tone. I suddenly couldn't remember the last hour or however long I had been in this room. I couldn't remember the bomb Marcus dropped in my lap before he dismissed me with a curt nod and went about his business doing God knows what. My hands no longer shook. My breathing was even, focused. I had never heard my best friend cry. Never. Not once in the 12 years we'd known each other. And we'd been through some shit, let me tell you. But she was crying now. I was right. Something was off. Worry consumed me. My blood ran warmer as I began to pace along the length of the bed, pressing the phone to my ear as I quickly collected myself. I have as much time as you need, sweetie. What's going on? Why are you upset? Wes, she hiccuped. Wes. Tori's boyfriend of 6 months, and serious enough he was obviously worth shedding tears over. I hadn't had a chance to meet the guy yet, due to my busy work schedule and the 3-hour drive time between Tori and myself. But I felt like I knew him. 90% of Tori's and my conversations revolved around what amazingly sweet thing Wes did for her that week. He seemed perfect. My attention snapped back to the phone at my ear when I heard a crash, the sound of glass breaking, followed immediately by my best friend's livid but still distraught high-pitched voice. Married! He's fucking married, Sid! Can you believe that? That son of a bitch has a wife! I stopped pacing and stared open-mouthed at the wall. Married? Oh, God. Tori took in a shuddering breath, and I started pacing again, needing to either move or hit someone. And I wasn't jumping at the chance to confront Marcus just yet, so option 2 was out. Tori's voice shrank to a more vulnerable decibel when she finally continued. God, Sydney, how stupid am I? How did I not see this? His weeknight rule with being too busy to see me Monday through Friday, always sending my calls to voicemail, only to return them minutes later? Which I'm imagining now was enough time for him to make up some bullshit story to appease his wife, so he could sneak out and call me back. Asshole! God, that stupid fucking asshole! How? How did that not set off alarms in my head? Was it that obvious? Was I that blind, Sid? I didn't know if it was from my frantic pacing or from Tori's confession sinking in, but suddenly I needed to steady myself with a hand on the wall. The room began to spin. I blinked everything into focus before finding my own voice, which I kept quiet. Oh my God, Tori, my God, how did you find out? What happened? Saw him with her at the mall, pushing a damn stroller through the food court, she answered, sounding equal parts disgusted and destroyed. They looked so fucking perfect together. I didn't know whether to throw up or scream. She groaned, and I heard more things rattling in the background. I pictured Tori testing the weight of different glass objects before she chose one to hurl against the closest wall. I walked right up to the son of a bitch. I saw her ring. I saw his. I was ready to confront him then and there. You know me. But you know what that bastard did? She sniffed loudly through the phone. It broke my heart to hear her like this, but I didn't get to tell her that before she continued. He threw his arm around her, smiled at me, and introduced us. He actually introduced his wife to me, Sydney. Told her I was an old friend from high school. Can you believe that? A friend? She chuckled derisively at the word. I've done things with him I've never done with other men. I've talked with him, you know? That kind of talking where you just share yourself with someone for hours and hours, and you can't think of anything else you'd rather be doing. I don't know if I loved him, but I could have. I know I could have. What did you do? She breathed through a tight laugh. I know what I should have done. I should have called him out on it, stomped his balls out. His wife deserved to know. I would want to know, but I couldn't do anything. I couldn't. I stood there like some freak, staring at him with my mouth hanging open. I probably looked psychotic. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. After God knows how long they walked away, and I just kept standing there until a security guard came up to me and asked if I was okay. She paused, then whispered, I wasn't. I'm not. I moved to the bed and sank onto the mattress, elbows on my knees, and rubbed my palm across my forehead. I couldn't believe what I was hearing either. I couldn't believe people could be this malicious as to openly hurt someone this way, even though I was suffering from a pain similar to what Tori was experiencing. But at least she was acknowledging it, admitting the effect it had on her, and even going as far as confessing it to someone. I couldn't do that yet. I wasn't feeling anything. Until now. The change was swift. I suddenly felt everything as if someone had taken a book filled with the range of human emotions and chucked it at my head. I was overwhelmed, alive with reaction. I wanted to cry. I wanted to scream. I was full of rage and bitterness, pain. God, the pain was undeniable now. It felt like a cancer eating away at my bones. Tori let out a strangled yell. Something else shattered through the line. I closed my eyes and imagined doing the same thing. I knew her adoration for Wes ran deep and threatened to run deeper the more time she had spent with that man. She saw him as her future. He'd already planned one out with another woman. Are all men complete pieces of shit? My eyes flashed down at my left hand, lifeless on my leg. One particular finger felt foreign to me, irritating, like an itch I couldn't reach to scratch. I couldn't remain still anymore. My skin pricked at the base of my neck as I stood and pulled my suitcases from the walk-in closet, dragging them to the bed. I knew my best friend better than anyone. I knew that sometimes she simply needed me to listen instead of offering my assurance or advice. Just knowing someone was there for you spoke louder than a lot of words. So that's what I gave her. Silence. She cried softly into my ear as I threw my entire life into 2 suitcases and 1 duffel bag. I ransacked the bathroom, not caring how I left it as I packed away my toiletries. I wiped away every memory of myself from that room. Every photo, anything tying me to Marcus, everything personal. I wanted them gone, but more important, I wanted to be gone. I stripped the ring from my finger and held it tight in my fist, the blunt edge of the diamond threatening to break skin. Tori dragged out an edgy breath, then told me quietly, "I'm sorry, hun. I just needed to get that off my chest. You're probably busy, right? Are you at work? It's cool. I'll let you go." Work. That was another thing I had to deal with. Immediately. Sooner the better. "Yeah, I'm kind of in the middle of something," I replied, which wasn't entirely a lie. I knew she would assume that meant I was at the hospital, when in reality, I was in the middle of letting go of the life I thought I was meant to have. The one I wrote vows for. I had to get off the phone. The sooner I finished this, the better. "All right, I gotta go anyway. There's glass everywhere. I should probably clean it up before I step on it. Call me tomorrow if you have a chance." The call disconnected. I chuckled, which seemed so strange given the reality of the situation. My current, completely fucked up situation. Tori never waited on the line to hear anyone's goodbye. I knew that about her. I'd overheard many conversations she held growing up, but every time we spoke, I still readied myself with a response. It was habitual and the normal thing to do. I envied her ability to cut the world off like that, to dominate life. It wasn't too late for me to become a wrecking force. I had absolutely nothing to lose anymore. I had nothing at all. Securing the duffel strap over my shoulder, I lifted the suitcases and marched down the hallway. Noise from the television grew louder as I descended the stairs. Marcus was continuing on with his night as if nothing had been revealed. As if we were still an us, and he hadn't taken all of that away from me. I briefly glanced in his direction when I moved past the living room. He was sitting in his favorite chair and nursing a beer, his feet crossed at the ankles and propped up on our coffee table, his eyes glued to the game. Typical. He was a creature of habit, and he had already come to terms with a world we were no longer facing together. He chose it willingly. Why should my departure affect him? He'd already let go of me. Marcus didn't speak. I knew he wouldn't, But what surprised me was my silence. I had so much to say, to scream. In his face or from this distance, it didn't matter. But more than anything, I wanted to get on the road before darkness blanketed the sky. I hated driving at night. And most important, I wanted to get to my friend. I didn't need to free up a hand to open the door. Our storm door never latched properly, and with a swift kick at the base, it would swing free and open, creaking at the hinges. For the first time since we moved into that house, I was grateful for the minor imperfection. I didn't need to free up my hand, but I did need to open it slightly, 2 fingers letting go of the weight burning against my flesh. The last noise I heard before I stepped outside and welcomed the damp air on my skin was the ping of gold striking the wood beneath my feet. I rode with the windows down the entire drive to Dogwood Beach. I reveled in the clean scent of grass and earth, the sweet warmth of a May evening. Everyday things, beautiful things that would normally calm my restless mind, but not tonight. I kept the music off and just let myself think, piling on sign after obvious sign I had been too stupid or too disconnected to notice over the past 3 months. It was all so clear now, every color of our corrosion. The naive veil had finally been lifted, and the longer I drove, the more I hated myself for becoming one of those women who allowed deceit to slip past them, who stayed too detached and okay with little changes that should have been red-hot alarms, blaring with an incessant warning. Our growing silence with each other, leaving our only conversations to be ones we needed to have, not ones we wanted to have. The indifferent way he began to look at me, or the late nights when he'd claim he was too tired to drag himself to bed, and instead chose to camp out on the couch. A couch I knew from experience wasn't the best for sleeping on. I regretted every whispered word I uttered into the dark late at night when I wrapped myself around a cold pillow and reached with a seeking hand for a body I knew wasn't next to me. What was I reaching for? And why? Why didn't I see it? Where had I been? Tori's questions from earlier became a mantra. Was I that blind? How stupid was I? With each passing minute, my hands formed tighter to the wheel until a crack of pain shot up my forearms. I adjusted and readjusted, flexing until my shoulders began to shake. I was a bottle of pent-up aggression, a warrior in a cage, watching as a threatening figure inched closer. Closer until I saw the intimidation radiating off them in heated waves. Until I felt it on my skin. The warm bite of hunger scratched the back of my throat. I wanted to bare my teeth and sink them into flesh, draw blood. I couldn't remember ever feeling this alive before, but I was ready. Ready to release my anger onto someone who truly deserved it. It was after 9 when I finally arrived, parked my car behind Tori's Volvo, and grabbed my duffel, leaving my other bags in the back seat. The smell of salt water soaked into my lungs as I climbed the stairs to the porch, and for a brief moment I thought about how peaceful my new life was about to become. Living at the beach was a fairy tale to me, a pipe dream that was about to become a reality. At least I was hoping it would. I was showing up at my friend's house, unannounced, seeking refuge. Bag in hand, I held my breath and knocked 3 times. Seconds passed before the door swung open. Tori stood before me in her pajamas, a pair of pale blue linen shorts and an oversized t-shirt that hung off her shoulder. Her jaw hit the floor as she looked me over with wide, startled eyes. "Sid! What are you—" She paused, gaze lowering to the duffel in my hand. "What's going on? Where's Marcus? Is he with you?" She glanced behind me in the direction of the driveway. Explanations were in order. This was the boldest move I had ever made in all of my 24 years, aside from getting married straight out of high school. I never visited Tori without planning out my trip, and she always knew about it well in advance. This wasn't simply a visit, though. This was a permanent relocation. But explanations could wait. I had to deal with something, or someone, to be specific, before I revealed anything. I pushed past her and entered the house. No, he's not, and he won't be joining me either. I hope that offer you made me last year still stands. I know you were just joking about us ditching our men and starting a lesbian life together, but as long as we keep it purely platonic, I could swing it. I tossed my bag on the couch in the large sitting room and spun to face a very, very confused-looking Tori. Rightfully so. She tilted her head, motioning around the room as if the house, and not the woman standing in front of her, had just magically appeared. What's going on here? What are you doing? I need that asshole's number. Let me handle this first, and then I'll explain everything. I promise. I tugged my phone out of my back pocket. My hand shook ever so slightly. What is it? She slowly inched closer. Who, Wes? Why? You're not going to call him, are you? Tori, I growled. Give me his number. My words and the tone behind them acted like a fire lit to blaze under her ass. She gasped, then moved with purpose through the tiny but lavish beach house. Tori came from money. Her family came from money. You didn't live this close to the water and in digs like this without either having connections or a stacked bank account. Okay. She spoke with uncertainty, her tongue clinging to the word as she walked back into the room. Okay, seriously, I have no clue what's going on right now, but I'm almost afraid you might choke me if I don't do what you say. You're a bit scary right now, Sid. If I'd had it in me, I would have smiled at that. But I didn't have it in me to smile. Tori dug the heel of her hand into her eye while her other scrolled through the contacts on her phone. Her long blonde hair was haphazardly pulled back into a loose pony, with several pieces falling onto her shoulders and curling there. She looked unkempt and exhausted, but still unbelievably gorgeous, because she always looked unbelievably gorgeous no matter how unkempt or exhausted she was. Tori was a natural stunner and the definition of small-town beauty queen. She grew up in the pageant circuit, won every competition she ever entered without even caring enough about them to try. It was all her mother's doing, putting her in those pageants and exploiting her daughter's beauty, and Tori went through the motions to make her mother happy. But that didn't mean Tori didn't know when to put her foot down, and that occurred when she was approached by some agency to do shampoo commercials when she was 14. My best friend wasn't interested in the kind of attention appearing in a shampoo commercial would bring a 14-year-old who had developed a lot earlier than the rest of her peers. So that offer was the end of Tori's pageant days and subsequently the beginning of her mother's descent into the world of plastic surgery. If her daughter wasn't going to bring her attention, Mrs. Rivera would find her own way to grab it. I watched another strand of hair fall out of Tori's messy yet still utterly perfect pony. I imagined after she destroyed God knows how many breakables in the house, she probably tossed about in her bed praying for sleep and dreams involving Wes's unfortunate but highly deserved demise. Bastard. Keeping her eyes on her phone, Tori shook her head, then finally spoke. He probably won't answer you, that's his thing, but whatever. Ready? It's 919-555-6871. I opened up the keypad on my phone and moved my thumb furiously over the numbers. He would answer. I'd hit redial until my fingers bled if needed. I placed the phone to my ear and waited. I felt anxious and slightly dizzy. My pulse was racing. I knew I probably needed to sit down, take a breath, but the second that motherfucker's deep voice seeped into my ear with a tired yet undeniably sexy, yeah, which pissed me off to no end, seeing as I hated this man with every fiber of my being and had no business thinking his yeahs were sexy. I was on high alert and once again found myself pacing the room like a strung-out junkie. You, I growled, voice vibrating low and sore in my throat. Stupid, worthless piece of dog shit. Tori gasped behind me. Excuse me? Wes sounded put off. What the fuck? Who the hell do you think you are, huh? And in what universe is a douchebag tool like you able to bag a wife? Is she also a fucking idiot? I heard his heavy breathing on the other line, but nothing else. His silence boiled my blood. Hello? Remove the dildo from your mouth and fucking speak. I spun around, shocked at my own coarse words, and looked up at Tori, curious to see her reaction. She stood frozen between the couch and the wall, her eyes swollen and red from her earlier tears, doubled in size now that I'd let my mouth loose on this dipshit. A light, amused chuckle hissed in my ear. I pulled in a breath through my nose. Jesus Christ, he mumbled. Think you might have the wrong number, Wild. I don't normally suck on dildos after 6 o'clock on Tuesdays. I blinked at the floor. Wild? Was he making fun of me? He was. He was making a joke out of me, out of this, out of my best friend's pain. I flattened a hand to my chest, feigning regret. Oh, I am so sorry. I forgot. You're into ass play. Hard and deep, right? Tori told me all about it. My mistake. Is that something your wife enjoys? Do you take turns fucking each other? Fuck, he groaned. You serious? You hurt her, I bit out through clenched teeth. You hurt my best friend, and you better pray to the god of assholes like you that I don't ever see your ugly motherfucking face. Jail doesn't scare me, loser. I will cut your dick off and make you eat it in front of your mother. He laughed again, only this time it was bold and straight from his belly. One of those laughs I knew had his head thrown back and tears brimming his eyes. My feet stuck to the carpet. The hand at my side curled into a tight fist with nails threatening to break skin. Wow, he said, his voice floating with another soft laugh. Damn, just slow down a minute, all right? Quit yelling for a second. He cleared his throat. I heard the creak of the mattress. Look, I'm not going to deny that I partake in a little ass play on occasion, but no joke. I'm the one delivering it. There's no other scenario. As for my dick, I really need him to stay attached. We're close. You get me? Did I get him? I hate you, I whispered, closing my eyes, my heart pounding. Suddenly, I forgot who I had dialed and could only picture Marcus standing in the doorway of our bedroom. Marcus telling me it was over. Marcus digging his nails into my chest and clawing out my heart. Marcus, my husband who had stopped loving me and wanted out. He didn't look remorseful in that moment. He looked relieved. There was no need to lie anymore, no need to pretend he was happy. He was free, and I was falling. Down, down, into the unknown, where I had to find the person I was without him. I didn't even know where to begin looking for her. Wes hesitated, responding, finally giving me a quiet, "Don't even know me," followed by a heavy sigh. Again, you got the wrong number. This guy who you think I am, he screwed over your friend, right? Do me a favor and check the number you were supposed to dial. I'm betting you're only off by 1. Fuck you, I spat. I was sick of hearing his denial, but then strangely found myself pulling the phone back and studying the screen. There was something in his voice when he dropped the enjoyment of my verbal lashing. A concealed sadness, and I didn't think the man who had shamelessly introduced his wife to his girlfriend had the ability to feel anything that deep. You had to have a heart first. Wes clearly didn't. I couldn't remember what number Tori had given me. It could easily have been the number lit up on my phone, but I wanted to be certain. I lifted my head to look at her. What was that number again? Tori narrowed her eyes, her mouth dropping open. She then glanced down once more at the phone in her hand and slowly repeated, 919-555-6871. Shit. Exactly one number off. I dialed 6872. What's going on? Tori asked, stepping forward. I knew the man on the other end of the line heard the confirmation he was betting on. By the time the phone touched my ear again, he was finishing the last subtle notes of a throaty chuckle. Sorry you're going to have to go through that epic speech again, Wild. You nailed it, though, if that helps. Wild. His voice was smooth and low, wickedly playful. Sexy. I was ready to dig a hole in the sand and bury myself in it. God, I am such a shit. I slapped a hand over my eyes, groaning. Oh my God, I am so sorry. This was clearly a call not meant for you. I'm sure you're not a douchebag tool. Who sucks on dildos and gets fucked by his wife? He chuckled again. I could feel the heat burn across my cheeks and down my neck. Yeah, I said through a wince. Not really my thing. Tori nudged my elbow, then held her hands out, silently questioning what was going on. I shook my head. I needed to get off the phone with this guy. I'd abused him enough already. I held up a finger to Tori and spun around, facing the large bay window at the front of the house. Right, again, I'm very sorry I cussed you out and accused you of enjoying those things. I don't normally go off like that. It's just been one of those days, you know? I blew out a quick breath. Sorry again. Take care. Quickly before he had the chance to respond, I slid my thumb over the end call button. My body slumped into the nearby recliner, and I curled into the leather, dropping my head back with a sigh. That felt good. Even if I hadn't spewed that hatred at my intended victim, something in my chest felt lighter. It was bizarre. Maybe I didn't need to dial the correct number to chew out Wes or face my new reality and lay into Marcus. Speaking of douchebag tools, Marcus had gotten off too easy. He pulled the pin on our relationship and walked away without any refusal from me. I'm not a wallflower. Far from it, actually. I would eventually face him and give him every word I was meant to say in that bedroom. He deserved to know how I felt, but more than that, he deserved to feel it. What the hell was that? Tori appeared in front of me, her hands stuck to her hips. Did you seriously say all of that to a wrong number? I nodded. Holy shit, you badass! Way to commit! Her smile faded a second before her eyes went soft. Are you going to try Wes again? Because really, Sid, you don't have to do that. I'm not asking you to fight my battles, and to be honest... She trailed off, swallowing heavily as her eyes lowered. I think I'm okay. I mean, I'm completely done with men for the time being, but I'm not chasing a bottle of pills with some hooch. I'll get over it. He was just another mistake. After I was silent for a few seconds, she bent down and placed her hand gently on my knee. Hey, she whispered. I rolled my head to the side until our eyes met, and before she spoke her next words, I knew from the look on her face what she was planning on asking me. I decided to beat her to it. Marcus told me tonight he wants a divorce. She sucked in a breath. What? Why? What happened? Before I could answer, she shot up abruptly, holding her hand out to keep me quiet. Wait. We need wine for this discussion and all of the chocolate in this house. Give me a minute. She turned to take a step, but halted, spinning back around and pointing at the floor. You will be living here. My mouth lifted in the corner. Thank you. She disappeared down the hallway in a blur of blonde hair and long limbs as I tucked myself into a ball, staring off into the quiet house. My new home. Chapter 2. Sydney. I don't get it. Tori slid down onto the floor next to me in front of the couch with another bottle of wine. We had polished off the first one rather quickly while I revealed the details of my evening, which included everything involving Marcus, plus the ending of my employment in Raleigh I handled over a phone call on the drive here, and I was already starting to feel the effects of the alcohol. My cheeks were flushed and I was growing tired. Wine always made me sleepy. She popped the cork and poured herself another glass. How do you fall out of love with someone after 7 years together? She asked. How does that even happen? And with no warning? That's the strangest part. It's like he just woke up and boom, he wants out. I took the bottle from her and brought it to my lips. The Moscato warmed my throat. There were warnings. I confessed, staring straight ahead. I could instantly feel her eyes on me. Like? Tori sounded baffled, which was to be expected. I hadn't shared with her the details of the past few months with Marcus. Not because I wanted to keep her in the dark, but because at the time I was lost in it myself. I didn't want to see what was happening to my marriage. I didn't want to feed any truth to it. So I made excuses for Marcus. I played down obvious cautions and ignored my suspicions. Anything to keep myself from acknowledging the reality. Sid. Tori nudged my shoulder, snapping me out of my head. Sorry. I gave her a weak smile, then focused on the bottle in my hand. You know how Marcus's job is. He's always worked crazy hours, but lately it was nonstop. 12 to 14-hour days. He picked up side jobs on the weekend for extra cash. We never saw each other anymore. If he was home, I was working, and vice versa. It was like we were living separate lives in the same house. But you guys still talk to each other and stuff, right? I subtly shook my head. Not about anything other than stuff we had to discuss, like if a certain bill was paid or what I needed to pick up from the market. He became quiet, like really distant with me, but I figured it was just the job getting to him. I knew he had to be exhausted. He was never home. She brought her glass to her lips. What about texting? Didn't you two talk on the phone at all? I gave Tori an odd look. She should have known the answer to that question. You know how Marcus is with technology. He hates cell phones. He rarely carries his with him. And texting is out of the question. He refuses to do it. I took another swig of the wine, remembering the countless conversations we'd had about him never returning my messages. How am I supposed to respond to a smiley face? And I'm not typing on that small-ass shit keyboard. It's lame. I took a deep breath before continuing on with my confession. We stopped having sex, too. That should have been the biggest red flag, but again, long hours. I just figured he was too tired. I prayed he was too tired. The other possibility, my husband no longer finding me physically attractive, wasn't something I wanted to believe, and it wouldn't have been something I could have understood either. I hadn't changed much since Marcus and I first met in high school. I still looked fairly the same. Yes, I was curvier and filled out my jeans a bit more, especially in the bottom, which seemed to be where I stored all the extra calories I consumed, but Marcus acted like he loved the freshman 15 I held on to. Up until recently, he could barely keep his hands off me in public. How could he go from wanting me insatiably to not at all? How does that even happen? Tori leaned forward and exchanged her glass for the bag of chocolate-covered pretzels off the table. How long has it been? 3 months, I blurted out. 3 months? She whipped her head around and gaped at me. The bag crumpled in her grasp. You haven't had sex in 3 months? Really? Jesus, that's... She paused, blinking several times with her mouth hanging open, then leaning closer and whispering as if she didn't want her neighbors to know. 3 months? Did you at least try? I rolled my eyes. Of course I tried, but after the 3rd rejection, I gave up. I don't blame you. She bit into a pretzel and offered me the bag. I shook my head. Not even one of my favorite snacks appealed to me at the moment. And you just thought he was too tired for sex? She asked. Yeah. God, that observation sounded ridiculous now. It was so obvious, but denial can fool you. Hope can fool you, too. I knew what I wanted to believe, and that was the only thing I allowed myself to focus on. For 3 months, I didn't just think my marriage was fine and my husband still wanted me. I knew that was the only possibility. I left no room in my head for doubt. Does he know you're here? She asked. No, I just packed up and left. I didn't talk to him. Good. He doesn't deserve to know what you're doing. Fuck him. A bubble of laughter caught in my throat. All I could think of was, I tried. I'm going to say something, and I know this is a huge risk because there is a possibility you and Marcus could work out your shit and get back together, but I think he did you a huge favor tonight. I slowly turned to look at Tori. I couldn't believe what I had just heard. What? I know, just hear me out. Don't yell at me yet. She sat the bag of pretzels down and turned her body, angling herself toward me. She tucked a chunk of hair behind her ear. I've always liked Marcus, you know that. But I think he kind of dulled you out a little, hun. I narrowed my eyes at her. Dulled me out? What does that mean? She motioned at me. You weren't you with him. I don't know. You two were always so serious together. It was like the guy couldn't take a joke. I shrugged. So what? So what? She repeated, sitting up on her knees. I never saw you laugh with him, Sid. I mean, you two seemed happy. Otherwise, I would have said something to you, but it was like you weren't friends at all. You were just married. He never played with you. I slid my hand around my neck and squeezed while my eyes lost focus on the carpet. I couldn't dispute what Tori was saying. Marcus wasn't really a playful guy, but I never needed him to be. He always, up until recent months, made me feel like I was the only woman he ever saw. He was affectionate most of the time and caring. He supported and encouraged me through college. I didn't need him to joke around or make me laugh. That wasn't important. I just needed him to love me. And he did. He just didn't anymore. Tori sighed. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to upset you further. It's just, I've known you forever. I know the person you are when we're together. You're silly and a complete nut. Remember how we met? 7th grade. You told me your name was Tori, too, because you wanted us to be best friends, and you thought it would happen faster if we had the same name? I smiled faintly. Had you calling me that for a week, I said. I know, Tori laughed. I yelled at everyone who called you Sydney, even teachers. She nudged my shoulder with hers. I'm just saying, I missed that girl when Marcus was around, that's all. She said those final 2 words on a shrug. I slid down farther and rested my head on the cushion, staring up at the ceiling. Tori joined me, putting herself into a similar pose. After a minute or 2 of silence, I finally responded. Maybe you're right. Maybe Marcus and I weren't friends. Maybe we didn't play with each other and laugh all the time. But you know what? It doesn't matter anymore. Whatever we were, he no longer wants it. He's done. And I need to think about my life without him, starting with finding a job around here. Oh, I got you covered on that. You do? I stared at her profile. I had no idea what she was driving at. She tilted her head to the side and smiled. Hell yeah, I do. Come work with me at Whitecaps until you find an X-ray job. As a waitress? Yep. Nate will work you into the schedule, no problem. He's cool. And I'll make sure he puts us on the same shifts. She slapped my knee and stood, stretching her arms above her head with a yawn. I'm beat. Do you need help bringing the rest of your stuff in? No, I got it. When do you think I could talk to Nate about getting a job? I got on my feet to join her, both of us grabbing a bottle and the trash from the snacks we devoured during our conversation. We carried our handfuls to the kitchen. Tomorrow, she answered, holding the lid of the trash can open for me. She then took the unfinished bottle of Moscato and recorked it before sticking it into the refrigerator. We'll take a drive down to Whitecaps and get you set up. I'm sure he'll want you to start immediately. We just had someone quit last week. It'll only be until I find an X-ray job. Are you sure you won't mind if it's temporary? I knew some managers frowned upon hiring someone who wasn't willing to stick around. I wouldn't blame Nate for being hesitant about bringing me on, and I would never keep my motives from him. I could very easily find a job in a couple weeks and leave them short-staffed. On the other hand, it could take me months to find an X-ray position here locally. Tori placed her hands on my shoulders, gently squeezing. Her eyes got soft. You know you don't have to jump right into something. You could take a few weeks to relax. I cut her off. I need to work, Tori. I can't just sit around here. I'll go crazy. Crazy thinking about how I was suddenly single for the first time in 7 years and how I'm going to be divorced. Divorced before my 25th birthday. Crazy thinking about what I could have possibly done to cause this or to prevent it. Crazy. This didn't feel like my life. Tori stepped back, dropping her hands with a nod and a smile. Okay, you know what's best for you, and you'll like it there, trust me. Mischief danced in her eyes. I could only imagine what she meant by that. I'm heading to bed. Pick a room, any room, it's yours. Tori, wait. She stopped almost to the stairs, gazing back over her shoulder. We've done nothing but talk about me all night. Are you okay with Wes and everything? It took her a second, but a ghost of a smile tugged at her mouth. Getting there. I mean, it hurts, but you're here. That'll help. I know I'll be okay. She winked at me before climbing the stairs. Night, roomie, she called out. I stood in the silence of the kitchen for a minute, maybe more, wondering when I could be okay, too. I couldn't remember falling asleep last night. I couldn't remember the slow drift of weightlessness that takes over your body when your mind is quiet. I couldn't remember relaxing at all in the most comfortable bed I'd ever lain on. I did, however, remember calling my mother and filling her in on my eventful evening after I carried my suitcases inside. I also unfortunately remembered her sweetly paired I told you so's and God hates divorce rantings in my ear. She was never a huge fan of Marcus for reasons she never expanded on, but more so she thought my choice to leave him and move in with Tori instead of staying and working things out with Marcus was disappointing. Disappointing. I disappointed her. That hurt. The conversation with my mother was kept brief. I made up an excuse and got off the phone while she was in the middle of yet another spiritual lecture, and I readied myself for bed. I remembered hitting the soft, billowy mattress and wiping the tears from my eyes. I remembered flipping my pillow over when I soaked the satin. I remembered the peaceful hum of the fan spinning overhead, the clock on the wall ticking away the seconds of my misery, and the faint sounds of waves crashing outside my window, and how all of it, every calming noise, irritated me to no end. But clearing my mind enough to welcome sleep? No, that I couldn't remember at all. I woke in a tangle of sheets and blankets, my hair matted and soaked with sweat, my nightshirt twisted on my torso. I sat up in a jerk, my eyes searching the room for someone. Someone. That was almost laughable. I should be used to waking up alone at this point, but somehow this morning felt different, permanent, irrefutable. I used to be a morning person, a life person. Today, not so much. Hello! Tori waved her hand in my face as we drove down the long stretch of road that runs parallel with the shore. I dragged my gaze off the dash. Huh? What's up? She chuckled softly, peering out the windshield. You were spacing out over there. We're almost at the restaurant. It's just up here on the right. I flipped the visor down and checked my appearance in the mirror. I fingered the ends of my long, bottle-dyed blonde hair, then smeared on a quick application of lip gloss. You okay? Fine, I replied through a rushed exhale. My stomach felt coiled into a rigid knot. I shifted in my seat, shrugging. Just new job jitters, I guess. I hope he hires me. Tori laughed again as I leaned back in the seat and tucked my lip gloss into the front pocket of my jeans. What? I asked, turning to look at her as the car slowed down. Her profile was devilish, lifted in amusement, matching her signature ruby lip she always wore, no matter if she was going out or cleaning the house. Tori always wore red lipstick, and she rocked it. Nate isn't an idiot. He knows what he's doing. You're in. I thought about how strange that sounded, then decided to shift the attention off me and onto the one person I knew had to be hurting as badly as I was. How are you today? Tori didn't miss a beat. She also made me reevaluate my assumption that we were both in the same sinking boat. Getting better by the second, she replied, adjusting the volume on the stereo, wiggling her ass in her seat and smacking the steering wheel along to the beat of the Calvin Harris song pumping through the speakers. She smiled at me before elaborating. My best girl is here. It's going to be a gorgeous day by the looks of it. And I devoted all of my prayers last night to the hopes of Wes contracting a delightfully new STD and having that shit named after him. Hopefully soon, people will start getting diagnosed with the Wes. Symptoms include swelling of the genitals, painful urination, and a wicked rash. She lifted her eyebrows, crystal blue eyes sparkling. It's fatal. I couldn't help laughing. She pulled into a large lot surrounding a restaurant and parked along the side. Whitecaps was a waterfront establishment, very beach chic, if there was such a thing. Colorful longboards were propped along the outer perimeter, with a few stuck into the sand on either side of the staircase. Boating oars framed the entrance of the restaurant, and the railing wrapping around the building was made up of a thick rope, the kind you would use to secure your boat to a pier. I liked it instantly. It was such a contrast to the beige walls and dark environment of a radiology department. Let's get you a job. I'd barely exited the car before Tori was grabbing my hand and dragging me up the stairs and through the doors. My eyes blinked rapidly at my new surroundings. The atmosphere inside was as energetic and refreshing as the exterior of the building. Bold, vibrant color scheme with lots of oranges, yellows, and bright blues. Surfboards and nautical knickknacks hanging on the walls. I didn't like it. I loved it. Flo Rida poured softly through the overhead speakers as I was pulled through the restaurant toward the back of the room. Tori waved to a few servers, then halted at a door with the word manager written in white. She knocked twice. A muted voice beckoned for her to enter. Nate, hey, are you busy? Tori asked, swinging the door open and tugging me to follow. The man behind the desk lifted his head. He was a young guy, couldn't have been more than 30, and really, really good-looking, with dark, short-styled hair and a muscular build, rough, sexy stubble marking his jaw, and eyes the color of a rich chocolate. His tie was loosened at the collar, and his thick shoulders pulled the material of his dress shirt taut across his body, highlighting his pecs. He glanced briefly at me, then looked at Tori, pulling his dark-rimmed glasses off, and set them on top of a pile of papers. I'm always busy. What's up? This, Tori pulled me close beside her, still holding my hand, is my best friend Sydney. She just moved here and needs a job. Give her one. I gasped at my best friend's bluntness. Nate leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing. Shit. Please give her a job is what you meant to say, right? Because I am your boss, not your friend, Tori. You seem to forget that every other time I see you. Didn't I say please? No, he answered dryly. I was suddenly panicked. Goodbye, nice job with fantastic music and a chill environment. Tori waved her free hand nonchalantly in the air. My bad, please, can you give her a job? She's amazing, and you know she'll be very popular with the locals. Nate trained his eyes on me, studied me briefly, then asked, You have waitress experience? I nodded, reclaiming my hand and stepping forward. It's been a few years. I waitressed through high school and a little in college, but before you hire me, I have to tell you this isn't permanent. I'll be actively looking for a radiology position if I work here. I promise to give you 2 weeks' notice, but it could be soon that I'll end up leaving. Radiology? Yes, sir. I'm certified in X-ray. Do you know how overly qualified you probably are for this? I smiled uncertainly, readying my knees to beg. The carpet appeared soft. I might get away with little to no rug burn. Nate cleared his throat, leaning farther back in his chair. So, I could hire you today and you could quit on me this weekend if you found something else. That's what you're telling me, right? Yes, I answered honestly. Do you have any idea how much hassle that'll be for me? The amount of paperwork and double coverage for training I'll set up, all for nothing. And when you do end up quitting, I'll have to scramble to get your shifts covered. That's not easy. Why should I even hire you? My breath caught in my throat as I stared at him, scrambling for a response. Shit! He was definitely leaning toward blowing me off, as he should. This was ridiculous. I could find a job tomorrow and not even get the opportunity to pick up a shift here. I briefly glanced in Tori's direction, only to see how little invested she was in this discussion. She was busy admiring the collection of sailboats lined along the bookshelf on the other side of the room, humming softly to herself. Scowling, I turned back to Nate in time to catch the impatient tilt of his head. I inhaled a deep, soothing breath before finally responding. Because I would really appreciate the opportunity to work here, probably more than half of your staff. Because I don't simply need this job, I want this job. Being overqualified isn't an issue. I didn't get a degree in waitressing. I have no idea how to work your computer system, but I am a fast learner. I'll work my ass off for you. Tori said she does doubles occasionally to help you out. I have no problem with that. I actually wouldn't mind the constant distraction. And again, I promise I'll give you notice if another job comes up. Even if I'm only here a few weeks, you won't regret hiring me. Silence stretched between us. Nate seemed to mull over my request, running his hand along the back of his neck as he exhaled a thick breath. I looked anywhere but his face. The stripes in his shirt, the clutter of paperwork on his desk, the back of my best friend's head as she continued to forget I existed. I doubt half of my staff knows how to work the computer system. In fact, none of them use it, Nate admitted, drawing my attention back to his face. A subtle grin pulled at his mouth. You'll fit right in. My mouth stretched into my biggest smile in months. The tension pulled from my shoulders. I extended a hand to Nate as he stood up out of his chair. Thank you so much for this. I can start immediately, today, tonight. He laughed, releasing my hand. How about Friday? I'll pair you up with Tori for training. Great. Awesome, Tori sang, skipping over to rejoin the conversation. She threw her arm over my shoulder. Thanks, Nate. You're the best boss ever. He jerked his chin, then reclaimed his seat, his eyes refocusing on the documents in front of him. Get Sydney set up with uniforms before you go. Tori directed me out of the office, nodding at Nate's request. Thank you again, I said over my shoulder before the door to the office closed behind us. I felt relieved and a bit excited. I hadn't worked with Tori since we were 16 and both living in Raleigh. We never got through a shift without cracking up at least a dozen times. I needed this right now. Tori pulled away from me when we reached the hostess desk. We're getting out of here, because I don't hang at work on my days off. She reached for the keys in her back pocket. Want to wait for me out in the car? I looked out the large window overlooking the dunes obscuring the ocean. I think I'm going to go check out the beach really quick. Text me when you're ready. She gave me a double thumbs up before spinning around and walking back in the direction we came. I slipped out the door. I crossed the pebbled stone parking lot and ascended the staircase leading to the beach, wrapping my arms around myself even though I wasn't the least bit chilled. The sun burned across a cloudless sky. I felt the intensity of it bake into the skin of my bare shoulders. Waves crashed against the shore, some carrying surfers with them in the distance. A few feet ahead of me, a small child kicked a sandcastle and giggled with his father. I sat down on a step and slipped my sandals off. The sand was warm underneath my feet as I dug my toes into it, staring out at the world in front of me. I rubbed a shell between my fingers as I watched a couple walk hand in hand toward the pier. They looked happy. I tried to remember the last time Marcus held my hand or even reached for it. My chest burned when I couldn't conjure up an image in my mind. I looked down at the faint line marking my left ring finger, the token I was left with now that I no longer wore my ring. It was subtle, thanks to my naturally pale skin, but to me it stood out like embers glowing in the dark. I hated it. I didn't need a reminder of how I'd failed as a wife, or how Marcus stopped seeing me as one. Maybe I could coat my entire hand in sunblock except for that thin strip, burn the memory away. The idea seemed promising enough to consider. From my back pocket, my cell beeped with an incoming message. I wiped the tear from my cheek as I stood and palmed my phone, expecting to see Tori's name lit up on my screen. I froze on the step, my free hand on the railing, as I stared curiously at the message and the number it was sent from. Wild girl. Eaten any innocent men alive today yet? My lip twitched, the hint of a smile. I sat back down, reading the message a second time, as I remembered my conversation with this stranger yesterday, my accidental verbal beatdown. Jesus, I really let him have it. I couldn't think of the last time I was that embarrassed. I told the guy to remove a dildo from his mouth, for Christ's sakes. All in all, whoever this was seemed to be a good sport about it. He could have laid into me and cussed me out, made me feel even more like a complete shit for dialing the wrong number and not confirming the identity of my intended victim before I tore into him like he owed me money. He was more than decent about the whole thing, easily forgiving. And now he was messaging me out of nowhere and striking up conversation. Wild. He wanted to talk to me. Huh. I tapped my thumb on the edge of the phone case, then hovered over the letters of my keypad as I stared at the message. Did I even want to talk to this guy anymore? Wasn't this weird? We didn't know each other. Our encounter was a mistake. A one-time mishap, never to be repeated. Right?
Chapter 3. Brian. I passed out last night, pissed off and ready to beat the shit out of my best friend/roommate who didn't understand the premise of fucking quietly in the bedroom down the hall. Moans and ear-splitting screams echoed off the walls of our beach house, seeping underneath the crack of my door, filling my fucking head, keeping me awake. Nothing was unusual about that scenario. Jamie brought home lots of women, and I swore to Christ he tested out their vocal range before even considering their pussy as a temporary home for his dick. The louder the better seemed to be his philosophy. I didn't give a fuck what he did or who. I just didn't want to hear it. Taking every pillow I owned, I submerged my head and muffled the sounds well enough to fall asleep. 6 hours, that was all I was asking for. 6 hours, and I could function enough to push through another mindlessly objectionable day in the life I was slowly living, quickly hating, and unarguably deserved. I barely settled into a dream when the shrill ring of my cell phone jerked me upright in bed. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, for my hand to seek out the bastard device on my nightstand. I didn't recognize the number. I was fucking exhausted and could barely focus on the screen my thumb was hovering over. I almost let the call go to voicemail. I almost said to hell with it and shattered the fucking thing by hurling it against the wall. Thank fuck I didn't. I would have missed out on the most amusing conversation I've ever had, and quite possibly the most perverse. And the voice that gave it to me. Unfucking real. Didn't know what did it, the vulgar she was throwing at me, her fiery tone that paired with it, or the sweetness I heard underneath, but I was hooked. Every muscle in my body tightened as her voice seeped into my ear and awakened my mind. Fuck sleep. I was no longer interested. That feisty thing on the other end of the phone was filthy and unquestionably infuriated, ready to sink her claws into me and draw blood. I would welcome an assault from her with arms outstretched and the biggest grin smeared across my face. I couldn't help it. She was fucking fantastic, passionate in her defense, silver-tongued and ball-busting. My ears weren't the only parts of me enjoying that conversation. I wanted to taste her voice. I thought about what her lips looked like as those words left her, if they were pink and wet and swollen, as if she bit them while she was silent and waiting, hearing out my objections. Strange how quickly an obsession can build. One phone call had me reeling, and it was never even meant for me. I hadn't laughed like that in months, and it felt good. The kind of good I wanted to keep feeling, and I could have. I could have kept her going, lied, revealed nothing, and let her lay into me as much as she needed to. But she deserved to know I wasn't the person she was seeking out. And her response? Fuck you. Yeah, fuck me. How long would I be consumed by this mystery woman? Hours, at least. That was for certain. It was 11 o'clock, and I was trying to busy myself at work on Wednesday, but nothing was taking my mind off that voice. Would you fucking relax? I glared down at my lap, pressing my palm against the tent in my shorts. I got hard every time I thought about her. It was becoming a major fucking problem. My gaze lingered until the heat in my groin subsided. Then I resumed the tedious task of staring at my phone on the counter, the very phone containing her number. Fuck this. How pathetic was I going to allow myself to become today? I pushed away from the counter with a grunt and went to the corkboard on the back wall displaying this week's lesson sign-ups. I removed old advertisements and sales that no longer applied. I studied the list of names, noted the instructors posted next to them, then dropped my shoulders and glanced back at the phone. If that piece of shit devil of a device had a mouth, it would have fucking smiled at me. It was winning. No contest. I knew it. Apple knew it. It was only a matter of time before I caved and dialed her up, giving in and fully acknowledging my fucked up obsession. I raked a hand down my face as I remembered how abruptly she ended our conversation last night. How quick she was to apologize and get off the phone. Red flag right there, dick. I didn't even get to utter a partial goodbye before she hung up and left me reeling. She wouldn't answer me. I'm the guy she didn't intend on calling. I moved back to the counter, but instead of caving and grabbing my phone, I pulled the crossword puzzle off the shelf behind me and tossed it on the wood, grabbing a pen and leaning over the paper. I read the clues, filled in a few answers, got pissed when I filled shit in wrong and had to write over it, all because my mind wasn't on that damn crossword or the answers I was filling in. Not one bit. I had officially run out of things to distract me. My phone vibrated and shifted on the counter, snapping my attention off the spot on the paper I was spacing out on. I reached for it and glanced down at the text from my sister, my hand readied to reply. And then it hit me. A text. A text I might be able to coax her to respond to. It was without a doubt the less personal approach. Decision made, I palmed my phone and pulled up my recent calls. My thumbs moved hurriedly over the keypad. Wild girl. Eaten any innocent men alive today yet? I hit send. I felt good. Keeping it playful was most likely the best way to go about this. My other thought, confessing how hard I came last night after she hung up on me, might have backfired. She'd respond all right, with a restraining order. The front door chimed, pulling my attention off the phone. Jamie, the same motherfucker who I wanted to beat the piss out of last night, drifted into the shop with a small group of women floating in behind him. He jerked his chin in my direction, greeted me with a smug grin, then turned his head and watched as the three ladies moved to congregate by a table covered in t-shirts and board shorts. Stopping on the other side of the counter I was standing behind, he ran a hand through his damp hair. What up? What are you doing? I placed the phone down. Nothing. Waiting on that shipment of boards to arrive. Not a lie, I was waiting. The boards were set to arrive sometime today. I just couldn't seem to care one way or another about it. I nodded toward the window facing the ocean. How's it out there today? Decent, a bit choppy. He lifted his brow. You trying to get out? I can man the shop. I don't have any other lessons until later this afternoon. I think 3 o'clock is my next one. I shook my head, stepped back, and leaned my weight against the table, crossing my arms tight across my chest. Jamie and I co-owned Wax, a surf shop walking distance from the beach. We opened the store a couple years back when both of us lived and breathed sand and salt water. Back when I did surf, it was purely for enjoyment. I craved the rush of adrenaline, the freedom and adventure it provided. Jamie was the same, but it was different for him. He was a local hero, a Dogwood Beach legend. He won 3 world championships back-to-back and was one of the most powerful free surfers I'd ever seen. Kid was fucking talented. He split his days in the shop with me and out on the water. Where the fuck is Cole? Wasn't he supposed to be back with our lunch by now? I'm starving. He called, screwed up the order, and had to go back, I replied. Serious? Yep. Idiot. Jamie laughed. His gaze trained on the 3 women in the store as they checked out some longboards. How difficult is it to remember a Chinese takeout order for 3? He needs to get his ass out of the sun. I think that hippie organic sunscreen he uses is killing off his brain cells. No joke. I don't know. I had some chick stop in here the other day and ask what brand he wears. Said he gave her a lesson and smelled good, or some shit. She ended up getting his number before she left. Jamie straightened. He looked stunned. It took everything in me not to crack up. He narrowed his eyes. Shut the hell up. Cole got laid based on his love for the environment? I shrugged. One of the 3 girls browsing around the shop came up to the counter. Her smile passed between myself and Jamie. Excuse me, She paused to bite at her bottom lip. Can one of you help us reach those shirts up there? She pointed behind her at the wall of merchandise, allowing the tiny top she was wearing to ride up her body and reveal a pierced navel and a tribal tattoo surrounding it, making no attempt to cover herself after she lowered her hand. My gaze barely lingered. I wasn't interested. Jamie, on the other hand, smiled and threw his arm over her shoulder. Sure thing, baby, he said gently. I can help you with that. I'll even lend a hand if you or either of your friends want to try one on. We're all about good service around here. She giggled and hid her blush behind her hair, wrapping her arm around his waist. Might want to check IDs before you assist with anything, I suggested, as the 2 of them stepped away. That girl looked young as shit, and virgin pussy fucked with my best friend's better judgment. Made him a thoughtless moron completely controlled by a set of tits with legs. He had a thing for being a chick's first, and rarely passed up that opportunity. Jamie glanced back, acknowledging me with a jerk of his head, grinning like he was already sheathing up his cock and sinking himself balls deep into one of the girls while the others waited bent over and eager. I shook my head. Dumbass was going to get himself in trouble one of these days. The phone on the counter vibrated, dragging my attention away from the foursome about to commence in the dressing room. I snatched it up and glanced at the sender. My pulse jumped. It's a little early. I usually wait until after dinner to randomly dial up men and cuss them out. Again, I'm so sorry. I feel awful for saying that stuff to you. My fingers moved vigorously. Don't need to apologize. That was the most interesting conversation I've ever had. Really? Straight up. How did the intended guy take it? You make him cry? I never called him. Huh, that surprised me. She seemed dedicated to destroying that prick's ego last night. He sure as hell sounded like he deserved it. You should have. I think you had a shot at causing some serious hurt. I don't know. Got some mouth on you. I pinched my eyes shut as my cock reacted, a fucking again. Shit. Did I seriously need to give myself another reminder of her mouth? Hadn't my brain been stripped of blood flow enough today? Thanks, LOL. Not sure how to respond to that, so I'll just take it as a compliment. It was a compliment, trust me. Okay. You trust me? Where the fuck was I going with that question? Way to switch into full-on creeper mode, Brian. Christ. I needed to back up before she blocked me and prevented any future conversations. Not sure why I asked that or what the fuck it meant. You don't know me. Can't trust people you don't know. I don't not trust you, if that makes sense. People don't really earn trust with me. They lose it. I stared at the screen, finding her response both interesting and cryptic, but not having time to dwell further on that as she hit me up again. This is weird, right? What? This. Texting each other. I honestly wasn't expecting to talk to you again. Everything in my life is seriously messed up right now. What's messed up about it? Everything. You gonna elaborate on that? I'll bore you. Try me. I waited anxiously for her reply. I wasn't sure I was going to get one. This felt too personal, but fuck it, I wanted to know. Honestly, I feel like I'm spinning out of control. You ever feel like that? Can't say I have. Like, I'm trying to focus on something steady to keep myself from falling, but I can't see it. I just keep picking up speed, spinning and spinning. I was staring at her response when another message came through. It's a really scary feeling. Something pitted in my chest. I remembered a part of our conversation last night. the echo of pain shining through when she whispered she hated me, or the man she thought I was. There was more to her besides the anger coating her mouth, clinging to the hatred she was spewing. And here it was again. I forced my fingers to type the first thought that popped into my head, even though my brain was screaming at me to type anything else. Focus right here. Awesome. I was losing my mind. Or I had already lost it when I sent her that first message. There was no other explanation for my behavior. She took a whole fucking minute to respond. I'm Sydney, by the way. Hi. I smiled. Relief warmed my blood. Hey, you? No name? That's not really fair. What am I supposed to program you in my phone as? Dildo sucker? Don't lie. You've considered it. I dropped my head with a laugh. Damn, she was delightful. And she wanted to program me into her phone. She wanted to know who I was. That felt good. Telling her my name wasn't a huge issue. Not my first name, anyway. Brian. And fuck no, still not into anything involving dildos. You? Desire bloomed with a warm ache in my groin. Teetering on inappropriate? Yes. However, she opened the dildo discussion. I was simply continuing it. Hi, Brian. Wild. Asked you a question. SMH. I didn't think she was going to give me an answer. Then a few seconds later, she leveled me with one. Dildos can be very useful when your husband stops wanting to have sex with you. I gotta run. My friend is waiting for me. I stared, mouth hanging open, rereading the same sentence repeatedly until I was certain I wasn't imagining things. Husband? The fuck? I had no fucking idea how to take that. I didn't believe she was married. The way she spoke last night, defending her friend with such conviction, there was no way she'd be going behind her husband's back to text me. Even if this was purely innocent, which I honestly wasn't sure if it was, what married woman would actively engage in a conversation about dildos with a man who wasn't her husband? Maybe she was married? Isn't anymore? How fucking old is this chick? The door chimed and Cole walked into the shop carrying 2 bags of food. I quickly typed the only response I could think of without digging for answers. Later. I shoved my phone away and looked up as Cole dropped the bags on the counter. Jamie was right behind him. Dude, fucking finally. How did you screw up the order? Jamie asked. He began digging into one of the bags, pulling out containers and chopsticks and passing them out. Cole slowly looked over at him and glowered. I didn't screw it up. I asked for chicken and broccoli. Hold the broccoli, which by the way is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. I could have just said chicken. Then I would have gotten plain chicken. I want it with the sauce, brother, and I don't like trees in my food. Jamie popped off the lid of his order. What was the problem? They put trees in your food. You're lucky I checked. I watched the 3 girls exit the shop. Underage? I asked as Jamie turned his head at the sound of the chime. Yep. Cole laughed. I'm surprised that stopped you. I like untapped pussy, not underage pussy, dick, Jamie said, shoving a piece of chicken into his mouth. I have some fucking standards. Cut me some slack. For your one standard? Cole asked. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I dropped my chopsticks, then my unopened container of noodles hit the counter so I could reach for the device, wondering if it was Sydney again. Jesus, Dash, Jamie laughed. Jamie always called me Dash. I ignored him and stared at the screen. Be here in 20. I have someone requesting you. Fuck, I whispered, shoving my phone away and digging out my keys. I wasn't angry about the text. I needed that fucking text, and that's where my anger stemmed from. My dependence on it. I couldn't say no. This was my life, my fucked up life, and the only person I could hate for it was myself. I glanced up. Jamie and Cole both gave me a look, the look, full of sympathy and a hint of sadness, because they knew what I was about to do and felt sorry for me, given the reason behind why I was doing it. They were the only 2 people who knew about my other source of income. No, not income. Income was something you acquired and kept. I've never banked a dime of this money, and I never would. I rounded the counter. I'll be back in a few hours. When that order arrives, make sure it's right before you let them leave. It was a pain in the ass last time getting them to ship out the correct shit because of their own fuck-up. They both mumbled something. Yeah, or you got it. The chime overpowered whatever they said, and I didn't care enough to turn back. I slipped out the door and climbed into my Jeep, sending Mike a brief reply so he'd know I was coming before grabbing the bottle of pills in my glove compartment. I popped the lid. A laugh threatened in my throat as I held the tiny blue tablet in my hand. How many times had I gotten hard today? I should have kept a tally. I didn't have difficulty getting aroused at the thought of Sydney, at the memory of her voice, or the very idea of what she could possibly look like. Dark hair and green eyes, I had decided. She was mysterious and a little shy. I knew if I thought of her now, I could not only get an erection, but sustain one. I wouldn't need a drug to get through this. If I closed my eyes and pictured her, what I imagined she would feel like, sound like, the sweetness of her skin, I might even enjoy the next hour. Shitty move, though. It felt wrong even contemplating that option. Sex was nothing more than a mindless release to me these days, a necessary transaction. I stopped looking at it as recreational 3 months ago. I no longer fucked because I wanted to. The women I slept with didn't care about me. None of them even got me hard without a fucking prescription. What happened last night with Sydney? That was different. Exhilarating. Real. I wouldn't associate that with this. I wouldn't use my body's reaction to her on someone else. They didn't fucking earn it. She did. I placed the pill on my tongue and tipped my head back, swallowing it down with a bit of saliva. Then I drove. The studio was just off the highway, a mere 15 minutes from the beach and in the seediest part of town. I parked along the back of the building, my usual location. I wasn't typically paranoid, but if I got messages to come out here in the daylight, I didn't want to risk anyone recognizing my Jeep. I opened the side door and stepped inside the building. I was told this place was originally an abandoned warehouse. Mike, the owner of Ecstasy, acquired the space a year ago and stripped it, putting up makeshift walls to separate different areas depending on the type of shoot. It smelled like mildew and regrets. I hated everything about it. Dash. Mike waved me over to the far corner where he stood next to one of the camera guys. I passed a room where 2 chicks were moving their hands tentatively over each other. The start of a scene. A man stood behind them, stroking his cock as he watched the blonde dip her head between the legs of the other and eat her out. The camera zoomed in. I used to watch porn, and a scene like this would have had me vigorously working my dick in the past. There's not many guys who aren't into seeing 2 beautiful women together. But now when I see something like this, or hear their sounds as I walk across the dark concrete, it does nothing for me. Doesn't even warrant a twitch. I reached Mike in quick strides, tipping my chin at the middle-aged creep. Hey, he slapped my shoulder, smiling. I hid my disgust behind a smirk. Good. You made it in less than 20. I got over 3,000 active on the site right now, and I need you ready. I want your best stuff. This is streaming live? I asked. I hadn't done that yet. Everything I shot was put up on the site later, usually the next day. He gave me a hard look. That a problem? I shook my head. It wasn't. I didn't see much of a difference if this shit went viral now or in 2 weeks. As long as I got cash out of it, I wasn't going to protest. He tipped his head, then smiled as a young woman came to stand next to me. She was tiny in all areas but one, which by the looks of it cost her a couple grand. Her dark hair was braided into 2 sections falling past her shoulders, making her look young and innocent. And if that didn't give away the theme of the shoot, her Catholic school uniform nailed it. Mike brushed his finger along her cheek. Dash, meet Jaden. She's been anxiously awaiting your arrival. Isn't that right, sweetness? She stepped forward with hunger flaring in her eyes. Her small hands slid up my arms and around my neck. Her tits pressed hard against my ribs as she pulled me into a hug, pinning me against her. I registered her warm breath and the hint of her perfume. I barely reciprocated the affection, just a light hand to her hip. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Savage." She leaned back, batting her lashes. Her long nails raked down my chest. Then she brushed her hand against my cock, which was slowly hardening. The drugs were kicking in. "You ready to get started?" I nodded, making sure Mike saw as he spoke to the camera crew. "What's your name?" I asked her, bending to whisper so he couldn't hear. "Jaden." I shook my head. "Your real name?" She studied me curiously. "Sarah," she murmured, as if she felt embarrassed revealing that secret about herself. It was funny, her shyness. I was about to touch and taste every part of her, give her pleasure until I couldn't stand another second of it and sought release myself. But sharing her real name, that was apparently a little too personal for her. The lights around us dimmed. Mike gave cues to the staff about angles and shots he wanted. I took her hand and stepped into the darkness.
Chapter 4. Sydney. Merlot read. I stared at myself in the hallway bathroom mirror at Tori's house, running my fingers through the ends of my freshly washed and dried hair. The color wasn't spot on to my natural shade, but it was pretty damn close to it. As close as I was probably going to get doing a boxed hair dye kit at home. It was vibrant, bold and edgy. I was slightly nervous I could even pull off this hair color anymore. It had been a long time. In an attempt to find the person I was supposed to be now, my post-Marcus self or pre-Marcus self, considering I was looking for the woman I had left behind and lost along the way, I decided a radical change was in order, something I could make happen immediately. And while twirling a lock of my hair around my finger as I scrolled through online job postings earlier today, it hit me. Red. That was definitely something radical. It had been 9 years since I'd let my natural hair color shine. Being a typical 15-year-old girl and wanting to copy everything my best friend was doing at the time, I had started highlighting my hair right along with Tori. Then I highlighted it again and again, repeating this ritual every 4 weeks until there wasn't much trace of a natural shade left in my tresses, which turned out to be a good thing considering how vocal Marcus was on liking blondes when he transferred to my high school junior year, and more specifically, on liking my hair blonde and no other color. He expressed this opinion the day I showed him a picture of me as a kid, my red hair falling wild around me since I didn't like having it brushed much back then, mainly because my mother was rough about it and didn't bother spraying detangler on my hair before taking a comb to it. I have thin hair and a lot of it. Always have. It needs detangler. Marcus took one look at that photo, shook his head, then handed it back to me, ordering, "Keep it blonde, Sid. I'm not dating a ginger." And that was that. Well, not anymore. I paused my online job searching, dashed to the nearest CVS, and scanned the boxes of L'Oreal hair dye, grabbing the one closest to my natural shade, and also picking up a couple cute hair accessories while I was in there, purchasing them because along with disliking red hair, Marcus also turned his nose up at hair accessories, which kept me from wearing cute little clips with dainty fabric flowers and gorgeous turquoise head wraps. Until now. Now I was wondering if I'd gone a little too far. But I was wondering this while smiling at myself in the mirror, thinking my reaction was a normal one for someone who had kept their true ginger self hidden for 9 years. I'd get used to it. It would just take a day or two. And the color was truly beautiful. I couldn't deny that. After cleaning up the mess in the bathroom and making sure I left it as immaculate as it was before I went all radical in there, I made myself some hot chocolate and returned to the bedroom I'd chosen out of the 2 available in Tori's house. This one had a window facing the ocean. I'd never pass up a view like that. I grabbed my laptop off the desk and carried it to the bed, careful of the steaming beverage in my hand as I maneuvered into a cross-legged position with my back against the pillows, placing the laptop in front of me and waking the screen. I blew the steam across the top of the mug and resumed scrolling for job opportunities in the area. There wasn't a lot of scrolling. Pickings were slim. I was sipping my hot chocolate and changing the header font on my resume to something whimsical and completely unprofessional when I heard footsteps in the hallway, lifted my head, and saw Tori filling my doorway with her mouth agape. "Oh my God," she whispered. I gripped my mug tighter and sat up straight. "What?" Her cherry-painted lips curled up. Then she jumped into the room and clapped her hands repeatedly in front of her, shrieking, "I love it! I love it! I love it!" "You love what?" "Your hair, dummy," she clarified, stepping closer with her finger pointed at me. "I always loved you as a redhead. Rock on, sister. How long has it been? Freshman year?" I smiled. It felt good having my best friend's much-appreciated approval, and it stripped away that tiny shred of doubt I was holding on to regarding my radical decision. "Sophomore," I corrected her, sliding my laptop beside me and stretching my legs out. I would have gone back sooner to the red, I think, if it weren't for Marcus's strong dislike for it. I was tired of the blonde. Plus, it was really damaging to my hair, all that bleach. "This," I said, tugging at a lock, "won't need to be maintained as much, and it's all silky now. Feel." Tori took the 3 steps to reach me and moved her hand through the ends of my hair. "Sweet," she murmured, plopping down beside my legs and smiling softly. "I'm going to be supportive and ask if you found another job yet, though know this. I'm kind of hoping it takes you a few months and we get to kick ass at Whitecaps together for more than 5 seconds." Tori was always flat out honest with me all the time. I appreciated it. I laughed and slid my hand to the laptop, tapping it once. "I only found one so far, and it was posted 8 months ago. Doesn't look good. You might get your wish." "Shame," she said, a smile in her voice even though she kept her face indifferent. She bent her knee and rested her leg on the bed, asking, "You speak to him yet?" Him being Marcus. There was no other him in my life, even though I had engaged in conversation yesterday with the man I'd accidentally ripped into 2 nights ago. It certainly didn't mean I had another him in my life, though if I'm being honest, it was nice being texted back all the same. But Tori didn't know anything about that, so she most certainly wasn't referring to Brian. I shook my head, then dropped it back against the headboard. "Still?" She appeared shocked. "Not a word." Her one hand curled into a fist. "Bastard, what the hell? He doesn't care to know where you are?" "Where would I be besides here?" I asked, shining a light on what was, in my mind, the obvious explanation for Marcus's silence. Tori's mouth grew tight. She knew I couldn't go to my mom's place. She knew all about my mother and our non-existent relationship. Marcus knew too. Still, he couldn't reach out and make sure I'd arrived safely. "Right," she replied, studying her nails. "Well, you are always welcome here, you know that, hun." It felt good hearing that, and Tori was right. I did know. But I didn't dwell on that good feeling, because I was now grasping for an explanation as to why the man I'd married no longer gave a shit about me or my whereabouts. It hurt. Marcus was the last person I wanted to talk to, but strangely enough, the one person I needed to hear from the most. "Are you going to call him?" At the sound of Tori's question, I refocused my attention on her, the hand in my hair starting to work that same lock again after going still during my pondering. "I don't know," I answered honestly. "Do you think I should?" She sat up a little taller. "Honestly? No, and I really don't care how immature this sounds, but I think he should be the one reaching out to you. He wanted out. He blindsided you and ended things, which was the entire reason you packed up and left. Not because you realized how much better off you are without him, or how living with me instead of Marcus would be the shit, because it clearly is. No, he should be calling you and begging for your forgiveness, and I mean beg." She leaned closer, placing her hand on my knee and squeezing. "And when this happens, you shouldn't forgive him unless you want to forgive him." I lowered my eyes until she gave my leg a squeeze again, prompting me to lift them and look into hers. She waited for this, then spoke with a softer tone. Promise me, Sydney, right now that you will not go back to that man unless you want to stay married to him. Do what your heart tells you to do. It's the only voice that should matter. I smiled a little, then felt the need to point out a fault in her theory. My heart told me to marry him 6 years ago. What if it was wrong then? What if I made a mistake? She pushed off from the bed, propped one hand on her hip, and said with some sass coating her tongue, "The heart is never wrong, honey. It's just stupidly hopeful like the rest of us. Can't blame her for the fault of mankind. That's on them." My mouth lifted in the corner. I understood what Tori was saying. It was a nice thought, a simple one too, putting all the blame on Marcus and taking this burden weighing heavily on my mind off me, allowing my heart to beat a little easier without all that guilt squeezing it tight. Simple. Right. No matter how hard I tried to shift that blame, my head still throbbed and my heart still struggled to maintain a healthy, normal rhythm. Tori interrupted the internal battle I was convinced I'd lose when she announced on her walk to the door, "I wish we both smoked. We could totally kick it on my roof and belt out some Alanis while working our way through a pack or two." She turned her head to add, "I got Jagged Little Pill on my playlist. Just saying." I scrunched my nose. Can we belt it out while not killing our lung tissue? We probably won't look as cool doing it. No, but I won't have to use my inhaler. Nothing cool about whipping that thing out. Just saying. I gave her a goofy grin, getting one in return. She spun around, gripping the doorframe. Her face went soft. "You good, hun?" I gave her the same soft look, then asked, "Are you?" I didn't want her thinking I was forgetting about her pain and only focusing on my own. She nodded. "Getting there," she said, slowly smiling to reveal brilliant white teeth. "Big day tomorrow. Your dream of becoming a waitress and living off tips is finally coming true." I pulled my knees up and rested my chin there, laughing. "I'm going to go paint my nails," she announced, waved her fingers at me, then disappeared into the hallway before I had a chance to give her so much as a wave in return. Typical. I cut my eyes to the clock on the wall, noting how much time I had before I needed to start whipping up something for dinner, which I had decided early this morning I was handling as my first order of thank you to Tori for letting me crash. Then I reached for my laptop to resume browsing for jobs when my phone beeped from across the room. I knew it wasn't Marcus. He didn't text. He never texted. But there I was, kicking out of bed and rushing over to the message I thought for sure was the first of many I was about to receive from my estranged husband, detailing all the hundreds of ways he was sorry for making the biggest mistake of his life and the regret for not following up sooner, shadowed immediately by the begging of forgiveness Tori insisted on. I was sure. But as I swiped my phone off the desk and studied the device in my hand, the grip around my heart grew tighter at the same time as something strange flipped and twisted in my belly. It wasn't Marcus. That was the first thing I noticed and focused on, acknowledging the tightness in my chest a half-second before feeling that strange flip and twist sensation, which distracted me momentarily from the tightness in my chest. I stared at the name of the sender. Was it weird he was messaging me again? Yes, absolutely. We didn't know each other. The only people I regularly texted were Tori or work associates when I needed a shift covered. But even though I thought it was weird, I couldn't deny the way my body reacted to seeing Brian's name on my screen. The flip and twist. No one can ignore the flip and twist. It only happens during certain occasions, and when it happens, you remember it. I felt the flip and twist. I felt it more than I was feeling the tightness around my heart, and because of that, I swiped my thumb across the screen and opened up yet another text from a man I was never supposed to talk to in the first place, allowing myself to forget for a moment that Marcus didn't text me and focusing on the one person who did. I really wanted to smile again. "Wild, help me out. Need a 4-letter word for something a runner might break." While I was still reading the first message, he sent me another. "Starts with a T. Don't cheat. And it ain't toes." I felt a wrinkle settle in my forehead as I read and reread his messages. They had to be the strangest set of messages I'd ever received from someone. And that nickname, Wild, that was strange too. It didn't fit me. Yes, I had promised this man I'd make him eat his own penis in front of his mother, screamed and acted like an out-of-my-mind crazy person, but that wasn't me. Not the true me. I was straight, breezy. I was early Saturday nights into Coldplay playlist. I was matching fingernails and toenails, a timid first kiss, and lungs that couldn't tolerate cigarette smoke. But this man called me Wild. I liked it. I'd never had a nickname before. I wanted to be wild. I could be wild. Why not? What was stopping me? While I was doing all this wondering, Brian grew impatient and sent me another message. You busy? I carried the phone to the bed while typing out my response and sat down on the edge. No, just thinking. You sure it isn't toes? My mind automatically went to all 206 bones in the human body, specifically ones that began with the letter T. None of them fit the 4-letter requirement, except for toes, and runners could most certainly break toes. It isn't. Are you sure that's the only thing that fits? Positive. How are you positive? Doesn't fit with the next clue. Answer needs to end in an E. I rolled my eyes and fell back on the bed, holding my phone above me. Well, that could have been helpful information. If you know 2 letters, why do you only give me 1? Didn't want to make it too easy for you. Would have been impressed you got it with just the T. I smiled. It felt good. Really good. Give me a sec. Putting my thinking cap on. Something a runner might break. Starts with a T and ends in an E. Right? Yep. I lowered my phone and blinked up at the ceiling. My mind was stuck in the human anatomy, which wasn't surprising considering my profession and how many hours a week I typically spent viewing images of bones. But I knew if this was a crossword puzzle clue, and I was fairly certain it was, the answer wouldn't be obvious because they rarely ever were, and the clue would need to be looked at from a different angle, not taken literally like I was doing. I looked at it from that different angle while filling Brian in. Turning my thinking cap around, things just got serious. Whatever works. Mind if I ask you a question while you get serious? I flipped onto my stomach, propped myself up on my elbows, and bent my knees, swinging my legs alternatively. Shoot. You married? My legs stopped swinging. Now, this was usually not a question I had difficulty answering. Up until 2 days ago, I wouldn't have needed time to think before giving my automated response over the past 6 years, that being yes. But now I was having difficulty answering one of the simplest questions to answer, no matter who you were. One was either married or you weren't, right? I didn't want to say I was married because I didn't feel like I was anymore, but I didn't want to say I wasn't because that felt final, conclusive. So I gave the only answer I felt comfortable giving. Separated, as of 2 days ago. Shit. I wasn't sure what he meant by that response, if he was disappointed or felt sorry for me, but I didn't have much time to think on it as his next message came rapidly through. Sorry to hear that. How you doing with it? You hanging in? Hanging in. Was I? Is that what I was doing? Well, I cussed out a stranger 2 days ago right after my husband told me he wanted out, and today I dyed my hair red. Red? It's my natural color. I was blonde. I needed to do something radical. Something wild, I thought. Red is definitely radical. Pictured you with dark hair. He pictured me, what I looked like. The flip and twist happened again. It's a dark red. I bit my lip and started swinging my legs again, thinking it was weird I felt inclined to inform Brian what he was picturing wasn't far off from what it actually looked like, then pushing that weirdness aside and focusing instead on the lingering sensation warming my belly. It was a really nice feeling, and one I wanted to focus on. Is it okay I'm talking to you like this? I knew what he was asking. Our topics of discussion ranged from me wanting to chop off his penis to how either of us felt about dildos. Not exactly topics a woman recently separated, very recently separated, should be engaging in with a man who wasn't her estranged husband, especially if there was any hope for reconciliation, and I honestly wasn't sure there was, but I hadn't ruled that out. Though estranged or not, I'm not sure I'd ever felt the desire to chop off Marcus's penis before and express that to him. Actually, no, that was a lie. 2 days ago, I'm sure I could have expressed that to him. Still, I didn't think this was wrong. It didn't feel wrong. I was smiling, and that could never be a wrong thing. I was sure of it. It's okay. If I called, you'd answer? Yes. Good to know. Can I ask why you want to talk to me? This was something I'd been curious about yesterday when Brian texted me after my interview with Nate. I knew how I felt about it, but I had no idea why he wanted anything to do with me after everything I'd said to him. I clearly had baggage, plus my life was a bit of a mess. I didn't think I had anything to offer. Brian made me smile when I really needed it. But what was I giving him? Honest? Absolutely. My phone rang, startling me and sending my heart racing a mile a minute. I pushed up onto my knees and answered it on a breathless hello? Started typing and realized I didn't feel like typing all that shit out, so I'm just gonna say it real quick, then let you go, okay? His voice was low and husky, with a rough edge to it that made the hairs on my neck stand up. Every single one. Okay, sure, I replied, reaching up and grabbing onto a lock of my hair and twisting it. He then proceeded to give me all his shit, as he so put it. Not a lot in my life right now that's good. Hardly ever laugh like I did that night you told me to eat my own dick. Might have been the funniest shit I've ever heard. You were straight up defending your friend, and I felt that shit. Felt what you told me yesterday, too. You seem cool and sweet. Definitely don't have sweet in my life and not sure I deserve it, but I'm not going to think about that because this feels better. Not thinking. If you end up at any point not wanting to continue speaking to me, I'm cool with that. If you end up being unseparated and can't continue speaking to me, I'm cool with that too. You say the words and I'll disappear, but if you don't mind giving me more of what you've already shared, I'll take it, Sid. I like talking to you. I like it enough to reach out yesterday and enough to do it again today. You texted me about a crossword puzzle, I pointed out, suddenly wondering if maybe he tricked me into more conversation, because I didn't know men who did crossword puzzles and who weren't also eating off the senior citizens menu. You didn't need to do that, I elaborated. You could have just sent me a, hey, what's up, you know? I would have answered. I could have if I wasn't currently stuck on a clue I thought maybe you could help me out with. You're really doing a crossword puzzle? I still didn't believe him. He sounded hot. Hot men didn't do crosswords, I was sure of it. Why would I lie? He questioned back, then quickly followed that up as if he could read my mind with, didn't need an in to talk to you, Wild. I'd already decided I was going to hit you up later tonight once I had a free minute. Got to working on this puzzle and got stuck. Thought you might be able to help me out, so I hit you up earlier than I was planning. But it was planned, okay? Wild. I sighed. My lip twitched. Okay, I whispered. I enjoy crossword puzzles. This got him another lip twitch even though he couldn't see it, but I was certain he heard it in my voice when I responded. Cool. Cool, he echoed, cleared his throat, then asked, Your thinking cap do anything yet? I gotta get going. No, sorry, I'll keep it on though. It looks stylish with my red hair. I was greeted with silence. Had my joke not landed? Brian? I called into the phone. Red, he mumbled, and even though his voice had grown softer, I could still hear the distinct smile in it. So I made him smile too. That felt really good. Red, I verified on a drop of my head. Dark red. I heard his heavy exhale, then the drag of a chair across the floor. Gotta go. Okay, Brian. Later, Wild, he mumbled. Later, I replied back, then quickly disconnected the call and fell onto my hip, staring down at the phone in my hand while thinking a number of things. One of those things being Brian saying I was cool and sweet, and how good it felt hearing a compliment like that at a time like this. Another thing being the fact that he didn't have a lot of good in his life right now, and wondering what all that meant. Maybe he had fallen on hard times. People do that. I was one of those people currently falling and falling fast. Another thing I was thinking about being that crossword puzzle clue. It was bugging me. I didn't like being bested. I took another peek at the clock, slid off the bed, grabbed my phone and the mug of hot chocolate, which was now warm chocolate, but still just as tasty, and carried those both downstairs with me to begin preparing one of the only 4 things I knew how to cook: tacos. Before my run to CVS earlier, I had gone out and gotten the ingredients I needed to make my ultimate shrimp tacos, plus a few other items I wanted to keep on hand in Tori's kitchen, such as the hot cocoa mix and my favorite wasabi-flavored almonds. They had just the right amount of kick. And while I was getting my ingredients ready to go about preparing my ultimate shrimp tacos, my mind on that tricky crossword puzzle clue, since it didn't need to be on the recipe I had memorized, it hit me. I gasped, dropped the head of cabbage onto the cutting board, spun around while wiping my hands off on my jeans, and picked up my phone. Tape! What do runners sometimes break? Tape. Starts with a T, ends with an E. He replied instantly. Cool, sweet, and smart. Thanks, Wild. I smiled. Again. And I kept smiling while I made dinner.
Chapter 5. Brian. I tucked the cash into an envelope and stepped out of my Jeep, pushing the door closed with my elbow, then making the familiar walk across the dirt parking lot to the small office beside the barn. Carolina East Therapeutic Riding was a ranch in the middle of nowhere, about 45 minutes from Dogwood Beach, and its sole mission was to help individuals with a range of disabilities heal through a connection to horses. I didn't get it, but apparently the way the staff worked with people here and got them up and riding, interacting with these massive animals, it did something. People healed, in a way. Muscles strengthened. Certain weaknesses decreased. Quality of life was improved. Expensive shit like everything else for people living hard lives, 'cause heaven forbid those who deserve it should catch a fucking break. Why the government didn't fund programs like this pissed me off, and the insurance companies were no better. They didn't cover dick. I knew there were grants available for families concerning services like this. I'd looked into it 3 months ago, but allotting for the time it took to process an application and the further time it took for families to receive said grant money, which according to the person I spoke to from one of the organizations could take sometimes up to 6 months, I didn't bother taking that avenue. Plus, most parties took applications once a year, and there was always a deadline. First of the year, I'd missed it by 2 months. Didn't matter either way. I'd make sure he received the therapy no matter what I had to do. A horse neighed from inside the barn as I walked up the ramp leading to the office doorway, kicked the dirt off my shoes on the wooden post connected to the railing, and opened the door, stepping inside the tiny office space. Mona lifted her head at the sound of my entrance. She was the owner of the ranch, and the only person I dealt with when I came here. Everyone else tended to the horses or the clients, worked in the riding arena or around the ranch, or did other things that didn't involve being inside the office. I only ever spoke to her about 2 things every few weeks, money and progress, but I spoke to her enough to know she had a heart the size of North Carolina. She dedicated her life to helping improve the lives of others. Mona was good people, straight up. Brian, she greeted me with a smile, pushed the glasses higher up on her nose, and set down the paper she'd been reading when I stepped inside, giving me her full attention. It's good to see you, she added, sounding hopeful. She wanted me to hang around and talk. I knew this. Mona always tried putting her own version of therapy on me every time I stepped in here. The talk about your feelings kind of therapy I wasn't interested in, because she knew the story and thus felt sorry for me. I hated the pity. And like I said, I was only there to talk about 2 things. But Mona was cool, so I didn't falter for wanting more out of me. I just never hung around long enough to give it to her. and I wasn't about to start now. I walked to her desk, carrying the envelope with my head down, eyes not focused on anything in particular, and doing this to avoid the compassionate look I knew was in hers. It was always there. Got next round's payment. It's a little more than you ask for, so throw in an extra lesson or something. Whatever he wants. Maybe let him go longer on a few days if his parents are cool with that. Your call. I dropped the envelope on the desk and lifted my head to add, just make sure it stays with him. She placed her hand on top of the envelope. Of course. It'll be put into Owen's account straight away. Good, I said, nodding, then tucked my hands into my pockets and watched her slide the envelope into a drawer. He doing okay? Is he improving? Mona folded her hands in front of her. Her eyes grew soft and she sighed. I braced myself. He's enjoying it, which is the most important thing, so he doesn't realize it's work for him when it is. Some activities he enjoys more than others. There are things the therapist asks him to do that he struggles with, but he pushes through because he wants to get to something he likes. That's typical. Not everything is going to come easy to him. You have to remember, in the end, this is still therapy. We want everyone to have a great time on the ranch, but if it was easy, they probably wouldn't need it, you know? Again, I nodded. But this isn't a cure. I wish it was, Brian. I wish this place had the power to change everyone's prognosis. But for kids like Owen who sustain that type of injury, we're riding on a lot of hope here. My lips pulled tight. I knew this. She didn't need to tell me. I knew after speaking to people in the medical field what the outcome was likely to be for this kid, but I'd also read up on this type of therapy. People recovered. Miracles fucking happened. Every day they happened. After months of being on a horse, some were able to do things now that they never thought they'd be able to do, like stand unassisted or take a step, which was why I knew this was going to work. It had to. He deserved the life he was supposed to have, and this place was going to give it to him. If you want, you could stick around tonight and watch him in action, maybe talk to Mr. and Mrs. Burns, and I turned and headed for the door, cutting her off. Her suggestion was asinine. What the fuck would they do if they saw me? I'll see you, Mona, I said, my hand poised for the knob. Brian. I stopped and lowered my arm. I didn't look behind me. I heard the heavy roll of wheels on carpet. I knew Mona had pushed out her chair and stood up, but again, I didn't look back to confirm it. Head lowered, I kept my eyes on the door and pulled in a breath, releasing it slowly. They want to know where the money is coming from, she informed me, her voice gentle but growing louder in a way I knew she was moving closer. They appreciate it so much, you know that. But they keep asking me, Brian. A one-time anonymous donation is one thing, that's believable, but to have their bill paid in full every time, with sometimes extra funds added to their account, it raises suspicions. I finally turned my head. Her eyes moved to the side, avoiding mine, then came back when she added, I know you said you didn't want them to know, but I think they just want to show their appreciation somehow. I'm sure they wouldn't be angry. They can never find out, Mona, I said, my voice hard and final, my eyes burning into hers as I turned more to fully face her. Never. They ask, you tell them you keep getting donations from local charities, church groups, or whatever the fuck you want to come up with. I don't care. But you are to never tell them I'm the one paying for this. That was the deal. But they can't know, I growled. Her hand came up between us, palm out facing me. Okay. I understand, Brian. I won't say anything. I inhaled through my nose, exhaling with my eyes pinched shut. They won't know unless you want them to know, she added quietly, and I felt her touch on my bicep. It reminded me of something my mother would do, or my sister, Jenna. Both of them were good women too, compassionate, caring, always wanting to take care of people. Mona was just being Mona. She was looking to take care of me. She thought I deserved the recognition. I opened my eyes. Appreciate you doing this for me, I said, watching as she pulled her hand back and adjusted her glasses again. Sorry for using that language in front of you. That was disrespectful. She stared at me, Her hands moved in front of her to clasp together. "No sorry necessary," she replied, tipping her chin to the door, a light smile playing on her lips. "You better get going if you don't want to be seen." "Right." I nodded once. "I'll see you in a few weeks." "Okay, Brian. Take care." I stepped outside, jerked the door shut behind me, then moved swiftly down the ramp, stalking across the dirt parking lot until I reached my Jeep, pulled the door open, and climbed in, starting it up. I would have taken off right then if it wasn't for the handicapped van pulling off the road and turning into the lot, moving slowly down the small decline and parking in the space directly across from me. Shit. Fucking shit. I recognized that van. I had seen it in the driveway of the house I paid a visit to once a week, but this was the first time I was seeing it here. My hands curled around the wheel. That weight I'd been feeling for the past 3 months pressed its full capacity against my sternum and pinned me to the seat. I stared. I couldn't move. I prayed to God, if he was up there, that I wouldn't be seen. The driver's side door opened, followed by the passenger door. Mr. and Mrs. Burns stepped out, both of them congregating over on one side of the van, smiling at each other and looking eager while sliding the back door open, Mr. Burns leaning in and pressing some mechanism on the inside to activate the lift for the wheelchair. He secured the chair while Mrs. Burns held her son's hand, grinning big as he was lowered to the ground, tapping the top of his hand with excitement. She looked happy. They all did. This place was going to work. Fucking miracles every day. It would work. Owen maneuvered the chair himself. It was one of those powered ones, and I knew he still had some use of his hands, which enabled him to move the joystick around for direction, easing himself off the lift and onto the dirt, where he waited by the back tire. Some use of his hands. He didn't have full use anymore, and from the watching I sometimes did, I knew he'd grow tired on occasion and his parents would take over. He didn't seem tired right now. He was grinning and moving with ease. I wanted to like seeing that, smile at it, but I couldn't. I didn't deserve to feel good about any of this. I watched them cross the lot and move into the barn, disappearing into the shadows. They never saw me. It was time for his lesson to begin. And it was time for me to get the fuck out of there. I parked at the curb and grabbed a pin out of my glove box, doing what I did every time I came by here and scrolling the name on the envelope containing the remainder of what I'd earned over the past week. It was close to $1,000. I knew that would cover a handful of bills, but it wasn't enough. It was never enough. In-home therapy, medications, repeated doctor's visits and specialists, hospital bills, and the monthly van payments, everything added up and hardly any of it was covered by insurance. I knew this because one of the girls I shot with on occasion had a sister working for the insurance carrier. She got me the answers I needed. It was appreciated and she knew it. Didn't even want anything in return. More pity. I hated that. I gave what I needed to give to the writing center, and the rest came here, direct payment for anything outstanding, and there was a lot outstanding. I knew this because of the bills in the mailbox stamped in red. The bills I'd opened and resealed. Overdue. Bastards at the HMO covered jack shit. Wouldn't even help with the cost of a ramp so the kid could get inside his own fucking house, and still wouldn't eat a few thousand to help a family out. It was fucked up. I spent an entire Sunday morning when I knew the Burnses were at church building the one they have now. It wasn't much, but it was better than watching someone struggle to enter their own home. Pride went a long way. Taking someone's independence from them chipped away at that pride, and it was a hard fucking thing to build back up. Owen didn't need to be carried anymore getting in and out of his own house. That was huge, and I knew it when I saw the look on his face when they got home that afternoon. Shock, followed by tears and embraces among the three of them. I knew that should feel good, giving him that, giving them that, but I couldn't smile. He never would have needed that ramp if it wasn't for me, so why should I feel good about any of it? Guilt. It's the best thing to have. It never lets you forget when you don't deserve to. I left my Jeep running after stowing the pin away, stepped out, and placed the envelope in the mailbox with the names side up. Owen. Then I got back into my Jeep and took off, wondering how almost $1,000 in my hand could feel like nothing when placed in that mailbox, how it was never enough no matter how thick that envelope was. No matter how much extra I gave Mona or how many fucking ramps I built. Almost $1,000, and it felt like absolutely nothing. Jesus Christ. I feel like I'm watching minor ball. This is ridiculous. Jamie dropped the remote onto the couch and stood up, tossing the rest of his beer back and grabbing his empty plate. After I got back from doing the drop, we threw some steaks on the grill and ate dinner watching the Yankees slaughter the Angels 14-1. He was right. It was ridiculous. I'm not even sure the Angels showed up tonight. Jamie cut his eyes to me, holding up his bottle. Want another? I shook my head, picked up the remote and cut the TV off, then grabbed my plate and followed him into the kitchen, which was right off the main living room and bigger than necessary for two men who threw everything on the grill to cook. Everything. Even when it was raining, we rolled the grill under the deck and cooked shit out there. I couldn't remember the last time either one of us turned the oven on, and we had two of them. Wanting to live on the water and close to wax, Jamie and I went in together and tossed money on the beach house 2 years ago, not giving a shit how big the kitchen was or how many rooms the house had, but only caring that it had the sickest view. You could step off the deck and hit sand. Life was good for Jamie. Mine had been too, up until 3 months ago. Got Rip Pro next weekend. Winner takes home 15 grand. I set my plate in the sink and turned to Jamie after he spoke, watching him pull another beer out of the fridge. Yeah, I stated, more than asked, because I already knew Rip Pro was happening next weekend. We'd talked about it when Jamie entered it last month. Also already knew what the grand prize was. He twisted off the cap and took a swig, then tipped the bottle at me. It's yours if you want it. What? I asked. The winnings. I crossed my arms over my chest. Don't want it. His brows rose and he stared at me for a couple of seconds before repeating back to me, You don't want it, as if my reaction was a shock to him, and we didn't have a conversation pretty damn close to the way this one was going every other minute. It pissed me off. He knew I didn't take his money or anyone else's money. Cole being the other asshole good friend of mine who tried slipping me cash. Come on, Dash. Seriously, what the fuck is the difference whose money it is? I stepped closer. You know what the difference is, I bit out. He sat his beer on the counter, then turned to face me again. Yeah, some shit about how this is all on you, and it'll always be all on you and nobody else. He shook his head. That's bullshit, man. How long have we known each other? I'll tell you how long. Kindercare. Fucking diapers and shit. We've been best friends since we were 2. We're there for each other. Always have been. You got my back. Have definitely needed you to have it on more than one occasion. Never had to ask. You got it and I got yours. Now I'm offering to help and you don't take it? Why not? The muscles in my shoulders tensed. Were you there that night? I asked, cutting to the fucking point so I could end this conversation and do what I've been planning on doing since I drove away from that house earlier tonight, get Sydney on the phone again. I wanted to hear her voice, more of it. I couldn't get this woman out of my head. And now I knew she'd answer. Jamie sighed and pushed a hand through his hair. His eyes fell. I kept on chasing that point, leaning in to say, what happened that night falls on my shoulders, not yours, mine. And how I go about attempting to make that shit right, 'cause it'll never be right. Nothing I do could ever make up for what I took away. All of that burden falls right here. I jabbed a finger at my chest. This is my fuck up. I eat this, not you. That being said, you know you're my brother, and I love you, and I know you're just trying to help me. I get that, but you can't. Every dime is coming from me. So what, you're gonna fuck for money the rest of your life? pimp yourself out until you're dead? You planning on getting married ever? 'Cause I have a feeling your future wife might have a huge fucking problem with this plan. Guess I'm not getting married then, I told him through a shrug. That was the last fucking thing I cared about. Jamie's eyes lowered and lost focus. He nodded, as if considering this option for himself. Right. Maybe I'll check out a bike, he murmured, rubbing his chin. Be pretty badass, you know, getting a Harley. He looked up at me and let his hand drop. I felt my lip curl. Go for it. Your winnings could pay for that and your hospital bill when you break your neck, I told him, reaching out to slap his shoulder, then turning and starting for the stairs. Hey, I've ridden before, Jamie called out behind me. You've ridden a scooter. Same thing? No, it's not. I'm pretty sure it's the same concept. It isn't. I hit the stairs and started ascending. It's close, he mumbled in the distance, causing me to shake my head as I pictured Jamie getting on a bike, starting it up, after someone showed him how to because he had no idea what the fuck he was doing, and having experience riding a scooter gave him jack shit experience on a bike, making it 2 feet, then falling over or running into something. I smiled, picturing that as I kept climbing. You going to bed? He called out. I wasn't. I wasn't even tired, but Jamie didn't need to know what my real plans were right now. I had no intention of telling him or anyone else about Sydney, ever. This was mine. When I talked to her, what I talked to her about, who she was to me, it was mine. So I lied, reaching the top of the stairs and yelling out a, yeah, while tugging my phone out of my pocket. I stepped inside my room, flicked the light on, closed the door behind me, towing off my shoes while pulling up my recent contacts, then sitting on the edge of my bed and hitting dial. The call connected after 3 rings. I heard a soft rustling sound, then gentle, quiet breathing. Nothing else. Hello? I asked, glancing at the clock on the wall and wondering if I was calling too late for her. It was already after 11. Fuck. Hey, her soft voice filtered into the phone immediately after hearing mine, the tone vibrating through my ear and into some deep part of me, where it settled and warmed. It sounded heavy with sleep. Shit, sorry. Did I wake you? Yeah, a little. Her response broke with a yawn. She sighed, then reassured me. It's okay. I didn't mean to fall asleep, but I did. Hold on. Let me just... I heard more movement, rustling, then a light tapping sound before she came back with a breathless, Okay, back. I was still wearing my glasses. You wear glasses? I asked, settling back on a pillow, my legs swinging up on the bed and feet crossing at the ankles. I bent my free arm and tucked it behind me, resting my head in my palm as I drew more of her in my mind. Only when I read, she admitted. Or sometimes at the movies my eyes will bother me. I always carry a pair with me for that reason. You never know when you'll get a hankering for greasy movie popcorn. You get hankerings like that often? Oh, all the time, she told me, a smile in her voice. I've even gone to the theater once in a while without seeing a movie. Just bought the biggest popcorn they had and took it home, queued up something on Netflix, and camped out in front of my TV with a bucket the size of my head. You live a dangerous life, I joked. She was silent for a breath, then she mumbled, Oh my God. What? You call me wild, she shrieked in a quiet way that still contained every beat of her excitement. And I've been thinking how that name doesn't fit me, like, at all, but it does. Ha! I am wild. I've cut the tags off my mattresses, cussed in church one time when I banged my knee on a pew, and the pain was so intense I thought I was going to throw up all over my pretty Easter dress. I didn't. Just said, shit, really loud and got looks from everybody. My mom pitched a massive fit after the service, but she always pitches fits, so that's nothing new, and not pertinent right now. I'm getting off track. I laughed, but kept it silent so I could listen to her continue. I wanted to hear every word she wanted to give me. I wear white after Labor Day, mostly sweaters that look really cute with boots. I rarely ever use crosswalks because I'm too lazy to walk to one, and I grab some of those loose grapes when I'm at the market and eat them while I shop. Damn, I mumbled, grinning. Told you, she giggled. Wild. She gave me a lot to focus on, but I settled for her last admission. You know those aren't free, right? I asked. The grapes. Well, actually, I'm pretty sure it's a deal we have with the supermarkets that as long as we purchase something, we're allowed to graze. Pretty sure that's a deal only you have with them, and it's all in your head, babe. Babe? I nodded. Babe. Why are you calling me babe? I inhaled through my nose quickly, priming to respond when she filled in our silence. I like it, she added softly, nearly a whisper, as if she was afraid to admit her honesty out loud. I like Wild, too. I understand Wild, but babe? That's a sweet name, and really, I was terrible to you. Got another suggestion? Besides Wild? Satan. This time I didn't keep my laughter quiet. You aren't Satan, babe. You got sweet in you, a lot of it. Heard it in your voice even when you were laying into me, showing me you're wild. What? She snapped. I was not sweet when I was laying into you. I was feisty and a total badass. My best friend told me so. You were a badass, I agreed, doing it smiling. But you were sweet, too. You can't be a badass and sweet at the same time, Brian. That's like being, I don't know, a Steelers fan and a Ravens fan. It doesn't happen. You watch football? Her knowledge of two teams who fiercely rivaled each other intrigued me. I didn't know a lot of women who followed sports. None of the ones in my family did. No, not really. My brother was a Steelers fan. My only knowledge of the sport came from him. Was? He wise up and start backing the Panthers? The Steelers fucking suck. No, he died. Regret came like a swift kick in the chest. Shit, I muttered, sitting up. I'm sorry, Sid. Jesus. Were you too close? I closed my eyes, realizing then how dumb that sounded. It was her brother. Even if they weren't close, it was still her fucking brother. Asshole. I gripped the back of my neck, squeezing hard. We were, for the most part, she answered, nothing in her voice but sweet tones and light. She wasn't upset about my offhand comment. He was 7 years older than me, so we didn't do everything together. But he was awesome. Funny and loud and just like a cool big brother, you know? He had all these tattoos and drove a black 1970 Charger. Nice, I muttered appreciatively, then slid down farther on the bed and relaxed with my head on a pillow. So cool, she added. Barrett was the definition of badass. He was wild. Must be where I get my edge from. How'd he die? Alcohol poisoning. Happened his second semester away at college. My mom and I flew out to California when we got word, but it was too late. He was in a coma and died pretty soon after we got there. Fuck. Yeah. How old were you? 12. He your only sibling? She yawned and sighed. I didn't want her drowsy. Not right now. I was wired and burning, restless for more words and sweet light tones. I wanted her to be that way too, and to want to give me that. Mine. This was mine, her voice in my ear in the dark. Yep, she replied, sounding anxious to answer and silencing my discomfort. Just me and him. Must have been hard on your parents, I commented. Just my mom. Dad isn't in the picture. He never was. But my mom, yeah. She inhaled, then breathed out slowly. She went a little crazy, which I guess is understandable. Barrett was brilliant, a good kid. Then one night he partied too hard, and that one mistake took him. It wasn't fair. You're eating popsicles on your porch with your daughter one minute, and the next you're getting a call saying your boy is dying. It was too sudden for her sanity, I think. Or maybe, even if it was slow, it wouldn't have mattered. I don't know. She doing okay now? I asked. Depends on your definition of okay. She found a way to heal a few months after it happened, and it started out great. The intentions were good. She joined this prayer group, and it was really helping. I didn't see her cry as much. She smiled when I smiled. Then weekly meetings turned into daily meetings. She was always at the church and never home with me, and when I did see her, the only thing she'd talk to me about was my relationship with God and how I needed to get on the right path. She was better, happy, but different. Not the mom who ate popsicles with me. That woman was gone and far too busy with her new spiritual family to eat popsicles. I felt something twist and wrench in my gut. "Babe," I whispered, "and that is all the sad talk you're going to get out of me tonight." Her voice floated with a hint of laughter. She was trying to move forward and tread with amusement, possibly into dildo territory, where our conversation stayed the farthest from serious, but all I could picture was a sad little girl and her melted popsicle. It fucked with my head. "You have anybody after that happened? Any other family?" I asked, fidgeting in bed, adjusting and readjusting the height of my pillow until my upper body was bent and the weight of my edginess shifted out of my chest. "I had Tori. She's my best friend. And her family. I've always had them." "That's good." "Then I had Marcus." My brows rose. "Husband?" "Yep." "You want to talk about him?" "Nope." I laughed. So did she. "He hasn't called," she revealed a heartbeat later, her tone broken. "I left 2 days ago, packed up and walked out, and he hasn't called. 7 years together, and he doesn't even bother to make sure I'm okay." I didn't know how to respond to that. I couldn't be reassuring. I didn't know dick about this guy or their marriage. I didn't know if silence was usual for him. I only knew what she told me, that he wanted out. He ended it. Let her walk away. He was the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. "Even if he knew I was living with Tori now, he could have called," she whispered. Then with words too quiet I almost missed them, she added, "You called. Don't even know me. I cuss you out, and you ask me if I'm okay." I closed my eyes. "You're trouble," she whispered. I smiled in the dark. She yawned again, sighed like she seemed to always do after revealing her exhaustion, and asked me with the smallest voice to tell her something about myself, something I've never told anyone. Something she could keep. "Please," she begged. "Then I need to go to bed. I start my new job tomorrow, and I don't want to look like a red-headed zombie." I was reluctant to oblige her request, to share a secret, and to let her go. I wasn't done. I wanted more. But I also wanted to give her something. Something she could keep, because I felt like I was taking and taking from this girl, and she didn't even know it. I rolled onto my side and stared at the wall, the phone trapped between my ear and the pillow, and a smirk on my face. I pictured her, red hair and glasses. "I fucking love popsicles," I confessed. It wasn't much, but I knew she wouldn't think that. She was silent and smiling, I was sure. And I was right. I heard it in her voice. "Good night, Trouble."
Chapter 6. Sydney. Day 3 post Marcus. I was excited and nervous and strangely okay. As long as I didn't think about the conversations I wasn't having. And I didn't have a lot of time to think about those conversations. My day was jam-packed with information I needed to process. New faces and names, daily specials, menu items that were still listed but weren't technically offered anymore, since we were waiting on new updated menus to arrive, and table numbers, which for some reason seemed to be really tripping me up, due to the randomness and inconsistency of their layout. Table 23 was next to Table 4. Booth 7 butted up against Booth 13. I questioned this madness, earning myself a giggle and nothing more from Tori and the other 2 waitresses I had met when I first arrived. Shay, short for Shayla, a cute little brunette with a brilliant smile and killer taste in hair accessories. She wore pins with jeweled crossbones on them. They were right up my alley. And Callie, a single mom whose baby daddy ditched her to pursue an affair with his boss's wife. One that was still going on, and apparently not a secret in Dogwood Beach, the baby daddy being in politics and his boss running for governor, making the scandal newsworthy in a big way. She was bitter when she spoke of her ex, but her face lit up when she mentioned her son, Cameron. He sounded adorable. I also met Sean, or Stitch, as everyone called him. He was the cook at Whitecaps, and attractive in an entirely new way to me. I had never before found rough men good-looking, Men with long hair, thick shapeless beards, and tattoos decorating practically every visible inch of skin. Men who had a pack of smokes poking out of their front pockets and who wore chains on their jeans and jewelry around their necks. I'd never looked at them twice. They were hard and intimidating. But Sean was hot in a big way, a new way. And the fact that he had let the girls nickname him Stitch for accidentally cutting himself so many times and didn't seem to mind them poking a little fun, that for some reason made him hotter. I was getting the hang of things, learning the absurd seating layout and making new friends, and I was doing all of this with my mind the farthest from Marcus it had ever been. It was a great first day. No worries, no drama, no monumental mess-ups, nothing particularly interesting going on. Until I heard Shay make a noise at my back that sounded an awful lot like a mix between a gasp and a squeal. It was worthy of a head turn. "What's up?" I asked her, watching her big brown eyes move with something behind me, her lips pulled between her teeth and her cheeks flushing red. I was facing the kitchen now in the back of the restaurant. She was tuned to something at the front by the doors and looked like she wanted to climb on the bar and do backflips off of it. Tori walked up beside me and noticed Shay's big eyes, held smile, and flushing cheeks immediately. "You look like Tom Hardy just stepped in here, Shay. What gives?" She turned her head at the same time as me, then muttered a soft yet unquestionably irritated "shit" under her breath. I wasn't sure what she was seeing. I knew what I was seeing. Two men sauntering through the restaurant toward a booth by the window. The one closer with short, tan-colored hair and blue eyes that smiled, a shaved jaw, and sharp, muscled shoulders. He wore a white tee under an opened button-up with khaki shorts and boat shoes, and the skin on his face and neck and arms was kissed a deep golden brown. He was all boy-next-door charm and good clean fun, very easy on the eyes, while the man behind him screamed secret sex in your parents' bed and stolen touches under the dinner table. Standing a head taller with limbs that stretched for days, lean but solid, this stunner had wave-tousled sandy blonde hair that tickled his neck and curled at his ears, and a day-old beard you knew was rough on soft skin. He wore a loose Hurley tee that looked wrinkled from being kept in a back seat. Tattered board shorts and sandals, didn't look like he cared in the least what you thought about it, and had a cigarette tucked behind his ear. His eyes were a penetrating shade of blue, deeper in tone than his friends, and definitely not smiling. And that penetrating shade turned even more intensely sexual when he slid them to my knockout of a best friend and moved his gaze from tits to toes. "Whoa," I mumbled, shifting my weight and giving life to my legs again. My limbs tingled. I knew 15 minutes into my shift this morning exactly why Tori worked here, the screaming hot locals, and why she had that mischievous shift in her eyes when she suggested I would love it here. Again, the screaming hot locals. But now I was seeing the full effect of committing to waiting tables the rest of your life when you didn't even need a job in the first place. Exhibit A, and his cousin with a dirty little secret, Exhibit B. B for bad boy. "This is so awesome," Shay whispered excitedly, rounding the bar and stepping beside us. "I love it when he stops in here, and he's in your section, T, as usual." I took notice of the booth they had chosen, which was most definitely in Tori's section, and which also happened to be in my section, since I was training and paired up with Tori, and as I was taking notice of my section and the surrounding sections, my eyes took notice of something else. These two sun-kissed surfer boys had drawn the attention of everyone in the restaurant. At least everyone with a vagina, anyway. Tori sighed, grabbed my hand, and tugged me behind her, whispering obscenities under her breath and the slapping of our sneakers against the tile. Exhibit A had his head down and was skimming the menu. Exhibit B was relaxed, leaned back with an arm slung along the back of the booth, his cutting, captivating blues glued to my best friend's every movement. "What up, legs?" he greeted her as we stopped at the hot boys booth. I glanced at Tori, or legs, as Exhibit B had so eagerly addressed her, then back at him, swaying a little at the sight of dimples and perfect teeth. Oh my. Tori, ignoring the nickname and the man who delivered it, released my hand and reached into the pocket of her apron, flipped to a new ticket, and clicked her pen open. Welcome to Whitecaps. My name is Tori. She paused, cutting a face-melting glare at B. Not legs, jackass. He raised his brows, smiling with the devil's mouth while she continued. And I'll unfortunately be your waitress today along with my best girl Sydney, who is training, so try to keep the assholery to a minimum if that's even possible for you, which I realize might be a long shot and not something in your control, but it never hurts to ask. We don't want to scare her off. She bumped my hip and smirked at me. I waved at B and at A when he looked up, getting a smile and a wink from the former. Our special today is fish and chips with coleslaw, and our soup of the day is cream of crab. She looked up, pen poised to paper, and profile death stare crazy. Now, can I get you both something to drink and possibly your tab? I nudged Tori's elbow. Was she crazy? Why would she want to send them away so soon? They were so pretty. B laughed through closed lips and tilted his head. Gritty hair fell into his eyes. You're extra sweet for me today. Something happened between now and the last time I came in here to love on you? My jaw hit the floor. Love on her? Love? What the hell was going on? I watched, wide-eyed and clueless, as my best friend scoffed and tapped her pen. It's amazing, really. Even without your irritating presence for the past 2 weeks, I've managed to grow in my soul-consuming disgust for you. I see you're counting our days apart, B replied, reaching for her. Let me take you out this weekend. Tori stepped back. I'll be busy, she replied, sounding bored. Doing what? Washing my hair. B grinned. You could do that at my place. I'd rather staple my face to the wall, she bit out with lips curling against teeth. She stuck her free hand on her hip. Do you want a drink or not? I have other tables. We didn't, not at the moment anyway. A glanced up, lifting his hand. I'll have a Sprite, thanks, and we have one more coming. Coke with grenadine for me, legs, you know what I like. B looked at me, then tipped his head at Tori, keeping my gaze. She talk about me? Get a clue, Jamie, Tori snapped, wrapping her hand around my elbow and tugging me in the direction we came, my feet shuffling backward quickly to keep up with her mile-long stems. What in the world was that all about? I whispered when we reached the bar. Shay spotted our return and slid off the back counter, where she'd been perched, legs swinging, speaking through the open rectangular window that separated us from Stitch, who didn't seem to be conversing back with her, only listening with his head down and eyes focused, and came to stand beside me, leaning her elbows on the bar. Tori stepped behind and grabbed 2 glasses, lifting her shoulders and trying to appear nonchalant as she filled each with ice. What? She asked. I leaned in, my hands flat on the cool wood. What? Why was that stunner calling you legs, and why is he coming in to love on you? Did you hook up with him or something? Tori was the Rachel to my Monica. I didn't think she kept secrets from me, not any, and especially not ones involving a hot cigarette-smoking surfer who looked like a former J. Crew model fired for his bad boy image and lewd habits. Shay giggled beside me. I love that he calls you legs. Nicknames are so sweet and sexy. I sucked in a breath, feeling warm and full and fuzzy all over. Wild. Babe. Tori sat the cup with Sprite down on the bar and grabbed the bottle of grenadine. Her eyes rolled. Tori, I urged, needing answers and gossip more than my next breath. Okay, seriously, first of all, she started, sounding impatient while pouring the red sticky syrup into the glass of Coke. I did not hook up with that idiot. If I did, I would have told you, because I tell you everything. You're my best girl. I smiled hearing that and stood a little taller. And second, she stuck the bottle behind the bar again and frowned at Shay. Nicknames are only sweet and sexy when they aren't stupid and uninspired, like, for example, naming a girl after a body part. You might as well just call me Head or Toenail. I kept on smiling, thinking about how inspiring Brian's choice of nicknames were for me, and then thinking about how much I disagreed with Tori's opinion, because I thought Legs was a pretty sweet and sexy nickname and clearly inspiring. Tori's legs were jaw-dropping. But I would never admit my disagreement right now. We had each other's backs through and through. Tori turned her head, eyes narrowing in the direction of the only occupied booth in our section, huffed, then slid the glasses across the bar in front of Shay. "Can you take these over there for me? I want to talk to Sid." Shay picked up the glasses and walked away. No questions were asked. Tori sidled up next to me. "Okay, so here's the deal," she began, voice lowered and unamused. I turned and gave her my full attention, pulse racing and skin warming all over. Tori noticed my reaction and shook her head. "Ugh, my God, could you not look so excited right now?" "I can't help it," I exclaimed, clamping a hand over my mouth after getting shushed. "He calls you Legs," I whispered between my fingers. Her lip twitched. "He's a loser." "He's gorgeous," I countered. "He's a gorgeous loser." "With great hair and dimples." "Looks aren't everything, Sid." "No, but they're a nice bonus." "He didn't care that I was with Wes." I leaned closer. My stomach rolled unpleasantly. "What?" I asked, no longer feeling the hurried beats of my heart against my ribs. Tori's eyes moved over my shoulder for the briefest second, then pulled back to mine. "About 5 months ago, he came in here and sat in my section, flirted with me, and I mean flirted, asking me out and calling me Legs, saying mine would look fantastic draped over his shoulders or spread wide in the back seat." My eyes bugged. Tori shook her head and waved a dismissive hand. "Who is he?" "Jamie McCade, local surfing legend," she answered flatly, completely unimpressed as she brought one arm across her body and gripped her elbow. "He's the youngest guy ever to win so many championships in a row. He's broken world records." "Wow." "He's a complete dick." I bit my lip. How is he a complete dick again? I was still waiting for proof of his dickness. I wasn't convinced yet. Shay moved past us. "I told them you'd be over in a minute to get their orders. Jamie said to tell you he misses you," she announced, the little crossbones in her hair catching in the light overhead and shimmering. She pulled herself up on the counter again and twisted her body, her head back in the window to resume her one-sided conversation with Stitch. Tori didn't even flinch at the mention of Jamie's sentiments, but she did lower her eyes to a spot on the floor. "What happened?" I urged her on. I needed to know. "I told him I was seeing someone, that I was in a relationship and happy." She squeezed her eyes shut through a breath, inhaling and releasing slowly. "It didn't even faze him," she continued, lifting her head with disappointment in her crystal blues. "He didn't care one bit that I was someone's girlfriend, Sydney. Didn't even throw him off his flirting game. If anything, he went at me harder after that. I was suddenly a challenge, and that disgusted me. He has no respect for love." I grabbed her hand that was hanging freely. "And after all of it, after pushing me and throwing empty compliments and stupid little nicknames around, he still flirts with practically every girl in here when he comes in. They flock to him, and he just sits there and pats his lap. It's pathetic. I'm sure he calls them ass or kneecap or something equally unoriginal. He's a player and a jerk." "And a dick," I added, now fully convinced. She gave my hand a squeeze. "Exactly. That's why I always ask Stitch to do things to his food." My mouth fell open. "Does he?" I asked, glancing over at the window Shay's face was still halfway sticking through. Tori shrugged, kept her long, slender fingers wrapped around my hand, and suggested, "Come on, let's go take their orders before Nate fires us." We walked back to the booth, fingers interlocked, mine holding on a little bit tighter, and this time Tori handed me her ticket book, brushing her lips against my hair when I looked nervous and unsure, and reminding me that I needed to start taking orders eventually, and also that this would be the perfect order to screw up on. I smiled at our secret. She nudged my hip again and turned to the boys. "We ready?" she asked, studying her nails. A fired off his order of fish and chips, extra chips, and hold the coleslaw, folded up his menu, and slid it to the edge. doing this saying they were still waiting on a third but were starving. B kept his eyes on Tori, his lips curved in a smile, and requested the bacon and blue burger, cooked medium with no pickles, a side of fries, and her phone number. I glared at him, then scribbled down his order. A Reuben with potato salad. I ripped the ticket from the book and handed it to Tori when we got behind the bar. She laughed at my chicken scratch handwriting, mumbled something about praying Jamie was allergic to eggs, then slid the paper across the steel lip of the window to Stitch, requesting with a mischief in her eyes, "Loser special, Stitch sweetie, on the Reuben." He jerked his chin and kept on cutting up onions. I leaned closer to her. What's a loser special? Drop the meat on the floor, let it sit there for 5 seconds. I straightened in shock. He does that? I whispered harshly, looking through the window at Stitch and thinking that yes, he did look like someone who wouldn't care if he dropped meat on the floor and served it to a loser, especially a loser who deserved it, and further thinking he looked like someone who could lay a motherfucker out if they looked at him wrong. The guy was straight up edge. I cut my eyes away before he saw me staring. Tori smiled. That was the only answer she gave me. Callie walked up then and joined the two of us behind the bar, coming from the employee lounge next to Nate's office. Shay was waiting on a table and no longer hanging around Stitch's window. I feel so much better, Callie exclaimed on a rushed breath, her hands pressing her boobs through the white polo shirt we wore as uniforms. I thought I was going to start leaking all over the place. Did you talk to Cam? Tori asked. Callie's face lit up, her brown eyes sparkling like Christmas lights. It was beautiful to watch. He loves FaceTiming me, she said to me more than Tori. He just licks the screen and babbles nonsense. It's the cutest thing ever. My phone vibrated in my back pocket. I slipped it out, replying, I can't wait to meet him, and saying it sincerely. I'll bring him in when I'm off so you can see all his sweetness, and we should all totally hang out one night. I can get my parents to watch him if I give them notice. Hell yeah, girls' night, Tori commented. Absolutely, I answered, head down. Is it Marcus? I kept the screen close to my body, shielded from prying eyes, and shook my head in response to Tori's question while my insides tingled with a strange energy. My mom, I lied, then winced because I lied, but I didn't know if I could tell Tori who was really texting me or if I should. We didn't keep secrets, but I was getting butterflies from a boy who wasn't my husband. What would she think of me? They have phones on the Ark? Tori joked, touching my arm when I giggled and moving past me. We have another table. I'll get them started while you converse with Mary Magdalene. I nodded and stepped back until my hip touched the counter. My thumb slid across the screen. Wild thing. Good first day? I looked up and saw Tori engrossed in waitress duties at table 4, squinted, then realized she was smiling and nodding at table 13, all while she held a hand behind her back and flipped Jamie the bird. He found it amusing, a giant grin plastered on his face. I laughed while I replied, but the smile lighting me up was because Brian remembered it was my first day. Did Marcus ever wish me a good first day? I couldn't remember. So far so good, Trouble. What's shaking with you? My head at that old-as-shit phrase. What? What's shaking isn't an old-as-shit phrase. Badass redheads use it all the time. Think you might be the only one, babe. Think you're wrong, babe. You being cute? Maybe. Like that. Keep it up. Giggling and feeling half my age, I glanced up at the sound of my name and saw Tori waving me over. Gotta go, tables to wait. Me too, meeting friends for lunch. Later. Later, Wild. I tucked my phone away and joined Tori at table 13, took their orders correctly. There weren't any losers at that table. Ripped the ticket off and gave it to Stitch myself, then helped her with drinks, carrying 2 glasses while she juggled 3. Fuck, I heard mumbled behind us while distributing the beverages. I straightened and turned my head. Jamie pushed up from the booth, his eyes heavy on his phone. Dash got a call. We gotta get back, he directed at A. who immediately slid across the bench and took a final sip of his Sprite. "Shit," he muttered. "That sucks." "Yo, Legs, we need to get this to go." Jamie cut his eyes to Tori and pulled out his wallet. He tipped his chin. "Wrap it up, babe." Babe. I immediately thought of Brian, pulling in breath through my nose as the phone in my pocket seemed to triple in weight. "Whatever," Tori mumbled before she took off across the room. I remained in place, watching Jamie toss 2 50s on the table and Exhibit A, a 10 and a 20, which was insanity. No freaking way did the meal they were taking with them cost more than $30. I raised my hand to bring to attention the monumental over-tipping when Tori came rushing back over, bag in hand, which she wasted no time thrusting at Jamie's chest. "There, enjoy your Reuben." He stared at her, looked down into the bag with a finger fishing through styrofoam containers, then lifted his head and grinned, all crooked and rascal. "Look at you, knowing what I like." Tori scoffed. Exhibit A stood and thanked us under his breath before trailing behind Jamie out the door. I wasn't the only one watching through tilted shutter shades as the boys of summer climbed into a vintage sky blue Jeep with boards stacked on the roof. It pulled to the end of the lot, dust picking up behind the tires before it settled and cleared. A bright yellow sticker on the bumper read, "If it swells, ride it." I chuckled. Tori held up one finger while her other hand swiped the cash off the table, mumbling, "Ride this, loser." We giggled and high-fived. 2 hours later, I slipped into the lounge for some privacy and tugged out my phone during my second 15-minute break. I typed with one hand while my other twirled a lock of red. "Hey, Trouble. Good lunch with your amigos?" He took 23 minutes to respond. I read it behind the bar with my back to my best friend. "Day went to shit, Wild. Busy. Talk later." I got home from work with Tori a little after 8 o'clock. It was a long first day, and we were both starving, which was funny seeing as we worked around food all day and thus ate an abundance of that food all day. After changing out of my uniform and into my sleepy pants, I took the leftover shrimp tacos out of the fridge, heated what needed to be heated in the microwave while Tori danced around me with plates in her hands, then joined her on the couch where we ate our dinner with some wine and watched the first episode of True Blood because our vampire-loving hearts were missing Eric and his fantastic head of hair. We loved Season 1 Eric. His hair was on point. Not that he wasn't still attractive with short hair after Pam had to cut it, because he was. This is Eric we're talking about. But we just loved it all long and free-like. "Made for tugging," Tori snickered. When I started yawning through episode 4, I gave my best friend a kiss on the cheek and climbed the stairs, leaving her on the couch since she wasn't tired yet and, as she put it, needed more of her la-la. I caught the last remaining notes of my generic ringtone as I reached my bedroom. And because I didn't know who was calling me, and Brian had texted me, "Talk later," this being later, I lunged for the phone and accepted the call, not bothering to glance at the name flashing on the screen before I did it. "Hello?" "Sydney Dawn, how are you, sweetheart?" I fell back on the bed with a hand pressed to my forehead, the heel digging into my closed eye. I should have checked the caller ID. Rookie. "Hey, Mom, I'm good. How are you?" "You're good?" She sounded appalled. "You leave your husband and you're good? Well, I'm sorry, darling, but I don't like this. I don't like it one bit. You should not be good, Sydney." "Mom," I clenched my teeth. "You know what scripture says, marriage is a binding contract, one you do not simply walk away from. You should be sticking this out in your home, not shacking up with Tori and living the single life doing God knows what. She's always walked a thin line, if you ask me." That's funny. I don't remember asking you anything." "Don't give me lip," my mother snapped in her finger-waving in-my-face tone. "It's disrespectful." I bent my knees and dug my bare toes into the comforter. My calves tensed. "Don't talk about my best friend, Mom. It's really uncool." "I'm simply saying you should be home with your husband and dealing with this as a couple. It takes two, dear, and you're backing out when you should be fighting for your marriage. I'm not backing anywhere. He wanted out. My mother gasped, breathed heavily through lingered seconds, then queried, My God, why are you yelling? Are you serious? I sat up, punched the mattress with my fist, and cried, You're making me crazy! That's why I'm yelling! My face and neck warmed in exhausted anger. How could she throw all of this on me? I didn't understand her. She knew Marcus was the one who ended things. I'd told her the entire play-by-play 3 nights ago, and it's my fault? Was she serious? Marriage is a covenant, Sydney. She started again in a soothing but instructive tone. I pressed my lips together so tightly I could feel my pulse against my teeth. An unbreakable vow between you, Marcus, and God. Now, I'm not saying I ever thought much of your husband because, truth be told, I didn't. Thought my baby girl could do 1,000 times better, but you chose him, vowed to him, till death do you part. And that is not something you should take lightly and just throw away when things aren't working. I didn't throw anything away, I replied after taking a breath, willing my battering heart to slow. Well, it sure sounds like you did, my mother argued. And divorce is not an option. Do you even hear yourself, Mom? What about women in abusive relationships or adultery? What if Marcus would have cheated? Would divorce be an option then? Abuse, adultery, drug use, those are all acceptable reasons for divorce if people cannot change, not someone wanting out because they fell out of love with their spouse. There is marital counseling for that, which is what you should be seeking right now instead of living in sin in Dogwood Beach. My mouth fell open with a gasp. Now, my mother cleared her throat, not even missing a beat. If you would like me to set you and Marcus up for an appointment with Father Frank, I would be more than happy. I disconnected the call. My throat burned like I had been breathing fire. Tears threatened to pour down my face, but my head was the holder of the worst of my pain. 1,000 tiny needles stung my scalp, and the base of my skull throbbed so violently my vision blurred. Footsteps lifted my eyes as I dug the points of my fingers into my temples. Tori appeared in the doorway with a green Christmas quilt draped over her shoulders and head. She always wrapped up in blankets like a cocooned caterpillar when she watched television. You okay, hon? I shifted my eyes to the phone next to my knee. My mom, I explained. Again? Behind heavy lids, I nodded. I couldn't look at her as I clung to my lie from earlier. It sucked. You want to talk about it? I shook my head and stared at my eggplant-colored toenails. All right, well, I'm la-lawed out for tonight. You change your mind, come get me. Otherwise, I'll see you in the morning, Hookah. I gave her a weak smile and my hazel irises, nodding when she asked in silent question with a hand on the light switch if I wanted the room dark. Then I fisted my phone and slid under a heavy teal comforter and champagne satin sheets, pressing my head between 2 pillows and praying for reprieve. My mouth tasted like sweet sparkling wine and mango salsa, a combination I needed to kill with crest and mouthwash, but the throbbing in my skull kept me horizontal. I don't know how long I lay there before my phone rang, but it was long enough that my lips were cracked from sleep-riddled breaths bursting free. I pulled my head out from under the pillow and flipped to my back. The screen lit up above me. I wet my lips eagerly and answered with slumber lingering in my voice. Trouble, you okay? I heard his breathy laugh. It sounded cozy and familiar. I wanted to watch his chest move with it, his throat and his mouth. I wanted to see if he dipped his head or threw it back. Why are you asking if I'm okay? 'Cause you said your day went to shit, I pointed out, pulling the covers closer. Why did it go to shit? He breathed slowly, then replied, You don't need to worry about that, babe. It's better now. I smiled against cool satin, but it didn't linger when I thought about Brian's reasoning from a day ago. Is this the bad in your life, Brian? Yeah, he answered without pause, like a relieving breath. Is it stuff you can't share with me? Yeah. Again, no pause. I rolled toward the ocean view window and sighed, not in disappointment, in content. I wanted this later. And he was giving it to me, even after his day went to shit. Then we'll just talk about stuff you can share with me, I said after tucking the blanket over my shoulder and getting cozy. He laughed again, light against my ear. Like what, Wild? What do you want to know? I closed my eyes. Everything, I thought, but I started simple.
Chapter 7. Brian. I haven't had peanut butter in 7 years. I dropped my pen in the crease of the book of crosswords I was working on and closed it. Say what? I asked into the phone, then kicked the chair out next to me and stretched out, foot propped up and body angled back. Sydney and I were shooting the shit, had been since I called her up after getting home at the end of a long-as-fuck day working at Wax. I was listening to everything she was saying while reading and filling in answers, set on finishing out the page, but not having peanut butter in 7 years had me putting my pen down and giving up on puzzle 17. Crazy, right? Wild asked, sounding like she couldn't believe it herself. It's because of Marcus. He's allergic. To peanut butter? To peanuts, she corrected. And I mean really allergic. He can't even smell anything with peanuts in it, or he'll start breathing different. It's serious. He's had to go to the hospital twice because of a reaction. Shit, I muttered, not really giving two fucks if this guy had to go to the hospital or not. I was more reacting to what I knew Sid was getting at. I love peanut butter, she whispered longingly. I love it enough to eat it straight out of the jar, but I couldn't keep any in the house. I couldn't even eat it when I wasn't home because I'd come back smelling like it. It lingers. She was right. Even after brushing your teeth, you could sometimes still taste it. So not only did I give up peanut butter, she continued, but I gave up peanut butter cup sundaes at Friendly's, and I loved that sundae. Whenever we got good report cards, my mom would take Barrett and me, and I'd always order that sundae. It was tradition. Christ, I hated this fucker. He couldn't help having an allergy, but it still pissed me the fuck off. Her mom took her and Barrett there. That meant a lot to her. Sydney should be eating peanut butter cup sundaes every fucking day of her life and keeping that memory. Couldn't have a dog either, she added quietly. He was allergic to those too. I cracked my neck, then asked, You want a dog? I've always wanted a dog. A boxer, male. They're beautiful creatures, and smart. I'd name him Sir Duke because he'd be regal and would need a regal name. Her voice raced with excitement. I laughed under my breath. Sir Duke? You serious, babe? You can't give a dog 2 names. He'd have 2 names, but he'd go by Sir. Just Sir. Sir Duke would be on his birth certificate, and I'd only yell that if he was in trouble, which would be never, because he'd be perfect. I shook my head, but I did it smiling. She was quiet for a couple breaths. I was about to suggest she get a dog after hitting up Friendly's when she shut me up with her speech. I gave up peanut butter and a pet for him, but I didn't mind because you give up stuff when you fall in love, and you do it not caring because you're in love. You gain so much more than what you're losing, and I would have given up more than that to be with Marcus because I was in love, and I knew he felt the same. There was a time he would have given up peanut butter and a pet for me too, but you know what, Brian? What, babe? My chest felt tight. I was no longer relaxing in that chair with my foot up. I was hunched over the table, elbows holding the weight of my upper body and my head cradled in my hand as I listened and waited, staring at the tattered pages of my book. He wouldn't give up anything for me anymore. Not one damn thing. Not even if I was allergic to it. I breathed deep with such force my nostrils flared. I hated hearing the hurt in Sid's voice. It fucking ate at me. I stood up and walked to the fridge to grab another beer. It was either that or hunt down every Marcus currently living and breathing and beating the shit out of them one at a time. Know what I think you should do? I asked her, holding the bottle at an angle against the counter and knocking the cap off with the side of my hand. I took a swig. She sighed, thinking about it. Go buy a bag of peanut butter cups and eat the entire thing, then mail all the wrappers to Marcus in a box wrapped all pretty with a bow? I smirked. Not a bad idea, but what the fuck is the point of eating peanut butter cups if they aren't mixed with vanilla ice cream with whipped cream on top, and you're not sitting at a booth eating it out of a giant sundae glass? Go big or go home, Wild. And I'd expect nothing but big coming from you. She paused, then with a smile in her voice added, and peanut butter sauce. They put that in it too. Good. You're making up for 7 years. You deserve a fuck ton of it. You think that's what I should do? Go to Friendly's and eat a sundae? I think you should do whatever you want to do, and if that's eat peanut butter with every meal for the rest of your life while you're surrounded by boxers with 2 fucking names, do it, I replied. It's your life, babe. I get why you gave it up and respect that. I hope he respected it, 'cause giving up a memory like that is heavy and not something he should have brushed aside. But if you're saying he's past the point of giving up shit for you, then fuck it. It's my life, she whispered, breathing a little faster like she was excited. She was repeating what I had said, and hearing it coming out of her own mouth, really listening, tasting those words and getting used to the idea of living that life, for the first time. That made me smile. I heard the jingle of keys through the phone and turned, glancing at the time on the stove. Where are you going, Wild? I asked, and I did this grinning, not smiling, fucking grinning, because I knew where she was going. But it still felt good hearing her confirm it. To live my life. 2 hours later, I checked up on her. You eat a sundae? Nope, I ate 2. What's a 4-letter word for the guy at table 6 who's pissing me off? Bad day, Wild? He's complaining about everything, and it's stupid stuff. Like his water is too cold, and he wanted 2 tomatoes on his BLT, not 1. He didn't say anything about tomatoes when he ordered, and how is water too cold? I'm going to get the worst tip if he even leaves one, and I'm betting he doesn't. Maybe you need a break. Can't. One girl called out 'cause her son is sick, so we're short, and it's lunch rush. OMG, he just told me the lights are too bright in here. I'm going to kill him. Won't be able to talk to you if you're in jail. Fine, I won't kill him. But I'm not bringing him extra napkins, so he's gonna know I'm mad. Damn, girl. Shit just got real, B. I'm a redhead. He should know better. I almost died just now. Our last conversation would have been about how underrated violent femmes are. I would have been okay with that. I read her text and immediately hit dial as I stepped into the back office at Wax and kicked the door shut behind me for privacy. Cole was out on the floor. I didn't need him hearing this shit and asking me about it. Sydney wasn't something I shared with anyone, and I was planning on keeping it that way. Hey, she answered with a smile in her voice. I'm surprised you're calling. I figured you'd be working right now. I am fucking working right now. Okay. What's up? Why do you sound mad? What the fuck do you mean you almost died? I kept my voice down but didn't keep the edge from it. I wasn't sure I'd be able to swallow that back right now. I was pissed, and her nonchalant tone was only fueling my irritation. Oh, she answered through a light chuckle. I was kidding. I mean, not totally kidding. There was a small fire, but it's been dealt with. Crisis averted. But it definitely could have gotten out of control if Tori didn't have a fire extinguisher. Luckily, she does. Are you fucking serious? I grated. Yeah, she replied hesitantly. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Am I okay? I asked harshly. You send me a text saying you almost died and what? You're expecting me to respond with a, that's fucking great, Wild, or glad you didn't kick it. Like I don't give enough of a shit about you at this point to call and ask what the fuck you mean by that. Then you're gonna get on my ass because I sound mad when I have every fucking right to sound mad after reading that text and further listening to you downplay it like something happening to you is one big fucking joke, and you're asking me if I'm okay? To answer your question, babe, no, I am not okay. She was silent for a moment, then with a quiet voice asked, You'd care if something happened to me? I stared at the wall. What the fuck? You serious, Wild? You give a shit about me. She stated this. It wasn't offered up as a question. I rubbed at my face. How the fuck could she think I didn't? Yeah, I do, Sid. I give a shit about you. Exposing that about myself should have felt strange and maybe a little wrong, but it didn't. I wanted her to know. I wanted Sydney to understand why I was reacting this way and why I would always react this way. If she was expecting feelings to be left out of this, whatever this was between us, it was too fucking late for that. I heard her soft breathing in my ear as I moved to the leather chair facing the desk and collapsed into it. "My mom sent me pamphlets on marriage counseling in the mail today," she began, this time without a hint of amusement in her voice. I knew she was no longer smiling. In fact, I pictured her sitting on her bed and twisting a lock of hair around her finger, an admitted habit of hers, and doing this while her eyes remained downcast and her shoulders slouched. Her mom always took the fire out of her when they spoke. I fucking hated it. She sighed, then continued. "Like I'd even consider counseling with Marcus at this point. So Tori suggested we put them in a pot and set them on fire, which I thought was a great idea because it would destroy all evidence of those stupid pamphlets." She took a deep breath. "We did. It got a little out of control when bits of flaming paper started floating out of the pot and onto her carpet, but Tori has a fire extinguisher, so we were able to put it out." "You didn't get hurt?" I asked. "No, not at all." Her voice trailed off. "Are you mad at me?" Now it was my turn to smile. I dropped my head back and stared at the ceiling. "A little. But it helps you're alive, so I'm sure when we talk later tonight, I'll be over it." And you give a shit about me." She was teasing now, doing it smiling again, I was sure of. But I knew Sydney. I knew even though she was teasing and making me eat my confession from minutes ago, she still liked knowing how I felt. And she let me know just how much she liked knowing it with the next words out of her mouth. "I give a shit about you too, Brian," she admitted softly. "A really big shit." "Glad we're on the same page, babe," I chuckled. "The giving a shit page? I've been on it. Glad you caught up, babe." This time when I laughed, I didn't hold it in for the sake of being quiet. I gave it to her. And I took what she gave me, her own admitted feelings and her sweet as fuck giggle. I took them, with no intention of giving them back. "Famous person, dead or alive, you'd want to have dinner with. Go." "Easy. Bill fucking Murray." "Venkman? Really?" "Hell yeah, he's a legend." "I think out of all the Ghostbusters, I'd want to have dinner with Janine." "Janine wasn't a Ghostbuster, babe." "She was, sort of." "No." "She had a major role in the films." "No." "And the coolest hair in 2. "Didn't make her a Ghostbuster." "She worked with them. Guilty by association." "She have a proton pack? Flight suit?" "She had the coolest hair on the show, Brian." I laughed and dropped my head back against the Adirondack chair I was lounging in, my bare feet braced on the railing that wrapped around the deck, and my eyes skyward, watching an airplane's lights blink against dark blue night. 2.5 weeks of wild, and I was hooked on our conversations, every single type of conversation with her. Talking, texting, random thoughts she'd share with me. Invading questions I avoided, and ones like this that were simple and pointless, and I knew, deep in my marrow and veins and ventricles, persuaded answers from me she'd never forget, because that's the kind of girl Sydney was. A forever girl, a note-taker, a memorizer. If it was important or insignificant, she held on to it. It didn't matter. She held on. She'd remember 50 years from now what movie role I would want to star in, or what my last meal on Earth would be. Even if we didn't still have this, she'd remember and think back, smiling with those dimples she told me she inherited from her mother, the ones she liked instead to say she inherited from her brother. He was the coolest person she'd ever met. We shared and laughed. Fuck, she made me laugh a lot. Talked real shit, too. Personal shit that walked the line of too personal, and if it faltered, I'd cut it down and divert her, because I couldn't. She asked me if I lived at the beach, saying she knew I was in North Carolina because of my area code, and that it was okay. I could tell her, and maybe... Trouble, oh my God, wouldn't it be amazing if we both lived in the same town? She asked me what type of business I owned. because I gave vague job information to pacify her, and she wanted more. She wanted everything, what and where and how long. She wanted what I spent my days doing because she had my nights. Just tell me, Brian, what's the big deal? She asked my age and what I looked like, if my hair was dark or long or soft if she touched it, if it curled fresh out of the shower or if it fell annoyingly in my eyes. What color are they, Brian? Brown and green and gold like mine? Tell me. She asked me what detergent I used so she could use it too, and imagined she never had to ask these questions because she knew me and my smell, my habits and hates. She knew my nose was poker straight and my jaw was square and clean-shaven. She knew I was tall enough that her ear could rest against my heart, and my hands were bigger than hers, and I liked to hold tighter, just a little tighter than she did. I gave what I could, and only what I could, my fingers itching to type more. Just tell her, fuck it, and my tongue pressing against my palate to prevent speech. She couldn't know too much. She could never know. Never. I gave her enough so I could still have her, but I took everything. Every fucking thing. It was mine and she wanted me to have it. She gave it up. She was perfect that way. She was perfect in every way. Red hair, hazel eyes, moles she hated, 2 on her face and 2 on her neck. The scar that ran in the bend in her elbow from a bicycle accident when she was 8, and the piercing on her belly she got on a dare when she was 16, lying and saying she was 18 to get it. How she loved to cook, but couldn't do it well enough, leaving her with 4 recipes she held dear and perfected. How she drank Godiva milk chocolate hot cocoa every night with whole milk, nothing less, adding her own mini marshmallows so she could control the sweetness and liking it that way, and drinking it no matter what the temperature was outside. How she loved a winter sky and the first signs of spring, and how she donated blood every year because it was important and everyone should do it. If you could save a life, what's stopping you? I took it all, and it was good. So fucking good. But I took only what I could handle. I knew if I let her tell me where she worked, I would go there no matter how far away it was, and I would look at her closely and openly where she could see it, where she could see me, and I didn't know if she was the type of girl who watched porn. We talked about everything, but we didn't talk about shit like that. It didn't seem important. But I couldn't risk her recognizing me and reacting, ending this when I wasn't nearly finished. If I allowed her to tell me her last name, I'd search. If I allowed her to tell me where she lived, I'd move. My world was one miserable, mistake-shaping second after another, except for the breaks in my misery that belonged to her. And no way was I ready to give that up. Best 2.5 weeks of my life came from a girl who was never meant to give me anything, and she was giving me everything. I was still smiling with the sounds of waves and wind surrounding me as I focused on the life in my hands, typed my question, and waited. What about you, Wild? Who do you want to have dinner with? That smile vanished the second I read her response. Alive? You. Dead? Barrett. Because what the fuck was worth smiling over? She'd never get her shot at either.
Chapter 8. Sydney. Girls' nights are awesome just being what they are, getting together with your friends and getting loud and laughing a lot. But throw in a theme and a very creative wardrobe courtesy of your best friend, and they become a whole new level of awesome. And tonight's theme was 80s night. I was in luck. Red hair teased out and sprayed stiff looked totally kick-ass on me. I felt wild. I liked feeling wild. It made me think of Brian, and I really liked thinking about him. Callie got her mom to keep Cameron so she could come out with the girls, which included myself, Tori, and Shay, who looked like she stepped straight out of a Madonna video with her black mesh top concealing little of her black lace bra, a black tutu over black tights, spiked black pumps, and bangles covering her arms, all in black and metal. Her hair was teased high enough to reach heaven, and she had star earrings dangling from her ears that touched her shoulders. She looked rocker chic and could totally pull wearing stuff like that daily if she wanted to. I told her that, and she said she'd consider it, joking how much her tips would probably increase if she did just that. Callie kept it simple, with a flash dance-style, oversized sweatshirt that hung off her shoulder, black leggings and leg warmers. She said she couldn't fit into cute stuff yet because she still had 15 pounds to lose from being pregnant with Cameron, which the three of us argued. She looked hot and had great curves, and the men in the bar were taking notice of those curves every time she stood up, so she stopped hating what she was wearing about 15 minutes into our night. Tori and I stuck to similar looks, neon tanks and bright-colored tutus over fishnets, multicolored bangles on our wrists, and the highest heels we owned, mine being hot pink Jimmy Choos I'd purchased at the Nordstrom sale last year and cherished with all of my heart. They were patent leather and made my calves look amazing. And when you find heels that make your calves look amazing, you cherish them. We were the only ones keen to 80s night at the 13th floor, but we didn't care how badly we stood out. We were having a great time, talking and laughing while drinking lemon drop martinis. They were delicious, and I was sipping my second one while staying in the conversation going on around me and the one I was secretly having in my lap. They're sweet and sour, and I think Oprah's favorite drink, if I'm remembering that episode correctly. Second one, gearing up for third, get a cab. I smiled because I liked Brian worrying about how I was going to get home. I wanted him to care, and he did, and he didn't keep that from me either. He wanted me to know it. I really liked that. But I kept that smile on the inside as I looked up at Shay, who had just brought up Stitch for the second time tonight. Once was a coincidence, twice, and you knew it wasn't a coincidence. She was thinking about him. "Is there something going on with you two?" I asked, keeping one hand in my lap concealing my phone and the other on the stem of the martini glass in front of me. Shay was always hanging around that window, leaning in and conversing like she and Stitch had loads to discuss. And Stitch didn't look like he minded it too much, even though the man was harder to read than a Chinese Bible and could have absolutely minded it. I just wasn't reading him correctly. He never showed much emotion and barely spoke 2 words if you asked him something. "You say no, and I'm calling bullshit," Tori threw out, doing this pointing a finger at Shay. Shay shook her head. The star earrings sparkled in the light when she did it. "It's not like that. He just lets me talk as much as I want, and he doesn't tell me to shut the hell up when I do it. It's a nice change. I know I talk a lot. It annoys my brothers." "What do you two talk about?" Callie asked, disbelief in her voice. "Whatever. Work stuff. Things I'm dealing with at home. The weather." Shay shrugged and sipped her drink, then added, "And it's just me doing the talking most of the time. He listens. He's good at that. Sometimes he'll comment on what I said or ask me something, but that's rare. Most of the time, he just keeps cooking while I ramble. It's sweet of him." Callie looked at Tori. Tori looked at me. I looked from Tori to Callie to Shay, then questioned, "He's sweet? Stitch is sweet?" The man was edge and hard looks. Anything but sweet. Shay looked between the three of us as if we'd all lost our minds in thinking Stitch was anything but sweet. "He is. You talk to him enough, you'll get it. His eyes are the warmest shade of copper I've ever seen." Callie looked at Tori. Tori looked at me. I looked from Tori to Shay to Callie, watching the lip curls on everyone minus Shay. Oh, we all got it all right. Stitch could have the hardest looks and the most edge of any man living and breathing, and Shay would have still had that opinion. She liked him. She might not admit it right now, but it was clear. "Well, in that case," Callie chuckled. "I mean, copper eyes on a man who looks like he's done time is seriously sweet. I guess I just don't get to look at him close enough to see it. You're always hogging that damn window and blocking the view." Shay crumpled up her cocktail napkin and chucked it at Callie's face. They both giggled. "You find another job yet, Sydney?" I looked at Callie after her question, doing this shaking my head. There's nothing available right now. I've only applied for one and never heard back. I'm thinking they found someone to fill it already. Well, Callie started, then pressed her lips together while looking at the other two girls and told me on a rushed breath, I really don't hope you find anything. Sorry. I know that's awful, but I'd hate to see you go. I love working with you. Me too, Shay echoed with a warm smile on her crimson-painted lips. I smiled at both of them, hoping to convey how much I enjoyed working with them as well, because I definitely enjoyed it. Then I looked at Tori, who was remaining silent and had her head turned. Is that Nate? She asked. The three of us followed Tori's gaze across the bar. Dancers had wandered and were no longer obstructing our view of everything on the far side of the room, which was where Nate sat on a stool with a glass in front of him, his head lowered and his eyes either focused hard on something behind the bar or unfocused on anything. He looked deep in thought either way. Why does he look so sad? I threw out my question to the girls, not only because Nate currently did look sad in the middle of a kick-ass bar with great tunes, Beastie Boys currently playing overhead, which I was tapping my foot along to against the leg of my stool, but because he always looked sad every time I saw him, and even though that wasn't a lot since he stayed shut up in his office more than he wandered the floor, his sadness wasn't lost on me. I knew he was looking sad behind that door, too. I knew it in my bones. Tori looked down at her drink. Callie took a sip of hers, but her eyes were lowered to the table. They were avoiding. I looked across the table at Shay with expectant eyes, and she read them, sighed, then gave me a look I knew meant I wasn't going to love what I was about to hear. But I still wanted to hear it. I was curious. I really don't want to ruin this fantastic evening with a sad story, but I have a feeling you're just going to keep asking me, she said, dipping her head. She was right. I nodded. It's really sad, hun, Tori threw out. Are you sure? I almost cried after I heard it the first time. Hearing that warning again, I nodded. I want to know. Shay prepared herself to deliver this sad story, and she did that by finishing off the last bit of her lemon drop, then grabbing the attention of the nearest waitress and pointing at her empty glass. Tori did the same and lifted hers, silently requesting another. Shay then gave me her full attention again and did it most likely feeling the rush of the alcohol she'd just consumed. I guessed it was going to help. Nate didn't always used to be like he is now. Up until about a year ago, he was really present around the restaurant and rarely ever spent time in his office. His wife was really present too, Sadie. She was always stopping in and chatting up the staff, even though she worked a lot herself. It didn't matter, she made time. Then she got pregnant and was still coming around a lot, but we knew it was because she was so excited about being pregnant and wanted to show off her baby bump every second she got. Nate ate that up. He was crazy about her and even more crazy about her carrying his kid. It was really cute to see. I smiled, but I did it cautiously because I didn't want to get too comfortable with the idea of Nate being happy. This was a sad story, and when a pregnant wife is involved, I could only imagine how sad it was about to get. Shay took a deep breath and continued. Marley was born, or Mo as we call her. She was the prettiest baby ever, seriously. Full head of blonde curls and the biggest blue eyes you'll ever see, holding so much expression it steals your breath. She looks just like Sadie. Callie shifted beside me, and I saw that her attention was now on Nate, instead of where it was at the beginning of the story, the table. Tori was studying Shay as I was, looking sad. Nate didn't know. He was working all the time and doing anything he could to make the money they were losing with Sadie being out on maternity leave. I'm not even sure he noticed Sadie's absence when she stopped popping in as much. Then not at all, because he was so busy. We all noticed it, but honestly, I figured Sadie just wanted her mommy-daughter time, and I couldn't blame her for that. Those baby years are important. But apparently Sadie was in a rough way and no one knew it. She was suffering and she was doing it alone, not confiding in Nate when she should have been, and then it was too late. He couldn't help her. What happened? I asked, my voice sounding tight like I needed to clear my throat. He went home after work one day and found Mo asleep in her crib and Sadie in the bathtub with an empty bottle of sleeping pills. I clamped a hand over my mouth, my breath bursting warm against my palm. "Oh my God," I whispered, cutting my eyes to Nate. She had killed herself. Nate came home and found his wife dead and their baby girl asleep, completely oblivious to the state of her mama. Pain circled my heart and folded in on it. "I hate hearing that story," Callie declared quietly, picking off chunks of the napkin in her hand. "I miss seeing Sadie around. It feels like yesterday she was showing us all her first ultrasound photo." "It's been almost a year, hasn't it?" Tori asked. Shay nodded. "Next month. I think that's why he's been locked in that office more than usual. He's hurting." I looked from Shay back to Nate. His head was still down, eyes still unfocused, while his mind was on something heavy, I'd decided. "What about Mo? Do you guys get to see her at all?" "Nate's mom brings her in sometimes. She watches her while he's working," Callie answered. "She still looks just like Sadie." "Prettiest baby ever," Shay professed, smiling gently when she said it. I couldn't imagine Nate's pain and the enormity of the pain Mo would feel when she got old enough to learn about her mother. It was almost too much to even think about. Adding on the pain Sadie no doubt was feeling and feeling it silently, suffering alone and having this beautiful life she created with her while she was suffering from it, most likely not experiencing those mother-daughter moments the way they're meant to be experienced, because she couldn't let herself experience them. It was all too much sadness. But Nate, his pain I felt deep, and there was no option but to feel it. He was right in front of me. "Gosh," I breathed, pulling my eyes back to the girls. "That is such a sad story." Tori shot me a look. "Told you." I stuck my tongue out at her. She slapped the table, declaring enthusiastically, "Subject change!" Shay made a motion with her hand that she wanted to be the one giving us our next topic of discussion. She looked across the table at me. "Have you spoken to your husband yet?" Tori groaned and shoved Shay's shoulder. "That is a terrible subject change," she snapped. I couldn't have agreed more. "We don't have to talk about him in detail," Shay argued while leaning closer to Tori. "I was just wondering if he'd done the right thing and reached out to her yet. It's been, what, 3 weeks? He can't call her and see how she's doing since pulling the rug out." Shay looked at me after she was done speaking. So did everyone else. I didn't want to talk about Marcus. I didn't even want to think about him. It hurt to do it. I dropped my eyes to my glass, collecting sugar off the rim with my finger. "Haven't heard a peep," I answered Shay, hearing irritated tongue clicks and a quietly muttered asshole I was certain came from Tori. I lifted my head and looked around at the three of them. "And I've decided I'm not reaching out to him, ever. I don't need to talk to Marcus for any reason besides what needs to be done to get this divorce final. And that hassle falls on him. This was his doing. He wanted this. So he can do all the work in getting that shit started if he hasn't already. I'm not dealing with lawyers and spending my time getting paperwork together or paying costs if there are any. Let him eat it. 3 weeks and he doesn't even reach out once? No." I shook my head, breathing heavily through my nose. There is nothing I need to talk to him about anymore. Our finances have always been separate, so that's not an issue. I took everything I wanted to take when I left, so there's nothing there I need to get from him. And whatever we bought together under the false pretense of sticking through thick and thin, for life, he can keep. I don't want it. If it's tied to a memory of him, I don't want anything to do with it. Tori touched my hand. "Hun, he lied to me," I went on. "He said he'd love me forever, no matter what. He promised I'd never walk alone, and then he walked away. And for whatever reason he had for doing this, one I still don't know since he hasn't reached out to me at all, I can't for the life of me imagine that reason being big enough to treat someone who was in your life for 7 years like a complete stranger, like nothing. So no, I'm done. I'm not going to sit around and wait for Marcus to call me anymore. I'm going to live my life how I want to live it, And even though I'd already decided I was going to do this a week ago, I'll say for a fact that I'm doing this starting now. And you three are my witnesses. Tori squeezed my hand. Good for you, Shay said, smiling favorably. Yeah, Sydney, I think that's the right move. Callie agreed. Screw him. He doesn't deserve you. You're like the sweetest thing ever, and he's obviously a jerk. I'm sure you'll find someone who deserves you when you're ready. As if he knew how perfect his timing would be, my lap vibrated at that exact moment. My hand curled around the device. I watched Tori get to her feet and snatch her glass off the table. I'm getting us all another round since my best girl just declared she's living the life she wants to live now, and that's worth celebrating. And also, since our waitress sucks ass and decided she doesn't want to serve 4 hot chicks who look better than she does on her best day. Ouch, Shay laughed. Callie giggled and stood up too, grabbing her almost empty glass. I'm joining. I watched the two of them walk away, then watched as Shay tugged out her own phone and started messing with it, giving me the go-ahead I was grateful for. You get a cab? Nope, I'm getting drink number 3. How late you staying out? Why? Miss talking to me? Yeah. I blinked and read that message twice. Then I read it again. My belly warmed, flipped, then twisted. God, that felt good. I could slip outside and call you real quick. Can't talk now, out with my boys. Oh. I didn't hide my disappointment. I didn't think it was fair since he didn't hide wanting to talk to me. Call when you get home. I'll be up. And just like that, my disappointment vanished. He'd be up, waiting to talk to me, wanting to talk to me. That felt better than 2 going on 3 lemon drops, and those felt good. Okay, get a cab. We're calling an Uber. Good. Glad you approve. You being smart? I'm being wild. I typed this smiling so big my cheeks hurt. Right. Be wild and call an Uber. I giggled and looked up just as Tori was walking back over with Callie, both of them laughing about something while Tori carried a tray like I'd seen her do 1,000,000 times at work, kept close and perched beside her shoulder and doing it with ease, this one covered in drinks ranging in size from the 4 lemon drop martinis to tiny shot glasses filled with different colored liquids. I was confused as to why she was carrying it. I was also confused as to why it was covered in shot glasses, when I thought we were sticking with lemon drop martinis tonight. She slid it onto the table and wasted no time explaining herself. That guy in the suit over there wanted to buy us drinks because apparently we look like a bunch of women who can't buy our own drinks and needed his big manly wallet to come and save us. She started, doing this while distributing a martini glass and a shot in front of everyone. So I decided to buy us a shitload of drinks to show him none of us need a man to buy us anything. And I did this while also explaining to him that this is girls' night, and on girls' night, we buy our own drinks. She lifted her shot and turned her head. The 3 of us followed, Shay even spinning around to look, and saw the guy in the suit staring at us with wide eyes like he'd just been told to go fuck himself. I wouldn't have put it past Tori to deliver that message. To girls' night, Tori cheered. We all toasted to girls' night before shooting it back, and we did it loud. Oh my gosh, where is this guy? My feet are killing me. Callie stopped walking on the sidewalk and held onto the lamppost, tugged off her heels with a groan, then continued the trek down York Street barefoot with her heels in one hand and her clutch in another. We'd left the bar 10 minutes ago after calling Uber 20 minutes before that, expecting to see our ride waiting by the curb since that's where he said he'd be. He wasn't. Apparently the man who drives for a living got lost. So now we were walking down the block a little ways in hopes of spotting him so we could all get home, which I was dying to do since I knew Brian would be waiting up for me, and I couldn't wait to talk to him more about anything and everything. I loved our conversations, and now I knew he missed them when we weren't having them. The flip and twist was happening constantly as I thought about that. Maybe you should call him again, Shay suggested beside me, giggling and dropping her head on my arm. She was completely loaded. I was pretty certain we were all some level of drunk, but Shay was definitely leading the way with the most shots thrown back. I felt great. warm and a little numb all over. I wanted to lie on the sidewalk and gaze at the stars. He might be in front of one of these other bars and be waiting for us, like an idiot, Callie pointed out, bringing us to a halt in front of a nameless bar I couldn't focus on because the neon lights were too bright for me at the moment. I squinted away and watched Tori slip out her phone and study it for a minute before dialing. Yeah, it's me again. Where are you? She clipped into the device, looking down the street and across it while she spoke. Are you kidding me? When? We stood out there for 10 minutes waiting for you. I dropped my head back with a sigh. I'm drunk. I can't track your location on a map, and you were supposed to text me when you arrived. I really hate to pump and dump, Callie admitted quietly, grabbing my attention and pulling my ears off Tori's conversation. She bit her lip. Do you think I'm a horrible mom for going out tonight? I shook my head. No way. You're so pretty. She smiled. Shay giggled either because of us or something else. The girl was laughing at everything. Just head north on York Street and we'll walk back. You can't miss us. Tori ended the call looking irritated as all get out, then motioned for us to spin around and instructed, Go back. He's been waiting for us. Ugh, what a jerk. He was supposed to text, Shay hissed. Men are such idiots with technology, Callie commented. I pinched my lips together so I wouldn't scream at the top of my lungs about Brian being awesome with technology. It was torture keeping his awesomeness a secret. We were walking back in the direction of the bar with Tori leading the way when she stopped dead without warning. Shay and I stumbled a little, bumping into each other since we were the two walking mostly behind her. Callie was off to the side. What? I asked, then moved in front of Tori when she didn't react to my question. Not with a response or even a jerk of her head. What's going on? I pressed further. I followed her gaze to the parking lot we were standing in front of, and I couldn't be sure because I was drunk and also because there were a lot of vehicles filling that lot, but it looked like Tori was shooting daggers specifically at a sleek red sports car that was taking up 2 spaces. Rude. I couldn't stand it when people did that. Tori! My assumption was validated when I watched my best friend bolt down the sidewalk a few feet and follow the bend that swept into the parking lot, take to the asphalt, and sprint in her 4-inch heels to where the sleek red sports car was parked. She stood beside it and looked it over for a whole 2 seconds before attacking the passenger side window with fists flying. She must have thought it was really rude. Oh my God! Callie screamed. Dee, what are you doing? Shay called out. I took off running after her and heard the girls on my tail. Shay's heels mainly, but I knew Callie was with her. We got inside the parking lot and over to the car, and I wasted no time in grabbing onto Tori's shoulders and yanking her away from the window. Sweetie, what are you doing? Stop! I yelled. Tori fought me, twisting in my arms and then leaping for the window again. Tori! Let me go, Sid! I yanked her back again and maneuvered around her, putting myself between her and the window and holding my hands up to keep her back. Tori rubbed the edge of her right hand like it was stinging. Move, hun! No way! Sydney! Tori stepped closer. It was then I saw the tears in her eyes. Move out of the way! I kept my hands up and I didn't move. Not until you tell me what the hell you're doing and why you're doing it. It's Wes. What? I asked. Then it hit me. Oh, God, Callie whispered. Shit, Shay muttered. I lowered my hands and looked over my shoulder at the car. It was sleek. It was expensive. And it belonged to the man who broke my best friend's heart. First, I'm busting out his windows, all of them, Tori started, bringing my head around. Then I'm going to drag my heel across his door and carve douchebag into the paint. She moved closer. Her hands were balled into fists. Then, depending on my mood, I may set fire to it. Hell yeah, Shay cried. Let's do it. Callie stayed silent, but she was nodding her head approvingly. She knew Tori's motives behind this, and she felt they were justified. Tori looked from Callie to me, tilting her head. What do you say, Sid? I watched a tear drop onto my best friend's cheek. I didn't need to think about my decision regarding giving Wes some hurt. I'd made it 3 weeks ago. I spun around and started pounding my fists on the window and doing it with all my strength, screaming and hollering because this was crazy and not to mention illegal, but fuck it. Wes deserved to walk out and find his car demolished, so I was giving it my all. Tori joined me a half-second later. Then it was Shay's turn. I beat that window with everything I had. I was determined to break it, bull-headed, determined. So the longer it stayed intact, the madder I became and the harder I beat on it. I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! Tori was yelling at the top of her lungs, her arms flying with the punches she wasn't landing either, but still flying all the same. Shay was getting creative and ramming her shoulder into her window. Hey! I heard a man's voice, but I kept punching, smacking, and clawing at the glass. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Someone tugged on my shoulder and pulled me away from the car. I looked back and saw it was Exhibit A from the restaurant a couple of weeks ago. You want to go to jail? He asked me, dropping his hand. I shook my head with wide eyes, then watched him stalk around the car and grab Shay. She giggled, not giving him much of a fight. He deposited her next to me and moved behind us, falling in beside Callie. He looked at her. She looked at him, smiled hesitantly, then shared, I have a son. He stuck his hands in his pockets, then muttered an indifferent, cool. Legs! What the hell, babe? Jamie had his arms wrapped around Tori and was dragging her away from the window, her legs flailing about and her body thrashing against his. Calm down! Get off of me! Let me go! Tori's feet were kicking in the air and she was twisting her head frantically. Quit trying to bite me and I will! Shit! He put her down and stepped back, getting between us and the vehicle to block us, a hand pushing through his hair and his chest pulling in deep breaths. Now what the fuck? He stared at Tori. What are you doing? Are you trying to get the cops called on you? What I'm doing is none of your business, she hissed. So move out of my way. Not a chance. Tori stuck her hands on her hips. Jamie took this moment to really look at her, letting his eyes wander the length of her body and then doing it again, finally pulling back to her face to ask, What the fuck are you wearing? It's 80s night, she snapped, leaning closer. And it's girls' nights. If you don't mind, go the fuck away. I jerked when I felt my phone vibrate from its keeping spot in my bra. Oh my, that felt nice. I watched Jamie cross his arms in defiance. Not going anywhere until you tell me why you're attacking this sweet ride. You better have a good reason, and by good I mean it better be something on a government level and involving Al-Qaeda, since this is a brand new Corvette and costs a fucking mint. I know what kind of car it is, loser, she replied. And I know exactly how much it costs, considering I was there when he fucking paid for it. So you know it costs a mint. I know you better move out of my way. Tori inched closer. Not happening, Legs. Not without your reason. My phone vibrated again. This time I felt it all the way down to my knees and practically hummed. My reason doesn't involve you, but you can get rest assured knowing it's the best reason and that's all you're gonna get. Jamie tilted his head. Not good enough. Move, Tori seethed. Jamie bridged the gap and came right up on Tori, bent his head to get closer and ordered, Tell me and I'll move. Why are you doing this? I watched Tori take in a breath. I watched the hands at her sides go from fists to slack and submissive. Hey! Another voice yelled from a distance. You need me? Everyone, including me, turned around and saw where the voice was coming from. A man was standing by the vintage Jeep I recognized from the other day. It was idle and clearly not in a parking spot, which I assumed was because of the guy spotting our act of vengeance and throwing the gear into park to rush over and stop us. I couldn't make the man out too well, thanks to the distance and it being dark, but I could see him leaning against the passenger door and looking in our direction with his arms crossed over his chest. He appeared tall and had really short hair if it wasn't completely shaved. That's all I could make out. We're good, Jamie yelled back. Be ready in a minute. The guy heard him, clearly he did, but he kept watching from where he stood. He didn't get back in the Jeep. Now, Jamie started again. drawing my head around. He was still standing just as close to Tori as he was a minute ago. "You tell me why you're trying to get yourself arrested and I'll move, but not until you tell me, Legs. You're not getting past me, so don't even waste your energy." Tori shook her head. "You need to just go and pretend you didn't see me." "Yeah." Jamie studied her for a minute, looking her over like he was admiring a piece of art, then continued, saying the tiniest bit quieter, "That's not fucking happening." My right boob vibrated and sent a shiver up my spine. I ignored it and watched Tori roll up on her toes to get into Jamie's face. He didn't move back. I didn't think he minded her getting that close to him. "Fine," she grated out. "You want to know? I'll tell you. That sweet ride belongs to my ex, who became my ex when I ran into him and his perfect little family at the mall a few weeks ago, including his drop-dead gorgeous wife and their super cute daughter who couldn't have been more than 2. His perfect little family not being something I was aware of, but became not only aware of but acquainted with when he decided it was best to introduce me to them as an old friend from high school." Jamie leaned back, blinking. "Fuck," he muttered. "You serious? He did that to you?" "Do I look like I'm serious?" Tori asked rhetorically. "Now, if you don't mind, I'd appreciate you moving out of my way so I can finish destroying something precious of his, since he went about destroying everything precious of mine." I moved then and stepped up beside Tori, taking her hand and wrapping it up in my own. "So we can finish destroying it," I corrected her, looking at Jamie. Tori gave my hand a squeeze. Jamie looked only at Tori, not even flinching when Shay stepped up and took Tori's other hand. "I'd like to say that even though I am not participating in the destruction of that vehicle, I am with her 100%. "Thanks, babe," Tori replied to Callie, keeping her eyes on the man standing in her way. Jamie kept on looking at Tori, but he was doing it differently now than when he first yanked her away. His eyes were soft, tender. He understood. Then he did something that shocked the hell out of me and everyone else standing there. He spun around and moved beside the vehicle, pulled out a pocket knife, flicked the blade open, and jammed it straight into the back passenger tire. I jumped and whispered, "Oh my God." "Holy shit," Tori breathed. Shay started giggling and Callie gasped. We all watched Jamie yank his knife out and heard the sweet hiss of air being released into the night. He didn't look at us. He repeated the gesture and popped the remaining 3 tires, doing it quickly, then slid his knife away and came to stand in front of Tori, bent to get his face close to hers again, and whispered, "Get out of here." Tori tightened her grip. "Let's go," Shay yelled, tugging on Tori, who then tugged on me. Then we ran, leaving Jamie and his knife skills, quiet Exhibit A, and the mystery man of the Jeep behind us. And we all did it laughing. My entire body was still trembling with energy when we finally got home after tracking down our Uber idiot. Shay was dropped off first, then Callie. Tori announced she wanted to take a shower the minute we walked in the door to strip the gunk out of her hair, so she left me in the kitchen, where I went about making my mug of hot chocolate while reading the missed texts from Brian, which were all versions of him asking if I had called Uber yet, or if I was still drinking. Seriously, his concern for my whereabouts couldn't have been any cuter. Then carefully carrying that mug up the stairs while my ear was pressed to the phone, listening to it ring. I couldn't wait to tell Brian about my night. "What's up, babe?" he greeted me, all smooth and warm-sounding. I wanted to slide inside his voice and live there. He made my skin tingle. "Trouble! Oh, my God, you are not going to believe what happened tonight. I was wild to like the 1000th degree." I kicked the door closed and carried my mug over to the bed, sat on the edge and toed off my heels, then scooted back and took a sip of my drink. "Yeah? What did you do? Steal a car?" "No, I beat the crap out of one." He was soundless while I chewed up a marshmallow, obviously shocked and wanting to hear more information. I obliged his silent request and elaborated, bulldozing through my recount of the evening and not stopping to pause for questions, only for a sip of my beverage when needed because my mouth was dry. Brian quietly listened. I was sure he was silent because he was anxious for more. This was such a good story, so I continued on, not wanting to make him wait. Then, and oh my God, this is the craziest thing ever, Brian. These two guys showed up to stop us and pulled us away from the car. The one guy was a total loser because he always hits on Tori and calls her legs. He hears why Tori is attacking this car and pulls out a knife and slashes the tires. It was so badass. Then he tells us to scram, so we did. I nearly fell into a bush because of my heels, but I didn't care. It was the coolest thing that's ever happened to me. More silence. A lot of it, which was odd now that I was done recounting the events, and I was sure he'd have questions or comments. I worried we got disconnected. Hello? Brian? I called into the phone. What kind of car was it? He finally asked, his voice a lot quieter than it normally was when we talked. A red Corvette. Apparently it costs a mint. A red Corvette, he repeated. Yep. You were trying to bust out the windows of a red Corvette, and two guys stopped you. One slashed the tires, and you were all in 80s gear. Yes, I stressed, confused as to why he was recounting the events for me when I lived them. God, it was such a rush. Unfucking believable, he mumbled. Right? I've never done anything like that before in my life, I laughed. We totally could have gotten arrested. Jamie definitely could have gotten arrested. I hope he wasn't caught. I sat my mug on the nightstand and fell back on a pillow, legs reaching. I rubbed my heels against the comforter. Was I wild, Brian? I asked when his silence was killing me. What? Was I wild? If you'd seen me tonight, would you have thought I was wild? Why are you asking me that? I attempted to twirl a lock of my hair, but the hairspray prevented it. I pulled at the bottom of my tutu instead, twisting my fingers in the tulle. There was this other guy there, and I saw him watching us, and I wondered if he saw me and thought I was wild going after that car like I did. Brian was quiet for a moment, then answered, I'm sure he did. I smiled at that. I missed you tonight, I told him, feeling a little bold from the alcohol and the rush of adrenaline still scratching in my blood. Thought about you the whole time I was with my girls. Yeah? Yep. You think about me the whole time you were with your boys? What do you think? I think you did, but I don't know if you thought about me the way I thought about you. And how's that? He asked, and I couldn't tell if he was smiling or serious. His voice wasn't giving anything away. There were no familiar tones in it. Nothing I'd normally take comfort in knowing that voice and loving that I knew it. It was different, but I didn't care. I wasn't being cautious. I didn't feel the need to be. This was Brian. I knew him. I knew him. I thought about what your bottom lip might taste like, I confessed, pulse racing and stomach clenched. He inhaled in my ear. It was sharp like the cracking of a whip. Yeah? He asked, but I heard him beg. Yeah, keep going. And I thought about what your skin would feel like under my hands and against my thighs. If you were between them. He didn't say anything. He was breathing, just breathing, slow and heavy in my ear. It was simple, an essential action he had to do to stay alive. It had absolutely nothing to do with me or this conversation. Still, it was the hottest noise I'd ever heard in my life. I became bolder. Something was happening to me. Attacking Wes's car was a rush, but this felt like someone had cut me open and filled me with 1,000 heartbeats. My bones vibrated excitement. I was breathless. It was like I was being chased, and I wanted to be caught. I thought about your fingers, I continued, what they would feel like if they would pull and grip, and if you would want to keep them in my hair or move, if you liked to kiss or if you liked to bite, the sounds you make when you're close. God, trouble, I thought about everything. Honestly, I've thought about it a lot. I dipped my hand between my legs under hot pink tulle and over black satin. I wasn't being cautious about this either. I was burning up. "Brian," I moaned, moving with eyes closed so I could imagine I wasn't the one moving. "Did you think about me that way?" I asked anxiously. "Do you?" "Fuck," he hissed. "Wild, what are you doing?" "What do you want me to be doing?" I hadn't done this in months. I couldn't remember the last time I was touched or I touched myself. My fingers felt foreign, but surefire, aware. This was just like I remembered. But it was so much better with the sounds and the voice in my ear. A self-induced orgasm was a chocolate brownie. A self-induced orgasm persuaded by Brian was a chocolate brownie covered in ice cream and sprinkles and whipped cream, heated so it was all gooey and sloppy. I made a noise in my throat and spread my legs wider. The tool scratched the back of my hand. "Come on, Brian," I coaxed through a quiet laugh. "You don't want me to stop, do you?" "Fuck no." I heard the soft rustling of clothes. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. "You? Doing what?" "Everything. Touching you." I nodded and licked my lips. I didn't answer. I didn't have to. He knew. "Kissing you?" "Yes," I moaned. "Where?" "Right here." I dragged my finger over my clit and shuddered. "Your pussy?" he asked. "Is that where I should kiss you, Wild? With your thighs against my ears so tight I can't hear you scream?" "God, yes." I wiggled against the onslaught of my fingers. "Would you kiss me there?" "I would," he answered raggedly. "You'd have problems stopping me." I wouldn't stop you. I'd never stop you." "What about my dick?" he suggested, and just the mention of that word had me arching my back and panting. "Filling you, fucking you, have you thought about that?" "Have you?" I asked, grinding my palm against my clit and pressing my fingers against the barrier of my tights, picturing just that. His dick, filling me, fucking me. "You want to know what I've thought about?" "Please," I begged. The pressure was building, the muscles in my legs and arms and belly tensing and twitching and tightening. I wanted to explode. Brian made a noise then, deep and tortured in my ear, and I knew he was getting off, too. "I've wondered how sweet you'd really be on my tongue and how wild you'd get around my cock," he said, low and smooth and wicked. "Your ass and the color of your cunt." "Oh my God," I whispered. "How tight you are and how wet you'd get just from my fingers, your tits, touching them, tasting them, if you'd like to watch or if you'd keep your face buried in my neck while I fucked you." "Brian," I groaned, fingers sliding faster. "Keep going." "I've thought about fucking you for hours, Wild, only stopping so I could eat you or to watch you suck me off, then fucking you again and again and again. Every way, everywhere I could take you, I would." He panted in my ear. "You need to know, Sid." "What? Tell me, please. I'm so close." "Fuck." He hesitated for a moment, allowing me to focus on all of his other sounds, and God, I wanted him to keep going and tell me everything. But I didn't want to miss the noise his hand made moving over his cock or his eager breaths, growing more and more desperate by the second. "I get so hard just from hearing your voice," he admitted. "I think about you all the time, more than I should. If I ever got the whole thing—" "Oh, God, oh, shit, oh," I gasped. Brian. Blood rushed in my ears as I came hard and heavy-limbed, toes curling and eyes rolling and so wet I could feel it against the tips of my fingers, through my panties and tights. It was exquisite. I felt weightless and warm on the fall down, maybe a little drunker than I was at the start of this conversation, and my eyes shot open when I heard Brian moan my name and fuck over the quiet slapping of skin. He was coming. I bit my lip. God, I would have given my right arm to see that. I bet he looked beautiful, because he was. I knew he was. In my blood, I knew it. We were both silent for a moment. Then I had to ask. I had to know. What would happen if you got the whole thing? He exhaled brokenly. He wasn't going to give me that last little piece. The moment had passed. I could feel it, could sense him pulling back and allowing uncertainty to creep in and settle, tainting what we had just shared. I wasn't going to allow that to happen, but he spoke before I could. I should go, he suggested. Brian, wait, don't. I sat up and tucked my knees close to my belly. I wanted that to happen, okay? I've wanted it for a while now, maybe since the beginning. Sid. I didn't let him finish. I had to get this out before I couldn't get it out. I think about you all the time, too, I rushed. More than I probably should because we've never actually met, but that's the only reason why I shouldn't think about you this much. It doesn't make sense. I've never laid eyes on you, but I don't care because I like thinking about you and I love talking to you. And what we just did together? I closed my eyes and softened my voice. I really, really liked that, too. It wasn't a mistake, and I won't let you think it was. I won't. I stared at my knees and waited. I fought the urge to crawl under my bed and hide until winter. Your husband is a fucking moron, he growled seconds later. I sat up straighter and pressed my fingers to my lips. I felt them curl. Oh, wow. He just totally said that. Brian's never said anything about Marcus before. He's only listened to me bash him or retell our history, commenting to let me know he was with me and listening, but that was it. That's all he'd ever given me. Until now, when he just totally said that. I was grinning so big I was afraid my lips were going to stretch out and never fall back looking right again. Too bad I totally didn't care if that happened or not. This felt great. Gotta let you go, babe, Brian said. My grin turned into a pout, and I quietly pleaded, Not yet. Not gonna sit here and talk to you with jizz on my stomach. Oh. I blushed and slid back down the bed, covering half of my face with my hand. Yeah, oh, he repeated with a hint of humor. Talk to you tomorrow. I was suddenly grinning again. We would talk tomorrow, and maybe do more of that. I couldn't wait. Okay, Brian. Later, Wild. Later. I disconnected the call and fell asleep in full 80s gear without stripping the gunk out of my hair or anything. I didn't care. I'd have Brian again tomorrow.
Chapter 9. Brian. Things were different with Sydney now. Different in a way I knew we'd never go back to what we had before she came both soft and savage in my ear. 3 times now I'd stroked my dick to her sounds while confessing my own desires. I didn't give a shit, and I told her, straight up. She knew what I was thinking about, and it drove her fucking wild, spurring her own indecent thoughts and the courage to share them with me, thoughts that were getting filthier and filthier with each passing day. She shared them. All of them. She didn't give a shit either. Brian, she whispered, her breaths growing quicker and heavier. I'm so little down there. Do you think you could fit? And, what does your dick look like? Describe it to me. And, I want to taste it after you fucked me. God, Brian. Brian. Please, yes, yes, yes. And, fuck. Oh, fuck. Not participating in our phone sex wasn't an option, not unless I suddenly became deaf. I'd die from lack of blood flow to my brain if I sat there and ignored my throbbing cock. And truth be told, I was experiencing the best orgasms of my life with Sydney moaning in my ear. Give that up now? Fuck that. I didn't want to go back to what we had before. I wanted both, her sweet laugh and the way her voice hitched when she came. Our random conversations and unguarded desires. I needed both, but I had 2 major fucking problems that could and were causing serious issues for me the longer I ignored them. First, Sydney was here, in motherfucking Dogwood Beach, where I could see her anytime I wanted, and I wanted. God, I wanted. It was torture denying myself. I saw her that night we first slipped over the line dividing friendship and more, so I knew exactly what I was missing. Temptation personified, with luminous eyes, a killer fucking body, and hair that looked tangled and worked for my hands. I was concealed in the dark waiting for Jamie and Cole to handle whatever bullshit they felt was their business. I stood there growing impatient, while the two of them dragged three strangely dressed women away from a beautiful vehicle any man would appreciate owning, even if they were like me and didn't give a shit about sports cars. I called out when I was ready to move the fuck on and find out where Sid was, which in hindsight was pretty damn ironic. All heads turned in my direction, but I focused on one, not only because of the weird-as-hell get-up she was wearing, but also because she had a body I knew would look damn good in anything, including the weird-as-hell get-up she was wearing. Had eyes that practically swallowed me up, they were so wide and wondering, and red hair I immediately pictured belonging to someone else. I continued picturing this until my girl leveled me with information I was half wishing I never knew. My life would be a lot fucking easier, that was for damn sure. But I knew it now, and there was no giving it back. And what I knew had me fighting it every second and with every breath I took. I wanted to go to Whitecaps and watch her, see and study her in the daylight. I wanted to be close enough to count the freckles I knew spotted her nose and admire the moles she hated, press my lips to them and tell her they were mine and they were beautiful. I wanted to fuck her discreetly or in public, bend her over one of the tables she was waiting on because I couldn't wait a second longer to get inside her tight, wet pussy, live out every lewd act we'd confessed, and finally satisfy the hunger that itched in my veins and watered my mouth. Taste and touch and suck and fuck. I wanted to do everything. But I couldn't. I couldn't do anything. She was right in front of me, a mere 10 minutes from my store and 15 from my house, and I couldn't do a damn thing about it. She watched porn, not heavily, but she did on occasion watch it, a fear I had confirmed 2 nights ago when I got the balls to ask her straight out, thinking we could go ahead and breach the topic since I'd just made her come by explaining in detail all the ways I wanted to fuck her. Tits, mouth, cunt, ass. Not much seemed off limits now. I didn't ask which ones or what sites she visited. I didn't want to bring any more attention to it, and honest to God, I was afraid she'd elaborate and give me shit I didn't want to hear, like who her favorite porn stars were, or what titles got her off the most. If it was me or one of mine, this would be over. I knew that. I'd eventually break and go see her at work, reveal who I was, and watch her rip everything we had away from me. I could only fight this for so long. If it wasn't, and I knew the fuckers are hell even if I didn't, I'd find them and wind up in jail for assault. So here I was, stuck. I couldn't do anything. Torture. I hadn't known the definition of the word until 3 days ago. Now I was living it. There was something else, too, another fucking problem I was dealing with, only this one I could deal with. I could manage it. And that was exactly what I was doing, strolling into ecstasy on a day I didn't need to be there. Shit had changed. There was no going back to the innocence we shared before. Sid and I both knew that. But I had obligations, guilt I couldn't turn away from. I also had a plan. I crossed the dank studio on Tuesday afternoon, using my lunchtime to handle this shit after Jamie had returned to wax, following his lesson, my eyes locked ahead of me on the office door, and my ears indifferent to the crude noises echoing off the walls and ceiling. I fucking hated this place. I knocked twice and waited to enter only when I heard the go-ahead. Getting that, I pushed inside. Mike was sitting behind a metal desk littered with papers. Across from him, perched on the edge of her seat, sat a young blonde woman, face coated in a thick layer of makeup and tits pushed up and in. I didn't recognize her. She must have been new. I knew all the girls. Her eyes moved to me and widened in favor. I looked from her to Mike and tipped my head, asking, "Got a minute?" He grinned like the Joker. "For the man responsible for lining my pockets with enough cash, my ex-wife has shut the fuck up about the child support I owe her and is currently all over my dick, keeping it wet because she wants me to buy her new titties for Christmas." He slung his feet up on the desk and linked his hands behind his head, leaning back and doing it, still grinning. "Fuck yeah, you can have a minute. Sit down, Dash." His eyes trailed to the woman as she slowly stood. "Talk later, sweetheart. I'll call you." "Okay, thanks, Mike." I stepped aside so she could slide around me and get to the door. Her hand grazed my hip as she moved. I knew it was done deliberately. She had plenty of space to get past. I made sure of that. "Excuse me," she whispered with sex and opportunity in her voice, batting her lashes before turning and stepping out. The door shut behind her. I slumped down in the chair she'd vacated and rubbed at my face. Mike chuckled, shaking his head. "Jesus Christ, how much pussy does your dick see on a daily basis? Shit, man." He looked at the door, then back at me. "You want to work with her? 'Cause I can make that happen. She's interested in the job. Very interested. Willing to do anything. I can arrange it so you're the one breaking her in." "I'll pass." His eyebrows rose. "You sure? I offered 18-year-old virgin ass to Shane, he'd be all over it." "Then offer it to him," I growled, driving home my point. "I'm not interested." Mike dropped his arms to the chair and shrugged. "Suit yourself. Need to talk to you about something. Figured that's why you were here. What is it?" I pulled in a deep breath and sat my right ankle on my knee. "I want to switch to solos starting immediately," I informed him. "Just me and the camera, none of your girls. I'm done with that. And I want to make close to what I'm making now." Mike gaped at me, didn't blink for what felt like a solid minute, then started cackling like he'd just been told the funniest shit he'd ever heard in his life, head thrown back and hands slapping his thigh repeatedly. I stared at him and didn't even crack a smile. After longer than I had patience for, he righted himself and stared back, taking notice of my annoyance. "You serious?" He suddenly looked affronted. "Very." His expression hardened as his eyes narrowed. "You, Dash Savage, internet sensation and the biggest fucking draw I have here, bringing me more traffic than two of my other fucking stars combined, want to keep your dick to yourself all of a sudden and jerk it on camera. That what you're telling me?" "Yep." "No fucking way," he scoffed. "Your videos get the most hits because of you and the way you fuck, Dash. Not how you pull your taffy. Jerk off on your own time. I'm not paying for it." I'd expected this reaction from Mike. He was a transparent piece of shit on a good day, and I was prepared for it. I smiled and flicked the laces on my shoe. "The hell you smiling at? I said no." "You'll say yes," I countered. "This isn't negotiable." Mike pulled his feet off the desk and dropped them to the floor, propped his elbows on whatever papers he had in front of him, and glared at me. "Say again." I glared too, but did it still smiling, repeating slower this time so he wouldn't fucking miss it. "You'll say yes. This isn't negotiable." "And how the fuck do you figure that?" "You said it yourself. I'm the biggest fucking draw you got here. Things are good with your ex and you want to keep it that way, meaning you got to keep pulling in the kind of bank you're pulling in now. That won't happen when I walk." I leaned forward then, mimicking his position with my elbows on my knees, then continued. "And I will walk. You don't agree to this, I'm done with ecstasy. Give you another 2-3 months before your ex realizes she won't be getting her Christmas present, hops off your dick, and gets in front of a judge. How many kids you got, Mike? 3? I shook my head. 2 years of not paying a dime for them. I'm guessing your pockets are going to be emptying pretty fucking fast. Mike smirked. I fucking hated him. You're forgetting all the uploads I already have of you, Dash. That one of you and Jaden got over 10,000 hits. Yeah, the day you streamed it. How many hits it get yesterday?" He lost his smirk. I cocked my head and explained to the idiot. Depreciation. Shit's only hot when everyone who subscribed got notice of the stream and logged on. Stayed hot for a few days thanks to word of mouth. Now? I let that question hang in the air between us. I knew the answer. So did Mike, based on the agitation shadowing his face. He was barely making jack shit off dated uploads, nothing compared to the new stuff. It was why he always pushed getting me here every chance he got. I had a motive, giving that kid as much money as possible. That's the only reason I obliged him. Otherwise, I would have told him to fuck off. "See, you're understanding me now," I said, after he refused to offer up the answer, knowing I'd like what he told me. "You want to keep me here? Keep pulling in the kind of money you need to be pulling in? You're going to let me switch to solos and pay me close to what I was making already." "How close are we talking?" he snarled. The shitbag was pissed. Too bad I didn't give a fuck. I leaned back and stretched my legs, replying, 6. 6, he repeated as he cracked his knuckle. Laughter built in his throat and erupted on a breath. "You want me to pay you $600 to step in front of a camera and whack off when I was paying you 8 to fuck someone? Do I look like an idiot to you, Dash?" I smiled. Absolutely. Mike didn't find any humor in my response. If anything, I think it pissed him off even more. Again, I really didn't give a fuck. I was taking a pay cut, but I really wasn't if I played this how I was planning on playing it, coming in on my terms and filming more than I had been. It'd be just me, so I wouldn't have to wait on a call when Mike had a girl lined up, and I was jerking off every day at this rate anyway, so what the fuck? This would work. Mike wasn't as enthusiastic about the change as I was. His eyes darkened. Flashing a smile, I reminded him, "Biggest pull you got?" I watched him breathe tight through his nose and shake his head. "Fuck," he growled, shoving papers off his desk before slamming himself back in his chair. He pulled out a pack of smokes and stuck one in his mouth, smacking his pockets looking for a lighter. "You're an asshole, man," he mumbled around the cigarette, lit it, then took a drag. "Get the fuck out before I start giving a shit about my kids and tell you where you can shove this new arrangement." I stood up and turned, ignoring his pathetic little tantrum, and walked over the scraps of white and yellow that had floated to the cement, heading for the door. "I'll be in tomorrow to shoot, after 6 sometime," I told him behind my back. "Whatever." I slammed the door shut. Yeah, Mike was pissed, and yeah, I still didn't give a fuck. I belonged to someone. This girl fucking had me. Craziest shit I'd ever felt. She didn't know it. She might not ever know it, but the second this changed between us, the night Sydney gave herself to me in a way I will never fucking let go of, that was it. Fucking it. She came, and I was a fucking goner. I wouldn't give Sid what I was giving her now and have this shit going on behind her back. Fuck no, never. No matter if she found out about this or not, I wouldn't betray her like that. I wouldn't taint what we had or spit on what she gave me. It was everything. From the start, from that first mistaken phone call, it was everything. Everything I had and wanted and needed. I'd do this new arrangement and get the cash for the kid, help his family the way I needed to be helping them, and I'd have my girl in my ear at night. Fuck yeah, this would work. It had to. I didn't have any other options. Balancing the 2 boxes on one hand, I took to knocking after ringing the doorbell once and not getting an answer, hoping the pounding of my fist would grab someone's attention. It did. The door swung open seconds later. A round face with big brown eyes framed in blue glasses and freshly bathed hair, wet and wild-looking, drew my attention down from where it was fixed to greet my sister. Oliver, my nephew, filled the doorway instead, standing in his Star Wars pajamas and the dog slippers he got for Christmas last year. "Hey, Uncle Brian," he greeted me with his crooked smile, then immediately slid his eyes to the boxes in my hand, where they went wide and stayed wide, as he pumped his fists in the air and jumped up and down chanting, "Pizza! Pizza! Pizza!" Pizza? I heard another little voice calling from inside the house. Then not 2 seconds later, Olivia came rushing up to stand beside her brother, grinned big when she saw me, and even bigger when she saw the pizza boxes I was carrying, pumped her fists in the air, but did it by alternating them in time with her knees drawing up as she bounced from one dog-slippered foot to the other, also chanting, "Pizza, pizza, pizza!" "You guys eat yet?" I asked over their chanting, stepped inside, and closed the door behind me. "Nope, Mama's making a roast and it smells like feet. We don't want it," Oliver answered, scrunching up his nose after. I kept my laugh silent. "Feet? It really does, Uncle Brian," Olivia assured me, reaching out and tugging on the bottom of my shirt. Her hair was wet too, and fell in 2 long braids past her shoulders, making damp spots on her flour-covered pajamas. "Can't you smell it? She put onions in there and those green things we don't even like. She's trying to poison us." "Now we're having pizza." Oliver held up his hand and his twin high-fived him. "Yes," Olivia whispered excitedly. They were 7. Got along great for siblings, which I figured had to do with them being twins and sharing something regular siblings didn't share. Regular siblings fought, at least occasionally. These two didn't. Siblings also liked having breaks from each other, alone time, but not Oliver and Olivia. They mourned each other if they were ever apart, even for a night. My sister Jenna moved into the room then from the direction of the kitchen, wearing an apron and wiping her hands off on a towel. "Uncle Brian brought us pizza, Mom," Olivia shrieked, pushing her matching blue glasses up her nose when they started sliding down. "Can we have it?" "But I made roast," Jenna replied, watching both kids drop their heads. She gave me a wink, then shifted her gaze between the two of them. "Yes, we can have it. I'll save the roast for tomorrow." "Yes!" Oliver pumped his fist into the air, then spun around and took the boxes from me. Olivia followed behind him into the kitchen, hooting and hollering. "Big brother," Jenna greeted me, coming over for a hug. "It's good to see you." She was 2 years younger than me, which kept us tight growing up, petite like our mother and barely came up to my chin. Her dark hair tickled my jaw as she squeezed my waist. "You too," I said, reciprocating the affection. Figured I'd bring food since I haven't made it over in a while. I gave her an apologetic look as she pulled away. "Sorry, work shit." I was including getting called to ecstasy in the work shit excuse. There was nothing shit about wax, and nothing wax-related ever kept me from coming over here. "It's okay, I get it. I'm just happy you're here now." She gave me a smile. "Come on, let's eat before the two of them put all that food away and leave us with nothing but roast that apparently smells like feet." Laughing, I followed behind Jenna and got some of the pizza. After dinner and cleanup, I stood in the kitchen while Oliver and Olivia played the Wii in the living room. Jenna was putting away the roast and the vegetables now that they were completely cooled, and she was doing this after warning her kids they'd be having roast and Brussels sprouts for dinner tomorrow. Bellies full of pizza and soda, they didn't give her any lip over it. I stood with my hip to the counter, finishing off the last of my second Coke, taking in the surroundings of my sister's small but cozy apartment and the 2 kids in the other room, absorbing their laughter and triumphant squeals when she nudged my side. "You seem better," she whispered from beside me. "That's good, Brian. Really good. I'm happy to see that." Shit. I didn't want to get into this. I never did, especially not with Jenna. I moved a little so I was ahead of her and kept my eyes to the living room when I spoke. "Come on, stop." "Stop what?" she asked, moving with me, fucking typical, only this time spinning when she reached my side again so she could look up at my face. "I'm just saying it's good to see you laughing and smiling again. You should be laughing and smiling, Brian. None of it was your fault." I sat my can on the counter and rubbed my face with both hands, then kept avoiding her deeply compassionate eyes, which I knew she had on me, and remained staring into the living room when I replied, "Not getting into this with you, Jen. Had a nice dinner with you and the kids, and I'd like to leave here still thinking it was a nice dinner and not a pain in my ass because you're hitting me with this bullshit again. I don't want to hear it. Then I looked down at her to say, you weren't there. You don't get to weigh in. And you're wasting your breath anyway. We both know that. She touched my elbow, her cool fingers wrapping around it. I was just commenting on how nice it is seeing you this way again. I've missed it. She bit her lip. And I thought maybe you had come around to thinking what I know is to be true. That's not it, I interrupted. Or, she continued, letting go of my arm as the lip she was biting started twitching, if maybe you're happy because of something else? I raised my brows. Like a girl, maybe? Arms crossing over my chest, I moved my eyes up and over to the living room again, huffing out a breath. Oh my God, Jenna whispered. Not talking about this with you. She popped up on her toes and leaned closer, pointing at me. I don't even care. You're totally admitting to me right now there is a girl, and she's the one making you happy. I shook my head, but I did it smiling. Big mistake. Brian, she squealed, jumping up and down while gripping my biceps. Oliver's head popped up from in front of the couch. What's going on? Olivia's followed. Yeah, what's going on in there? Nothing, I answered, stepping back and out of Jenna's grip, then swatting at her hand when she reached for me again. Jenna smiled up at me, baring white teeth ready to sink in for the kill. Uncle Brian has a girlfriend and he loves her. I glared at my sister. She smiled bigger. Never said that, I growled. You smiled, she shot back arrogantly with a cock of her hip, and I didn't miss it. Cool, Oliver muttered before sliding down the couch and disappearing again, the game on the TV unpausing. Super cool, Olivia yelled, with a grin matching her mother's. She pretty? Jenna was nodding like she fucking knew the answer to that question. It was time for me to go. I'll see you guys later, I called out, as I made for the door, hoping I wouldn't upset Olivia for ignoring her. Brian, wait, Jenna yelled behind my back. You're still babysitting for me next week, right? I have that date. Yeah, Uncle Brian, Olivia shouted. We're coming over to play, remember? Yeah, Liv, I said, looking back at her and then turning to give Jenna a smile. About time, too. She scrunched up her nose and made a face. After waving and saying my goodbyes, I got into my Jeep and drove home, where I called my girl the second I cut the engine. With her in my ear, I smiled some more. And I let her have it.
Chapter 10. Sydney. My mother used to tell me not to get comfortable being happy. She said this a lot after Barrett died. To herself and to me, although I think it was mostly to herself when she would sit on the couch and stare off at nothing. Don't get comfortable being happy, she would say. It'll only hurt worse when it's gone. I didn't understand the truth to her statement then. My 12-year-old mind couldn't understand it. I just sat there and squeezed her hand or pressed closer, wishing and praying she would get better soon and want to eat popsicles on the porch with me again. Lime was my favorite. Hers was cherry. I would have eaten cherry every day if it meant getting that back. Now I realized what my mother meant 12 years ago, and just how true her statement was. It was Thursday, and it was my day off this week. I'd worked 6 straight days and would have worked 7 no problem, considering how much I loved my new job and the tips I was getting, the kick-ass, laid-back atmosphere, the cute little uniforms that were super comfy, the people I worked with. Okay, everything. I loved everything. It felt more like hanging out with my closest friends than work on most days. I was even starting to consider Stitch a friend now that we'd spent a lot of shifts together, and I'd gotten used to his big bad bearded ways, which included him being silent 99% of the time, while I gabbed about my life and about Brian, figuring he wouldn't mention it to anyone since he never spoke unless really provoked, those times being few and far between, and normally coinciding with something Shay did or said. She was still all over that window and was always sharing with him. He was still letting her share and listening like he did with me and the other girls, but appeared to be listening harder and taking more in when she spoke. all hard looks and edge, drove a motorcycle, and smoked like a chimney on his brakes. Fingers, hands, forearms, and I'm betting the rest of him covered in tattoos, plus the whole not speaking thing, which made him a tiny bit scary. But twice now I'd seen him smile. Not much of one. Barely a lip spasm behind his blanket of a beard, but it was there, and both times appearing after Shay said or did something cute with her back to him. Stitch had a soft spot, and Shay filled it. I was certain of that. It felt good telling him about Brian, telling anyone about Brian, when I wanted to tell everyone and everything, living or not, because if I was being honest, I had already confessed my secret to numerous objects around Tori's house, and to just about every blade of grass surrounding Whitecaps when I'd step outside on my break. Even confiding in a stupid blade of grass felt good. But the one person I really wanted to tell, my best friend, my partner in crime, and the one person I didn't keep anything from, couldn't, no. I couldn't tell Tori. For a number of reasons. I was scared she wouldn't approve. I was scared she'd tell me I shouldn't be feeling the things I was feeling for Brian when I was still technically married to Marcus. And boy, oh boy, was I feeling things. Lots of things. Tickling butterfly wings and a runaway heartbeat. Goosebump-giving thoughts and toe-curling desires. I felt them all the time. I was scared Tori would tell me it was too much, too soon, too fast. I was scared I'd start believing her. I was scared she'd be right. So I confided in coffee mugs and my bedroom ceiling, her favorite Christmas quilt wrapped around me in my shower-fogged reflection. And now Stitch. I had no idea what his thoughts were on the matter, but his silence didn't bother me. It just felt good telling someone. Anyone. Stitch would do for now. Maybe in a month I'd feel better about telling Tori. And maybe she wouldn't hate me for keeping it from her. Maybe. God, I really hoped she wouldn't hate me. Guilt, I was feeling it. And I was feeling it hard, which led me to spending my day off cleaning Tori's house from top to bottom, set on making it sparkle. I even cleaned the oven, got a little dizzy from the fumes, and had to sit for a minute and regroup myself. Then heard the buzzer go off on the dryer and went about folding a mix of our clothes. I was being stupid. I knew deep down cleaning wouldn't help me feel better about keeping my secret from Tori, but it did distract me, and I appreciated the distraction. It also wore me out. By 4:30, I was slumped on one arm of the couch in my cleaning sweats and baggy tee, my hair a hot tangled mess and my eyes closed as I curled into the soft leather cushion. The front door swung open, hinges creaking. I peeked my eye open and watched Tori do a little spin and hip shimmy in the entryway after closing the door, find my one eye peeking and lock onto it, smile big, then continue popping her hips as she threw her hands into the air and swayed them like trees blowing in the wind. Someone was in a good mood. "Good lunch with your dad?" I asked, popping my other eye open and lifting my chin to see her better over the armrest. "Good? No, great lunch. Check it out." She stopped dancing and pulled something white and rectangular out of her back jeans pocket, held it out in front of her as she closed the gap between us, doing this while sliding her fingers smoothly, separating the objects and displaying two of whatever it was as she came to a stop in front of the couch. I stared at the objects, not getting what I was supposed to be checking out, then lifted my gaze to hers. "What's that?" She smiled, slow and devilish with wine-colored lips. "Get up, get in the shower, and put yourself in something fierce, hun, because you and me are spending the night with—" She turned the objects around and thrust them in my face, yelling, "Gaga!" I sucked in a breath and sat up, blinking between her and the tickets in her hand. "What?" I asked, my breath hitching excitedly. "You got us tickets to see Lady Gaga? Where?" "The pier," Tori stated casually, handing me a ticket and fanning herself with the other. "They sold out in 8 minutes, but Daddy pulled some strings for his little princess, surprised me with them at lunch today. He's the best." I couldn't begin to think how much these probably cost, Mr. Rivera. I knew he had connections, but Gaga connections? Holy shit. "This is awesome!" I leaped off the couch, tugging the waistband of my sweats when they started sliding down, and stood in front of Tori after she took a step back. How much do I owe him for this? Oh my God, I can't believe we get to see her. We're her little monsters. Yeah, we are. No, but seriously. I touched her arm. How much were these? I don't want your dad paying for me. Tori waved her ticket in the air dismissively. It's on him. He said he's proud of you for staying so strong right now and finding your happiness. I filled him in the other day on the phone. I pulled my lips between my teeth, fighting tears. God, sweetest man ever, and the closest thing I'd ever had to a father. Tori shook her head at my reaction, then leaned in so we were touching foreheads. You're his other princess, hon, you know that. I know, I whispered, thinking back to my 13th birthday party, which Tori's parents threw for me, renting out a hall and hiring a DJ and caterer, going all out for their daughter's new best friend when they didn't have to, and filling that room with so much love I forgot why my own mother hadn't done a thing for me that day. She was off finding her peace over Barrett, peace she didn't think included me. Thank God for Tori and her family. Thank God. Breathing deep and shaking off all sad thoughts right now, because this moment was seriously kicking ass and I wanted it to continue kicking ass. I pulled back an inch and slowly lifted my ticket between us, smiling brightly around it. I'm so excited I might pee myself, I admitted. Tori threw her head back with a laugh, linked her arm with mine, and pulled me in the direction of the stairs. Keep it in, will ya? These floors look bangin'. I giggled as we walked side by side up the stairs, asking, Think you can hook me up with something to wear tonight? I don't have anything fierce. Gotcha covered on that. We separated at the top so I could cut a right and Tori could cut a left. I was fishing through my top drawer for some panties when she popped into my room and deposited an outfit and accessories on my bed. Little black dress with mesh across the top, revealing the tops of your breasts when worn, and big silver studs clustered in a thick stripe going down both hips to the hem. It was short and sleeveless and breathtakingly expensive by the looks of it. Next to it on the bed was a studded cuff bracelet, 2 choices of choker necklaces, and black sling-back heels. Fierce. I loved it. What are you wearing? I asked Tori, halting her at the door. She gave me a wink behind her overgrown blonde bangs. You'll see. I showered and shaved, slathered on my favorite sweet-smelling body lotion, slid into the dress after deciding on a thong and no bra, thanks to the mesh, and curled and teased my hair, giving it body and height that looked kick-ass paired with my outfit. I also went to town on my makeup job, keeping everything heavy, but the kind of heavy that screamed fierce concert-goer and not back-alley hooker. Dark, smoky eyes, false lashes that flared at the ends, and warm cerise lipstick. I felt pretty, really pretty. The kind of pretty a girl had to commemorate with a selfie, and there was only one person in the entire world I wanted to send that selfie to. I bit my lip while swiping my phone off the bed and pulling up the camera mode. I was nervous. Understandably so. This would be the first time Brian was going to see me. Like, ever. Heavy stuff right there. I thought about sending him pictures before, but got sidetracked with conversation, and his sweet as warmed honey voice I wanted to taste, and all thoughts of pictures would slip my mind. Considering he never asked to see a photo of me didn't help either. Since he wasn't bringing it up, I was hardly thinking about it. But right now, standing in my bedroom with my makeup done up and my hair looking prettier than it had on prom night, sending Brian a picture of me was suddenly all I could think about. And before I could think or whisper talk myself out of it, I reversed the camera so I could see myself on the screen, held the device out in front of me, and off to the right a bit, pursed my stained lips into a kiss, other hand poised at my chin to blow it, and snapped the picture. Then I attached it to a text and hit send. Feeling wild. I wanted to put my phone down. Really, I did. Especially since I had to snap on my studded cuff bracelet, and that required use of both hands. Furthermore, because Tori had given me a 15-minute warning close to 15 minutes ago, but I couldn't let the damn thing go. I couldn't stop looking at it either. My stomach was clenched. I was biting my fist and pacing the length of the bed, head down and eyes anxiously focused. But when the little bubbles floated in teasing intervals on my screen and I knew Brian had seen my photo, that's when the real panic set in. Would he like how I looked? Would it be how he had imagined and confessed to imagining countless times late at night to me? Or better, would my photo exceed the limits of his imagination and paint a more pleasing image in his mind? Or would he hate it and me for sending it to him, shattering his dreamed-up spank-bank material and ruining every orgasm I ever gave him? Shit. Shit! Which was it, and why the hell was he taking so long to type? Didn't he know this was killing me? Hurry up, I whispered against the screen. It started ringing in response to my plea, startling me, and nearly slipping out of my hand. Oh God, he was calling. Brian was calling after looking at my picture. I was going to have a heart attack and never live to see the Pacific Ocean. Damn. I held my breath and hit answer. Hey there, Trouble. I spoke lightly, forcing a smile I wasn't sure I was going to keep, depending on which way my photo swayed him. You fucking shitting me with this, Wild? What are you thinking right now, huh? He was swaying a hard right into Suckland, where he hated me, the photo, and was most likely regretting all those orgasms. I felt sick and gripped my dresser for support. I stammered, swallowing hard. I was thinking I'd send you a photo of me, since I hadn't yet. That's me in that photo. No shit, he growled. What I'm asking right now is, what are you thinking sending it to me? I was thinking I wanted you to see it, I answered honestly. He exhaled slowly, then spoke, still sounding pissed off, but doing it softer. You shouldn't have done that. My stomach unclenched, only to lurch and twist uncomfortably. He wasn't attracted to me. I closed my eyes and whispered, I know. You know, he echoed unconvincingly. You don't like it. It's not what you thought I'd look like, and you're wishing you never would have seen it. I shifted over to stare at my reflection in the mirror. I suddenly felt the farthest from pretty. That's why you're mad. You don't know, was all he replied, and he said it firmly, resolutely. What? You don't know. What are you saying? I asked. I'm saying the reason I'm pissed isn't because I was sent a photo of a gorgeous girl, my gorgeous girl, and I wasn't liking what I was looking at. That ain't it. You're beautiful, Sid. Knew it before I saw the photo, and that opinion damn sure hasn't changed now that I have seen it. If anything, it's become more solid. My stomach wasn't lurching and twisting anymore. Those pesky little butterflies were back, enjoying their favorite flip and twist. My gorgeous girl. Oh, wow. Brian totally just called me his girl. And he thinks I'm gorgeous. I wet my lips, careful of my color. Okay, I replied gently. What I am pissed about is the fact you sent that photo to me. I cocked my head in the mirror. I was officially confused. He liked the photo, thought I was gorgeous in it, but he was mad I sent it to him? Why would he be mad? He liked it. You lost me there, I admitted. Why are you pissed again? You ever meet me, Wild? In person, or? Yeah, in fucking person, to verify I'm not some psycho looking to find out where you live so I can kidnap you and do all kinds of messed up shit. 'Cause there's people out there in this world who are like that, babe, and sending your photo to a guy you've never physically met is probably the dumbest fucking move ever. You don't know me. Okay, that hurt. I didn't think it was a dumb move. And he was wrong. Next to Tori, Brian had become the most important person in my life. We spoke daily, sometimes multiple times a day, for hours and hours. I knew him. You're not a psycho, Brian, I said, stepping back and waiting until I felt cotton comforter against my legs before I sat down on the bed. And I do know you. No, you don't, he argued, his voice rising. You don't know me, Sid. You'll never fucking know me. I'm a voice to you, that's it. I could be anybody. No, you couldn't. My own voice shook now. I could feel the tears threatening. I was so angry and confused. Why was he saying this? You're not anybody, Brian. You're you. I sent that photo to you, not just anybody. We've talked every day for the past month. And that's all we're ever going to do, don't you get that? Why? I practically shouted, grateful for the closed door. Why is that all? Why should that be all? Do you think I won't like how you look? Is that it? Because I would. I know I would. Christ, he groaned. This is the farthest thing from it, okay? I'm not worried about that. Then what is it? I was becoming agitated now. He wasn't the only one getting pissy and ruining the mood. What is it, Brian? I pressed, teeth clenched. I don't want to know you. I can't, all right? Breath pulled from my lungs as if someone were sucking it straight out of me. I blinked at a knob on my dresser, body stilled, deadened. He didn't want to know me. God, that hurt. Worse than Marcus pulling away. How was that possible? My head snapped right when Tori knocked sharply on the door. You ready? She called from behind it. Fuck, Wild. Brian breathed in my ear, heavy and sad-sounding. I didn't mean it like that, okay? That's not... I'm done talking to you right now. I cut him off and stood, walking over to my shoes and stepping into them. I need to finish getting ready for the Lady Gaga concert, and Tori is ready, so I need to finish now. You don't want the picture I sent? Delete it. Problem solved. I bent down and slid the straps behind my heels. He was being a total jerk. I didn't like it one bit. Tori knocked again. Hun, time to go. I gathered my purse and studded Cuff off the bed and gripped the phone tightly. Goodbye, Brian, I said curtly. Sid. I disconnected the call and switched my phone to vibrate mode, already feeling it shudder to life inside the confines of my purse when I took the steps to open the door and got a look at my best friend. She wore a black sleeveless leotard with fishnets and combat boots, and she was rocking that red lipstick like a pro. Totally fierce. All good? Tori asked, stepping back so I could move into the hallway. I hid my bleeding heart behind a smile, nodded, then took her hand. All great. The concert was amazing, jam-packed and theatrical. It was also incredibly distracting. I stopped thinking about my conversation with Brian 5 minutes in and danced without a care between sweaty bodies, screaming lyrics at the top of my lungs with my hands raised and my head thrown back. I seriously needed to send Mr. Rivera a gift basket or something. Most fun I'd ever had in a little black dress. We were floor level, standing room only, so when a slower song cut on halfway through the show, Tori and I leaned into each other, arms wrapped around hips and bodies angled, supporting weight. It was the start of the second verse when I felt the vibration at my thigh from where my purse dangled off my shoulder. I debated not looking for the whole second it took me to pull out the phone and check the screen, expecting another message or missed call from Brian. He had racked up 4 in total, but seeing Joyce's name flashing rhythmically instead. She was an old coworker of mine at my job back in Raleigh. Nice woman. Baked the best cherry almond cookies at Christmas time. It was strange she was calling me, though. Maybe something terrible had happened to someone I used to work with. God, I hope not. I slid out of Tori's hold, motioned to her I needed to take a call, then pressed answer, but didn't speak into the phone until I pushed through the crowd and made it up the stairs, past security at the fence, and onto the gravel parking lot surrounding the outdoor arena, where the chances of hearing her seemed most promising. Hey, Joyce, I finally greeted her, feeling the pop of gravel beneath my feet as I meandered aimlessly. Hey, sweetie, look, this might not be any of my business, but I just wanted to give you a heads up. You know, woman to woman. This was a bitch move if you asked me. Okay, I chuckled, ignorant to where this conversation was headed. She pushed out a breath. I saw Marcus picking up Christine after her shift. Christine was another one of my former coworkers, though we never officially worked together. I was day shift, she was night. The most communication we'd shared was a friendly smile at the time clock during shift change. Still. What? I stopped meandering aimlessly. When? This morning. Wanted to call you sooner, but I was running late, and we've been slammed thanks to a 10-car pileup. I spotted his truck at the emergency entrance when I was parking. Thought maybe you were back and things with him were patched over? Gotta admit, that excited me. Between you and me, this place is now seriously lacking in decent techs. But then I saw Christine getting into the passenger seat and she was doing it smiling. He leaned over and kissed her before taking off. I saw it. I started breathing differently, quick bursts of air escaping as I locked my knees and focused on remaining upright. What a shit, right? Joyce asked. Her and him? You don't dip into your ex's company, Inc. That's just low. Do you know how long they've been seeing each other? I asked, but in my heart I knew the answer to that question already. It was his reason, why he wanted out. Marcus had an affair. I don't know, sweetie. You know, I don't talk to her since we're on opposite shifts. This could have been going on for years for all I know. She paused, then quietly added, I'm sure it wasn't that long. I was going to puke all over Tori's designer dress. Years? I have to go, I told her, speaking fast. My legs carrying me somewhere, I had no idea where, it felt directionless. I just needed to move. Thank you for calling me, Joyce, I appreciate it. Sure thing, Sid. You know I got your back. I know, thank you. I hung up the call and scrolled through my contacts until I landed on the most deceitful name in the English language. Didn't hesitate to dial even though I wasn't entirely sure I was strong enough to handle this conversation right now, but found the strength I needed in my anger and homed in on that as I pressed the phone to my ear and paced at the front of the darkened lot. You finally broke, Marcus answered after 2 rings, sounding all too pleased with himself. Took you long enough, Sid, Jesus. What the fuck, Marcus? I shrieked, uncaring of any audience I might have. He was silent for a moment. Then, under his breath, I heard him mumble, You know. I felt his teeth tear into my heart and rip it open. Pain replaced rage, tears for temper. Joyce called me, I said brokenly with wet eyes. She saw you 2 this morning, saw you kiss her. God, Marcus, you are such an asshole. It had to be someone I knew, someone I worked with. Hey, I didn't do shit with her until I ended things with you, so get off my ass. I did right by you. You did right by me? The hand at my side curled into a fist. How? You cheated. No, I fucking didn't, he growled. I waited, Sid. Saw Christine a few months back when I was visiting my mom after her surgery. Christine just happened to be doing an x-ray on her. Got to talking a little, and yeah, I may have flirted, but I didn't touch her until after you left. I wouldn't do that to you. Oh, you're such a decent guy, Marcus, I snapped. You still looked at her. I had to look at her. She was working on my mom. That's not what I mean, and you know it. Don't give me a fucking attitude like everything was perfect between us. You know it wasn't. We were drifting, Sid. We barely spoke anymore, and we sure as hell weren't fucking. Things weren't good. The time we were spending together, we spent bickering over bullshit. Christ, come on, he pleaded. It wasn't fun anymore. You know it wasn't. Neither one of us was happy. So when a pretty girl showed me attention after I'd gone months without getting it from my own wife, I noticed, and I gave her that same attention back. It felt good. I can't believe this, I whispered. You're saying this was my fault? I'm saying I wasn't happy. You weren't either, he stated indifferently. Found someone who could make me happy, and I'm not about denying myself when shit at home wasn't worth being miserable over. We were done. We could have worked things out, I murmured, then blinked and sent the tears free-falling. Fought for it. I was tired of fighting, Sid. So were you. I closed my eyes. He was right. I couldn't dispute it. I had been tired, mind and heart exhausted in my marriage. I wasn't happy with the way things were, but that didn't mean I was considering a life without my husband. I wasn't at that point a month ago. But he was. He'd been there for God knows how long. Reached that point and gone farther. He put it into motion. He wandered. You weren't supposed to see anyone but me, Marcus. You promised in our vows, remember? Only me. I inhaled through shattered breaths and spoke with tear-soaked lips as my eyes lost focus on a street lamp. But you looked at her. You looked at her when you were mine. How could you do that? You weren't looking at me anymore, he answered guiltlessly. I was just the first one of us to realize there was somewhere else to look. I swallowed down the sick creeping up my throat. This was cheating in my eyes, no matter how hard he disputed it. I knew how I felt and how much it hurt knowing the truth. 10 minutes ago, I hated my husband for cutting me loose without an explanation. Now I hated him for not doing it sooner. Got the papers for you to sign. I'll put them in the mail tomorrow. Overnight them. You know where I am? I asked, the backs of my fingers catching a tear. Tories, he replied. Christine said she heard you moved to Dogwood. Right. I rolled my eyes. Thanks a lot for checking up on me, by the way. Nice to know you cared enough to make sure I was all right after 7 years. We weren't happy together, Sid. Knew you'd be good once you got away, same as me. I'm better now. Not gonna lie and say I'm glad to hear that, 'cause I'm not, I huffed. It's better for both of us. You'll see. Whatever, send the papers, I'll sign them. Then I don't ever want to hear from you or see your face again. Marcus sighed. This doesn't need to get ugly, Sydney. Seriously? Seriously. I sucked in a breath. It got ugly the second you cheated on me, Marcus. I didn't cheat, he argued. Looking and flirting ain't cheating. You're an idiot if you think that's true, and honestly, I'm glad I'm not tied to you anymore if these were your beliefs all along. God knows how much looking and flirting you've been doing behind my back over the years. Never hurt you, did it? My breath caught somewhere between my chest and my throat. He'd been looking and flirting. All these years he'd been doing it. Oh, God. Hand cupping my mouth and body trembling, I listened as he continued on enlightening me of his ways. Way it is, Sid, as long as it's not taken a step further, nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. Those were his thoughts, ones he never felt the need to share with me. This conversation was over. Send the papers, I whispered with fresh tears in my eyes, lowered the phone while hopefully disconnecting it. I couldn't know for sure because I couldn't see anything through my veil of watery suffering, pushed the device into my purse, and spun around on weak footing, moving with devastated purpose to get back under the pavilion and to my best friend before I collapsed right there in the middle of the parking lot. Tears were falling steadily now, my body jerking with each cry-filled breath I took. I could barely see. It was dark. My makeup was running and hindering my sight, and I was moving faster than my heels safely allowed. I needed Tori. Between a blink and a sniffle, I slammed straight into a wall of a chest, large and unmoving, not seeing it come out of nowhere if it did, or maybe I ran at it unintentionally when I could have avoided it. I had no way of knowing. I was dizzy with sadness. Pain and hurt and shock filled my veins and twisted my awareness. The man didn't speak. I didn't either, because I couldn't. I fell, hand to mouth into him as his arms swallowed me up, and his presence surrounded me then, folded in, bringing me closer at the same time as I burrowed deeper and broke into 1,000 tears. It wasn't awkward. I didn't pull away. Neither did he. Makeup smeared and saliva soaking. He didn't seem to care. He held on, and I pressed closer. Marcus ate my heart, piece by hope-filled piece, during a 5-minute phone call. I couldn't feel its beat anymore, and I was finding comfort in this stranger's arms. His shape and smell and size became my security and safe place. I was taking what he gave, and he was giving it selflessly, holding on as I held tighter, my one hand clutching his shirt as his soothed in slow movements up and down my spine. The harder I cried, the firmer his hold became. The more my body shook with sadness, the stronger he stood. I never saw his face. I never even looked up. I fell apart, and he held me through it. Then I left him without uttering a word. An hour later, Tori and I were back at her place, even though the concert was still going strong and we both knew it wasn't ending before midnight. It didn't matter. She saw my face when I got back under the pavilion, heard what Marcus did from my lips pressed to her ear, and ended our night. Best friends knew when it was time to leave. I told her I just wanted to be alone, that I needed the quiet of my bedroom and the warmth of my bed, promising we'd talk about everything tomorrow. She agreed only after my promise, kissed my cheek, and queued up HBO after stretching out on the couch. Bedroom door closed and best friend occupied, I pulled my phone out of my purse and dialed Brian's number. There were several things motivating what I was about to do, but one thing stood out and rippled awareness over and under my skin. I couldn't ignore it. This was going to suck. Bad. There was no doubt in my mind it was going to hurt, too. Really bad. But it had to be done. Wild, Brian answered gently. That was all I could take of his voice. I can't do this anymore, I said, lip quivering. I heard his pull of breath and knew he was about to speak, protest, plea, and I couldn't hear it, so I kept going. I can't keep hoping and holding out, waiting for you to give me what I need, Brian, because I'll never stop waiting, you know? You said it yourself, you're just a voice, and that's all you'll ever be to me, and I can't. I'm not okay with that. I'll never be okay with that little of you. Send me pictures, Sid, he begged urgently. Okay? You want to send me pictures? Send them. Send one right now. I want to see you. This isn't about the picture, I stressed. How many times have I asked where you live or if we could meet up? That's what I want, Brian. I want to see you. I want to see how you smile and feel your hands against mine. I want to lie next to you and dream with you, and I can't. I'll never have that. I lie next to you every night, don't you know that? I sobbed hard into my hand. My devoured heart reached for him. You got me, babe. Fuck. You've had me. When I was Wes, you had me. When he was Wes. I wiped tears away and spoke through broken breaths. Tonight, you know what I did? I asked. I let some stranger hold me and comfort me, and I let myself think it was you. I imagined your arms and your breath in my hair, and it was perfect. It was exactly what I needed because I needed it to be you, Brian, but it wasn't. It will never be you holding me or catching me. I'm gonna fall, and you're not gonna be there. Sid. No, no. I dug my nails into my palm and held it at my side. This is over. It's over, Brian. Don't call me again. Don't text me. I won't answer. I swear I won't. Don't do this. He shot in, quiet and quick. Please, Wild, don't do this to me, to us. You did this, Brian, I shot back. You did it because I'm here. I'm right here, waiting, asking you for more like I've always asked you. And I'm not going to wait anymore. Sydney, goodbye, Brian. It was me. I blinked at the wall. What? Holding you tonight, he explained, voice tight and anxious and filled with desperate lying words. It was me, okay? It was me. No one else holds you. I shook my head. He wanted to believe it too. Too bad that wasn't enough. Don't call me again, I whispered. I held the power button down until the phone went black, let it drop out of my hand and hit the floor, breaking, I hoped. I didn't want it anymore. Then I crawled in heels and washed away makeup onto my bed and collapsed on my side, face pressed to the pillow and hand over my mouth. It was over. I didn't stop crying until morning.
Chapter 11. Brian. Hand moving furiously over my dick, knees bent and spread with muscles strung tight, I arched my back off the bed and came in 4 shots onto my stomach, grunting with jaw clenched and nostrils flaring. Eyes closed and mind focused on one person, one image. Wild. She was beautiful, a chaos of crazy red and pale skin disguised. Perfection that tortured and teased me. My girl. My fucking girl. Cut! My eyes opened. I exhaled irritation and hatred for this place. Fuck them all. I wanted to burn this building to the fucking ground. Nice work, Dash, someone commented. It sounded like Eddie, the cameraman. Slimeball. He'd jerk off half the time while filming. Didn't care no one wanted to see that shit. Fucking degenerate. I ignored him and pushed my legs out, stretched, sat up, and wiped off with a towel someone had thrown on the bed, then swiped my clothes off the floor and tugged boxers, shorts, and tee on, arms sliding through the sleeves as I shoved through the crew hanging back to wrap up. I never stuck around. I came, collected, and got the fuck out of there. Not bothering to knock on Mike's door this time because I was on day 2 of No Wild and I was losing my goddamned mind over it. I pushed the door open and stepped into the office, ignored his whining protest of my disturbance and whoever the fuck else was in the room with him, snatched the cash he had laid out for me on the corner of his desk, counted it, turned without a glance in his immoral direction, and made for the door. Don't gotta be a dick about it, Dash, Mike tossed out at my back. Fuck off, I growled, slammed the door shut behind me, and crossed the room to get to the exit. Demetrius was headed to the office, caught my eyes as we passed, and tipped his chin. Didn't think that shit was going to cut it, but you're killing it on the site, man. People love watching you whack off. I ignored him, too. Didn't give a shit about hits on the site or anything else Demetrius had to tell me. Didn't give a shit about anything except getting gone. Dash, you hear what I said? He called when I reached the door. I shoved it open and stalked outside, silent, exchanged the phone in my pocket for the wad of cash, and scrolled to my recent calls, hitting dial as I got to my Jeep. My ass hit the leather the same time Sydney's voicemail kicked on. Her phone was off. Knew it was and had been since Thursday night. I'd called it enough to know. Left plenty of messages for her, not knowing if she was getting them but figuring not, doubting she wanted to hear my voice if she was refusing to hear direct from me. I was in hell. Worse off than I was a month ago because I'd gotten a taste of something good and I'd forgotten what good tasted like, and worse, the good Sydney gave me was better than everything I had stripped away the night I fucked up. Sydney's good filled my head and my heart, blood-warming and soul-soothing. It pushed the deserving bad into a place I couldn't focus on or feel because she held my attention in the tips of her fingers and the ridges on her tongue. She made things sweet and right with her laughter and sleepy sighs. Her stories, through those stupid emojis, she somehow made cute and charming, and the way she'd whisper my name and please to God when her hand moved between her legs. Her good was better than I was worth, and she knew it. I knew it. Didn't change the fact I wanted her more than I could remember wanting anything, ever. How fucked up is that? I knew I didn't deserve her. Didn't stop me from wanting, though. The device cracked in distress when it struck the inside of the passenger door. I started up the Jeep, pulled out of the lot with dust spilling off my tires, and headed to the one place I'd been fighting going to, because I knew stepping foot in Whitecaps could seriously end it all for me, but I was desperate and stupid and gone. Day 2 into my madness. I no longer gave a shit about consequences. Throwing the gear into park, I cut the engine and got out, the slam of the door still echoing in my ear as I ascended the stairs and tore inside the restaurant with eyes scanning for red. It had been months since I came here. I couldn't remember the last time. Jamie frequented and Cole tagged along when he was free, but I usually kept to eating at the shop or picking somewhere within walking distance. Once I found out Sydney worked here, I definitely stayed away. Hello, welcome to Whitecaps. Not spotting who I was here for, I turned to the woman standing in front of me with a menu poised at the ready. She was tiny. Chin-length dark hair held out of her face with a skull and crossbones bandana, bright red lips, and black-lined eyes. Vaguely, I thought I recognized her as one of the girls Wilde was with the night she went Mike Tyson on a Corvette. Her name tag read Shay in swirled purple and black marker. "Sydney here?" I asked, watching her eyebrows slowly knit together. "No, sorry, she called out. I think she's still sick." The woman drew the menu against her chest. "Are you friends?" Still sick. She wasn't sick. Not in the way this pocket-sized pixie was referring to. I knew that. And knowing what happened between us was keeping Sid from a job I knew she loved more than her last one, on top of everything else I'd been feeling recently, I started feeling sick right along with her. "Sir?" I sighed and squeezed the back of my neck, then looked at the woman. "No," I answered firmly. "We weren't friends. We weren't anything." She smiled politely. "Just one of you? Or are you waiting for people?" I was already turned around and halfway to the door when I mumbled an obvious and unnecessary, "Not staying." Beer number 2 in my hand, I leaned with elbows on the rail of my deck and stared out at the sunset-kissed waves over the light crowd settled on the beach. Gorgeous night. Still hot as shit out, making the water a good temperature, I imagined. Wasn't like I was getting in it and enjoying myself. Called Sid 3 more times since I got home from Whitecaps an hour ago, between doing a whole fuck of a lot of nothing else, and believe it or not, I was growing sick of the sweet voice I never thought I'd get enough of. If she asked me one more fucking time to leave a message after the beep, I was going to kill someone. I inhaled deep, searching for calm, but coming up short. I was on edge, and standing out here wasn't helping. I should have known. Tried it yesterday and found no relief doing it, but I didn't have anything else, so here I was doing it again. If I wasn't calling Sid, I was staring at her picture, and if I wasn't doing that, I was out here, phone inside and a safe distance away from the water, because I knew if I dialed her standing on the deck and she hadn't turned her shit on, I'd leave my message and then toss that fucker into the ocean. Couldn't have that happen, could I? Movement stirred my awareness, and I slid my eyes to it. I spotted Jamie walking back to the house with his board under his arm. "What up?" he yelled from below, propping his board against a post and taking the stairs rapidly. I shook my head with the bottle to my lips, swallowed some Corona, and kept looking out at the water. Jamie hit the planks below my feet and strolled my way. "Fuck, Dash. You get some incurable STD from one of those bitches or something? Shit." I turned my head to Jamie. "What?" "Look at you." He came to a stop a foot away, jutted his chin at me, then pushed salty wet hair out of his eyes. "You're making me depressed, man. And I don't even get remotely sad, you know that. But I'm on the brink. The fucking brink, Dash. What's up with you?" I cut my eyes away. "Nothing," I mumbled. "Bullshit," he shot back, sounding a second away from throwing a punch, and thus earning my eyes again. "You've been moping around the past 2 days, barely speaking to anyone, including customers at work, who even after that shit went down 4 months ago, you still kept it professional and did your job. Spoke to everybody who stopped in and acted like you wanted to be there. Now you're barely doing that. If it keeps up, me or Cole are going to have to start dropping lessons so we can hang around and make sure shit is getting sold." "You saying you have to babysit me?" I asked, straightening, then facing him head on. Might be me throwing the first punch. I was bigger than Jamie, a little thicker in the arms and shoulders, but he was quick like a fucking feral cat and the same height as me. It'd be a good matchup. Jamie didn't waver when I changed my stance and kept my gaze as he spoke. "I'm saying something's up with you, and it's different than what's been up with you the past 4 months. Shit, you were getting better. And I wasn't the only one noticing. Cole brought it up last week, saying you were acting like the old Brian and you might be ready to paddle out soon." "That's not fucking happening," I bit out. "Yeah, I figured," he replied, arms crossing over his chest, still dripping water. "Not that I agree with that decision, but I fucking get it." "Great, glad you get it." I took another pull of my beer while Jamie stared at me, saying nothing for a solid 4 seconds. Probably a record for him. "It's a girl," he stated, head cocked, still staring. I stared right back, not uttering a word. He smiled. Shit. Asshole and his fucking gut instinct. Never failed him in the water or on land. I should have stayed inside and kept on hitting redial. It's a woman, Jamie clarified, finger pointed at my face. You're fucked up over some pussy, that's what this is. Who is it? One of the girls you've shot with? Jaden? I bet it's Jaden. You've been seeing her? I glared at my idiot best friend. Do me a favor, stay off the site my dick is visible on. Whoa! His brows drew together as he leaned back. I'm strictly there for the lesbian love. Never seen your dick. Don't plan on seeing it. Videos are labeled, so thank fuck for that. Knew you shot with Jaden a couple weeks ago and put 2 and 2 together. That's all. It ain't Jaden. Ain't none of the ones on the site, I informed him, eyes narrowing to add, you call my girl pussy again, and I'll beat the shit out of you. His face relaxed. Damn. He blinked several times, a laugh crackling in his chest. You're hard up. Who is she? I exhaled slowly. Didn't see the point in keeping this shit to myself anymore, not when I no longer had it. Think you know her, I said, setting my bottle on the rail. That girl you're always going to see at Whitecaps? Jamie stepped closer, halting me. You're fucking seeing legs? I'm talking about her friend, jackass. Back up. He backed up, but he did it looking ready to tear my flesh off if I didn't explain quick who I was specifically talking about, conclusively eliminating legs as an option. I wasn't the only one pining for someone. Girl's name is Sydney. She works with Tori. Lives with her, too. Who? Legs, I grated impatiently. Not her, Jamie snapped. Christ, I know her fucking name. Just 'cause I don't call her by it doesn't mean I don't hear it every time she shoves it down my throat. I'm talking about yours. Which one is she? She just started a month ago. Red hair. Oh, yeah, okay. His mouth twitched. I know who she is. Bit nicer than her friend, though she kinda sucks at waitressing. Woman is constantly messing up my order. He lost the smile and studied me. How'd you meet her? You never go to Whitecaps. I hesitated answering and turned back to the water, took another swig of beer, this time finishing it off, swallowing, then held it over the railing and dropped it into the trash can we kept below for such purpose. I hesitated for one reason I wasn't sure I wanted to disclose. I was gone for a woman I'd never fucking met. Pathetic? Maybe. Did I give a fuck when that shit was kept personal? Not one damn bit. But I was about to blow the lid off and air it out, confide in my friend, who could very easily bust my balls over this indefinitely. I stayed silent for a minute, then decided to hell with it. Again, what the fuck did I have left to lose at this point? Let him talk shit. Let everyone. Like I said before, I no longer cared about consequences. So I told him everything about Sid. Every fucking thing. I didn't leave nothing out. And he listened, taking it all in while remaining silent and looking surprised at some of the shit I was saying, but also looking like he got some of it too. He understood. I knew that when I reached the end and Jamie finally spoke. This girl was healing you, he offered quietly. I shrugged. She was. Didn't know how it was possible coming from a girl I couldn't even get to, but she was. Know what you need, man. Yeah? What's that? He gripped my shoulder, attracting my attention then, and once he got it, he grinned with self-satisfaction brightening in his eyes. I glared. What? Saturday night. We ain't got shit to do. He dropped his hand and shrugged. Might as well throw a party. That was the last thing I needed. I don't want a bunch of assholes in my house. You need a distraction, and a bunch of assholes is a good distraction, he argued. We'll get some kegs, play some beer pong. I'll get laid a couple times. He smiled. It'll be good for everybody. I shook my head. Not in the mood for this, I said, giving him a hard look. Seriously, man. Bastard wasn't hearing me. Knew he wasn't. He was grinning like an idiot and already planning shit in his head. I could tell. Once Jamie had his mind set on something, that was it. I was going to have a bunch of assholes in my house. It's happening, Dash. Gonna be a fucking blast, too. You'll see. Jamie took a few steps backward in the direction of the slider, hit me with a chin jerk, then turned his back on me, speaking as he walked toward the house. I'll get Cole on invite duty. He'll get the word out. BYOP. I shook my head. Bring your own pussy. Fuck.
Chapter 12. Sydney. I felt the couch dip near my feet. Tori's hand found my ankle through the Christmas quilt covering me and gave it a squeeze. Just wanted you to know, she began in a gentle voice, hand still wrapped around my ankle. I'm seriously debating driving to Raleigh and setting your old house on fire with Marcus trapped inside. So speak now if you got any attachment to that house or the things in it, because once I light the match, I'm following through. Tori was reacting to the vegetative state I'd adopted since Thursday night. Fetal position on a comfy surface, which I switched up every few hours, going between the couch and my bed, thinking it was stemming from the phone call with Marcus, and thinking that because it was the only thing I informed her of when she crawled beside me in bed Friday morning and we had our talk. She still had no idea about Brian, our history, or our ending. So the blame for my depression was fully and solely on Marcus, and now she was getting creative in her act of retaliation against him. Yesterday morning, she wanted to chew him out on the phone. Last night, she thought about sending a hateful letter. Today, she wanted to burn him alive. Knowing Tori, it would only escalate from there, though I wasn't sure how you could go bigger than killing someone and doing it painfully, but I was sure she'd come up with something. My lashes brushed the fibers of the quilt as I stayed blanketed and curled up on my side. I don't think there's anything in that house I'd miss, I replied honestly. Hell, I'd even light the match myself. Just wait until next weekend before you kill him, I requested. I'd like him to see my signature on those separation papers first, and they won't go out until Monday. I got the envelope in the mail today. Marcus overnighted the papers like he said he would, and I signed them without hesitation. We were now officially separated. If I had it in me, I'd do a little dance in celebration of that fact. I did not have it in me. I can do that, Tori obliged. I'm thinking we need to drag out his death, make it last as long as possible. I'd hate for Marcus to suffocate on the smoke before the flames hit him, so that'll require me going in there and putting some sort of a cover on his face, a mask or something like the military use. I bet my dad could get his hands on one for me. He's the best. Right? I just love him. Her hand gave me another squeeze. I closed my eyes and breathed deep. I am seriously pissed off, hon. Nobody does this to my best girl, Tori added, the couch dipping more as she leaned closer, putting pressure on my feet. You were upset when you first got here, understandably so, but you were getting better, you know? You got better. Being away from Marcus and all his negativity, you were my silly, fun-loving Sid again, laughing and playing and smiling all the time, finding your happiness and living your life. Now that dipshit has taken my girl away from me again, and I'm so mad I'm actually planning out my last meal in prison, because I know I'm going to get the death penalty after I take him out, but doesn't matter. I'm doing it. He deserves to pay, and pay good. I mean, really, Sid, look at you. I haven't seen your head since Thursday night. You're constantly being swallowed up by a blanket. I'm fine. Lie. I was the farthest from fine I'd ever been. I knew it, and so did Tori. You'll be fine, she argued. I know you will. Being here, away from him, just like before, you'll be fine. It just might take a little longer, but you'll get there. Tori thought she had it all figured out, that I'd found my happiness on my own, and since I did it already, I could do it again. But that was just it. I hadn't found my happiness on my own. I had Tori, and yeah, being with her every day helped. My new job and the friends I'd met here, Shay and Callie, but I'd had someone else, too. And since Tori hated Marcus now to the point of death plotting, and most likely wouldn't have an issue with me feeling things for someone else, it was time I crawled out from behind my secret and shared it with her. I was numb enough. If she ended up hating me for a few days, I might not even feel it. I sat up and let the blanket slip down over my shoulder, gathering the cocoon I'd inhabited around my waist as I twisted on the couch and sat knee-bent, foot resting beneath my thigh and body angled to face her. She looked super pretty in a soft yellow strapless sundress and a red lip, her hair twisting loose in beach water waves. I was wearing leggings and a UNC hoodie, hadn't brushed my hair since yesterday, and my eyes were swollen from tears shed. Sweet blues roamed my face, shining upbeat. "There you are," Tori said, smiling lightly. "Forgot you had all that red under there." I quickly finger-combed my hair. God, I needed a mirror and a toothbrush. Tucking chunks of tangled red behind my ear and swiping my tongue over my teeth, I prepared myself for confession, taking a few deep breaths and reaching for Tori's hand. "I need to tell you something," I began, watching her scoot closer and feeling her hand tighten around mine. I held on tighter, wet my lips, and got on with it. "I've felt different over the past month. Happier. You saw it. I was just better in a lot of ways, I think, and I know a lot of that had to do with being here with you and meeting everyone at work. But there was something else helping me, getting me there a lot quicker than I was expecting, and making me feel things I haven't felt in a really long time. Maybe ever." "Oh, God," Tori whispered, suddenly looking concerned. "Are you hooked on something?" "What?" She pulled my hand into her lap, jerking me forward. "I watched this Lifetime movie a couple months ago about a woman who was down on her luck, recently divorced due to the loss of a child, and it being too much for her and her husband to handle together, they split up. Then one night, she went out to this club and got hooked on smack." I pulled my hand back, taking hers with me and keeping them between us. "I am not hooked on smack," I hissed. "I don't even know what that is. What is it?" "I think it's a combination of crack and crank, or it could be heroin." She moved to get off the couch. "I'm gonna Google it." "Wait a minute." I tugged her back down. My best friend was crazy. "I am not taking any drugs. That's not what I'm trying to tell you." Tori studied me, soundless for a second. "I've been talking to someone," I finally admitted. "Like a therapist?" she asked, eyes lighting up. "That's great." I blinked heavily and sighed. "No, like a man," I replied, watching her brows slowly knit together. "I've been talking to this guy, and not in a billing your insurance type of way, okay? We've been sort of dating, exclusively on the phone, I guess. Just talking a lot, but it's done now. We're not anymore. It all ended Thursday night. Because he didn't want to know me." I fought tears, slumped sideways, and fell into the couch, resting my heavy head on the cushion. "I miss him so much," I whispered. If Marcus hadn't eaten my heart, I'd swear it was breaking. Tori's mouth dropped open. "You've been dating someone?" she asked, shocked voice barely above a murmur. "Who is it? And when did you have time to meet him? All you do is work." I wiped at my face with my sleeve. "You're not mad at me?" "What? Why would I be mad at you? You were happy." My lip twitched. I loved this girl. Seriously. Tori dropped her head on the cushion beside her shoulder, mimicking my position, then continued on to say, "And I'm sure whatever reason you had for keeping this to yourself was a good one, and not something I would be mad at you for. That being said, you owe me a month's worth of details, and you're not allowed to skip over anything. That means I get to hear everything, juicy stuff and all, starting with who this guy is and how you met." She had a point. I owed her a lot, and since I did the shitty thing by keeping this from her, the least I could do was share a few details, even the private ones. "Remember that guy I accidentally dialed, thinking he was Wes?" Her eyes widened. "Him?" I nodded. "He texted me the next day, and it just went from there, quickly. Texting and talking every day, sometimes multiple times, for hours." "You gotta be kidding me," she murmured. "It was fast, but it was easy," I continued. "Like really easy. I could talk to him about anything. He knew about Marcus, I told him, and he was good about taking my mind off of it, making me laugh and stuff. And the things he would say to me, Tori, it was like he really cared about me. Like he wanted me to be happy more than anything, and it just got to me. You know? I started really caring for him, thinking about him all the time, what he looked like, where he was, if he was thinking the same way about me. I know I had feelings for him. A lot of feelings, especially after we started doing stuff on the phone together. I gave her a look then, indicating my meaning, and it came across loud and clear, Tori's mouth pinching together thinly and her cheeks flushing. It was sudden and probably too fast, I know it was, which is why I kept it from you. But I really wanted to know him, know him. Talk to him in person and do all the other stuff we were already doing, but really do it. More than anything, I wanted that. More than I wanted to patch things over with Marcus. I swallowed thickly, eyes lowering. But Brian didn't. Told me so Thursday night. Said he didn't want to know me. That's the last time we spoke. He actually said that to you? That he didn't want to know you? He said those words? Yep. Did he have a reason? She asked, tugging my hand a little and raising my eyes. When I caught hers, I replied, Did he need one? She frowned. He didn't. Tori knew it, and so did I. Having a reason wouldn't change anything. It could be the noblest reason on earth, and it wouldn't lessen the pain I was feeling or make any of this better. Besides, whatever it was, if Brian had something driving his decision to keep me out, it still had everything to do with me. He didn't want to know me. Tears filled my eyes as I mumbled, I really, really liked him, Tori. Oh, hon, I'm sorry. She gave my hand a squeeze. I really wish you would have told me. I never would have thought anything making you that happy would have been wrong or too fast. Not ever, okay? I gave her a weak smile, sniffling. That being said, you know how crazy this is, right? I mean, aside from the fact that you've been engaging in phone sex with a man you've never met before, you totally asked him during that first conversation if he liked to get fucked hard and deep. Not to mention requesting you take the dildo out of his mouth you figured he was sucking on, and he still wanted to talk to you again. Her eyes bugged. You must have really made an impression, Sid. I had. In hindsight, I believed Brian thought I was amusing, even though I was going for total badass bitch that night, one who shouldn't be messed with. Tori thought I was badass, so I felt good about it. I don't think he'd been talked to like that before, I offered. I'm guessing it intrigued him? I don't think a lot of men have been talked to like that before, Tori countered. Seriously, you were scary. She twisted her body a little until her back was touching the cushion. Eyes directed at the bay window, she let out a heavy breath and kept hold of my hand, resting the pair of hours between us. He made you my Sid again, she murmured. I nodded, even though she wasn't looking at me, curled my fingers around the back of her hand, and tightened my hold. Since we're sharing stuff, I guess I should share with you a decision I made yesterday that I kept to myself because you were so sad over Marcus, which... Tori turned her head and looked at me. I'm guessing now your sadness might have had more to do with the other guy and not the man I've been plotting to kill? Probably, I answered, blinking tears away. Definitely. My marriage was over, yet I was mourning the loss of Brian's voice more than my united and holy matrimony relationship. He had the best voice. Hands down, best I'd ever heard. And he chose the most perfect words to manipulate with it. Should have told me, Tori stressed. I could have been plotting 2 murders and saved myself the time. Now I have a dilemma on my hands because I kind of like the other guy, seeing as he gave me back the old you, and thus has potential. Marcus never had any potential, so his death is an easy choice. I smiled faintly, watching her turn away. What's the decision? I asked her. Still deciding it, she answered. Sheesh, give me at least 5 minutes. Not that. I tapped our conjoined hands against her thigh. The one you decided yesterday. Oh, she cleared her throat, twisting the fingers of her free hand in the hem of her dress. Uh-oh. Tori was anxious. This was big. It had to be. Tori never showed signs of nervousness. Not even in her pageant days, and my assumption was only confirmed when she played it down with the first thing out of her mouth. Well, it's really not a huge deal or anything. I was just doing a little thinking regarding my no more boys rule, and thinking that was probably a hasty decision considering my state at the time, and, Wes isn't all boys. He is one horrible, worthless piece of shit, but does not sum up the entirety of the male race, even though there are several others who fall into that category, Marcus included. Also that kid Jace I was talking to in 7th grade who dumped me at the Valentine's Day dance. I'm sure he's still a winner. I pulled my lips between my teeth and let Tori continue on without any interruption, even though I was on the brink of giggles. Anyway, my point is, I've gone about a month without any boys, and I miss them. My girl parts really miss them, and it's about time I did something about it. You're gonna start dating again? I asked, watching her head snap my way. Dating? No, I'm just talking about getting laid. Tori smiled a little, appearing excited. And I've already picked out lucky bachelor number 1. Who? Jamie McCade. What? I peeled away from the couch. Hello, you hate that guy, remember? He doesn't respect love. I've been screwing up his order for weeks. Not to mention getting Stitch to do god-awful things to his food, things I didn't ask about because I was almost too afraid he'd take me out to eliminate any possible incriminating evidence, linking him to whatever illness Jamie contracted after eating at Whitecaps. Now Tori wanted to fuck him? I know, but he's stupid gorgeous, Sid. The hair, the dimples, that look he had on his face slicing Wes's tires that night, and not giving a damn about going down for it. I kept my mouth shut. Couldn't really argue with any of that. Jamie had a really good look that night. Tori's phone started ringing in the distance. It sounded like it was coming from the kitchen. And besides, she continued, standing from the couch and turning to face me, I am using him for sex. I will have the upper hand the entire time, and when it is over, I'll never look at his stupidly gorgeous face again. One and done. That's all I need. She moved around the couch quickly, darting in the direction of the kitchen. One and done? With the XJ crew model who yielded a switchblade like a greaser and defended Tori's honor? Yeah, I wasn't holding my breath. I hope you know what you're doing, I shouted out, then collapsed back on the couch, slid down onto my hip with my knees pulling up and my arm bent, head resting on the inside of my bicep. I started pulling up the quilt, getting ready to return to my former cocooned position, when Tori's animated shriek coming from behind yanked me upright again, head spinning around so I could watch her strut back into the living room with her phone in her hand and a brilliant smile on her face. Looks like it's gonna happen a lot sooner than I thought, she stated, twirling and fanning out her dress. What in the world? Huh? Tori wiggled the hand holding her phone in front of her and stepped closer. That was Shay. She got word on a massive party Jamie is having at his beach house, which I've heard is ridiculous. Not that I gave a damn about it before, but since I'm planning on betting him and he's giving me an opportunity to make that happen tonight, I give a damn about seeing it now, and you're going. I shook my head and pulled the quilt around me. I'm really not in the mood for a party, Tori. I wasn't in the mood for anything besides this quilt and a comfy surface I could burrow into. She tilted her head and dropped her hand. I need my wing, woman, hun. No, you don't, I argued. Jamie will totally want to have sex with you the second you walk in his house. You won't even have to speak. She pressed her hands together in a praying position the best she could, given she still had hold of her phone, stuck her bottom lip out, and pleaded. Please, you're my best girl. I need you. I wasn't budging. Tori saw it. I drew the quilt over my head, making it so my face was the only thing showing, and blinked at her. Tori sighed and looked at the ground beside the couch. Okay, but you're going to be missing out on seeing Shay and Stitch together for the first time outside of work. What? Her eyes sliced to mine. Stitch and Shay are making their debut appearance together as a couple at this thing, I asked, building height on my knees and letting the quilt slide down my back. They weren't a couple. Not officially, and if you asked Shay or had the nerve to ask Stitch, she denied it and he ignored you. But Callie, Tori, and myself all knew better. They were totally into each other. Sort of. Tori replied, her shoulder lifting with a jerk. Shay invited him and she's hoping he shows. I'm thinking since this is the first time she's invited him to anything, he's probably been chomping at the bit waiting for such an invite, he's gonna show. My decision was made. I knew I couldn't miss an opportunity like this for the world. I sprung from the couch and let the quilt fall to the floor. Okay, I'm in, but I'm not changing, I told Tori, tugging on the bottom of my hoodie. I'm not going to impress anybody, so I don't see the point. She grinned big. You look super cute and comfy in that, so I agree, don't change. Great. But maybe comb your hair a little? She cringed through her suggestion. It looks like rats were building a nest in the back. My eyes widened as I reached back and felt the tangled mess Tori was referring to. I could barely feel my scalp. Needless to say, I combed my hair before we left for the party. Tori was right. Jamie's beach house was ridiculous, at least from what I could tell from the outside. It had to be the size of at least 3 of her houses, and in my eyes, Tori always had the best of the best. This was crazy big, and absolutely stunning. 2 stories and right off the beach, so close you could hear the waves crashing. It was like having your ear pressed to a seashell. The house looked front cover of a magazine worthy or something you'd read for the weekend with 20 of your friends. A gorgeous wraparound porch made of white worn wood seemed to be the home for multiple multicolored surfboards, all propped against aged earthy green siding, and above it, another porch for the second level, this one acting more like a deck for the front of the house. I couldn't imagine having my own deck access from my bedroom. I was just thrilled to have a window facing the ocean. The driveway was filled with vehicles, and so was the yard, for that matter. People had pulled right off the road and onto Jamie's half-sand, half-grass terrain, including Tori, who drove us. I followed her up the front steps and inside, the door swinging open freely. Bodies filled the wide-open entryway. The house somehow appeared bigger on the inside, with rooms off to the right and left, one looking like an office I imagined didn't see much use, and the other possibly a formal dining room, except in place of a standard table, a pool table sat in the middle of the floor. A game was going on while girls in bikini tops and jean cutoffs danced to some bass-heavy tune off to the side, dropping low and popping their hips. I was slightly overdressed in my hoodie and leggings, but it didn't matter. I wasn't planning on dropping low or popping anything. Straight ahead was an extra-wide staircase leading up to the second level. You could walk around it and enter another part of the house, which was the direction Tori was headed as I followed close behind her. Is Shay here yet? I yelled over the music as we walked past a speaker, tugging on Tori's wrist. She texted when we got here. Stitch stood her up, so she isn't coming. I halted in the hallway, which in the process halted her. You got a text before we left the house, not 5 seconds ago, I pointed out through a hiss. Tori turned her head to look at me. Same difference, she said, smiling a little. Damn it. Tori. God, I could kill her. She knew I didn't want to come to this. Tori twisted her arm, broke out of my hold, only to grab my elbow and give it a jerk, pulling me behind. Come on, Sid. You needed to get out of the house anyway. You were starting to attach to the furniture. I was not, I snapped, but I did it weakly. I kind of was. Or at least I was on my way to attaching to the Christmas quilt. I was starting to drag that thing around everywhere like Linus with his blanket. We moved around the staircase and stepped into a large room that seemed to span the length of the house, with floor-to-ceiling windows giving view to another deck that also ran the length. A huge open kitchen was off to the left, one I was certain Martha Stewart would cut a bitch for. It was gorgeous even from a distance. I thought I spotted 2 ovens. 2 ovens! Before my eyes moved through the rest of the room, occupied mostly by a large seating area. A comfy-looking sectional and 2 recliners facing a giant flat-screen TV mounted above a fireplace. I was calculating how rude it would seem if I curled up on that sectional and stayed there the rest of the night when Tori nudged me with her elbow, grabbing my attention. There he is, she said. I followed her eyes across the room. Jamie was standing at a rectangular table littered with red plastic cups, a game of beer pong going on, which he appeared to be participating in. He was focused on it, his arm around the waist of a scantily dressed blonde, all tits and ass hanging out of a bikini, no shorts, who was up on her toes pressing kisses to his neck. Or at least she was. Eyes lifting from the game, Jamie spotted Tori a second after I spotted him, released the neck kisser like she was on fire, and grabbed a cup before moving purposely through the crowd. I might as well have been attached to a piece of furniture at that point. He didn't notice my presence at all. "What up, legs?" He greeted Tori with a sexy, all-knowing smile, hair tousled and a cigarette tucked behind his ear, coming to a stop when he entered her personal space. "Surprised you're here. Thought you hated me, babe." Tori plucked the cup out of his hand, brought it to her mouth, and downed it, thrusting it against his chest when she was finished and licking the residue off her lips. "I do," she replied, but she set it over her shoulder as she walked away and in the direction of the kitchen, giving Jamie eyes that screamed, "Come and get me," with hips swaying heavily. "Fuck yeah," he mumbled, and was about to follow her when someone yelled behind me, turning his head and then on his own lowering it, spotting me for the first time. His sexy smile turned soft and slow lip-curling, like something was jogging his memory. I waved and attempted to smile, though I was sure it came out looking more like a quirky frown. I wasn't much for smiling these days. "It's you," he said, eyes roaming my face. "Sydney, right?" I gave him an odd look. Idiot. I waited on Jamie every time he came into Whitecaps because Tori refused to do it, and every single time I went through my standard greeting, politely introducing myself, yet here he was, acting like I hadn't told him my name at least 10 times before. Why were pretty boys so stupid? Yeah, I replied, awkwardly cutting my eyes away because he was now full-on staring. "Nice house. Seems like a lot for just one person." "I have a roommate," he replied, undisclosed humor in his voice. "You should meet him. He's around here somewhere, sulking over some girl he's completely fucking gone for. Messed up big with her, and now he's miserable, killing the mood and shit." Why was he telling me that? What did I care about his roommate's relationship issues? Idiot. "Bet you could cheer him up," he added. I cut my eyes back to Jamie. He was still smiling, doing it more obvious now. Bet I could cheer him up? Yeah, I knew exactly what that meant. Random sex with a stranger was the last thing on my mind. I shoved my hands into the front pockets of my hoodie and twisted my fingers together. "I think I need a drink," I said, wetting my lips. Alcohol, the cure of all heartaches. Jamie held his arm out, and with his other hand holding the empty cup, directed me toward the kitchen with it pressed to my lower back. "Help yourself. I'll be busy with legs the rest of the night, so if you need anything, like I said," he smiled down at me. "Find my roommate." "Right, thanks." I moved into the kitchen and over to the island, where every combination of girly beverage was on display. Daiquiri mix in a blender, wine coolers, wine, Jell-O shooters. I grabbed a cup and filled it with the cream-colored slush I assumed was piña colada flavored and took a sip, confirming that while my eyes scanned for Tori. She was missing. So was Jamie. I had a feeling he had either found her and they were off doing something together, naked and heavy breathing, or he was still trying to find her and hadn't gotten to his bedroom yet, which I imagined was where she was waiting, naked and on the verge of heavy breathing. I cringed when someone cranked up the music. The room was noisy without the extra background effects. Over the music, people were hollering and squealing. Some were even singing along to song lyrics, and all of it was pressing on my brain and making my eyes hurt. I moved to the slider and stepped outside onto the deck. It was quieter and nowhere near as crowded as the inside of the house. A small group of people were sitting on lounge chairs and smoking. They were talking, but they weren't hollering, so my head was already thanking me. Below, I could hear voices of people walking to and from the beach, which I got a better view of when I moved to the railing and looked out. The view was beautiful. Salt water seasoned the air, and the shades of the setting sun painted the water in oranges and muddied reds. I'd been in Dogwood a month and had been down to the ocean only once. Insane, right? I lived at the beach and I wasn't experiencing it. It hadn't been a priority, and honestly, I didn't have a lot of free time on my hands. When I wasn't picking up shifts at Whitecaps, I was talking on the phone to Brian, shut up in my room or doing it lying on the couch if Tori wasn't home. Now I wasn't shut up in my room or lying on the couch, quilt-covered and heart-shattered. I was no longer talking on the phone to Brian, and I wanted to see the ocean. I wanted to feel the sand beneath my feet and skim the waves with my hand. I had tons of free time tonight while Tori got laid. Might as well make the most of it. I took the stairs down a level and stepped out beneath the deck. A couple was sitting on a hammock, going at it like their boat was sinking, sloppy suctioning kisses and need-filled moans spilling into the air. There had to be a handful of empty rooms in that house. They couldn't pick one and save me the surround sound. Gross. I followed the sand-covered path down the beach, taking small sips of my daiquiri as I went. Deep voices grew louder the closer I got to the water. I wasn't paying much attention to them. I was looking ahead and forward to feeling the temperature of the ocean and maybe even finding a couple of pretty shells when the voices grew loud enough to hear clearly. Very clearly. That's when it happened. I stopped, feet frozen and ears alert, when one of the voices not only grew loud enough to focus on, but also registered in my mind as a voice I'd possibly heard before. "Don't know why I gotta keep repeating myself. It wasn't like that," the man said, sounding irritated. "She was sweet and good to talk to, funny and cute about shit. Real cute. The fact that she was also a stunner didn't surprise me. I heard it in her voice. But for the last fucking time, and I mean this, I'm not saying it again, that's not what got me. I was fucked before I even saw her picture." "You saying you were gone for a girl you never fucking met, Brian?" "Not possible," the other guy replied. I sucked in a breath. Brian. A phantom heartbeat fluttered in my chest. No way. With gentle steps, I moved closer to the voices, reached the end of the path, and peeked around an overgrown bush, spotting the two men standing on the beach. I watched the one guy, taller than the other, who had his back to me, cross his arms over his chest and say to his friend, "Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You talk to Sydney one fucking time and you'll know where I'm coming from. It was that fucking good." I squeaked then. Not a gasp, but a squeak I tried to conceal with a quick hand to my mouth, cup hitting the sand, but it was too late. They both heard it. Two pairs of eyes sliced in my direction. I stared back at the one pair coming from the one voice I knew. In my blood and my bones and the breath filling me, I knew that voice and the man it belonged to. He stared back, eyes narrowing to focus better, focusing enough to make me out where I stood, then going round and filling with surprise. Pain lanced through me. I wanted to run. To him or away, I didn't know which urge was stronger, and it felt like I was being pulled in both directions by forces I couldn't fight, so I stood there, staring back as my hand uncovered my mouth and skimmed my throat. "Brian?" He was moving before I spoke, long legs closing in fast, and before I could blink, he was right in front of me, close enough to smell and feel if my eyes were closed, but I definitely couldn't test that theory right now. I stared unconsciously into his face, tilting my head back to do so and taking in every inch of him. Dark hair buzzed close to his scalp, thick eyebrows and deep green eyes, several days' worth of stubble coating his jaw, which appeared sharp beneath it, and full, perfect lips parted as he breathed slow and heavily. Beautiful. I knew he was. "Oh my God," I whispered. "It's you." He blinked, breath shuddering. "You recognize me?" he asked. I bit my lip to suppress a moan because, God, that voice! It melted my insides when it sweetly assaulted my ears and turned my bones to jelly. It always had, but now, seeing the man behind it and the mouth responsible for it, watching it shape and twist those words so perfectly, I was done. Done. Toast. A goner. I blinked when he stepped closer. "Sid," he pressed, eyes desperate as they searched mine. Holy shit, are you the girl? The other man moved beside us and slapped his hand against Brian's back, who was keeping his eyes focused on me. I looked to the friend and recognized Exhibit A from Whitecaps, who I now knew went by Cole. I answered. I was in shock. Was he expecting me to speak? Cole grinned. Small world, he chuckled, looking between us. Small fucking world. I'll leave you two alone since you probably have a lot to talk about. He gave me a wink, then shuffled past me and disappeared down the path, doing just that, leaving us alone. I was alone with Brian. Oh, God. Oh, God. Now what? I looked up and met pleading greens, filled with desperation I could feel against my skin. Questions and confusion swirled in my brain. My stomach was doing nothing but flips and excited little twists. It was Brian. My body knew Brian, and it was acting up impulsively, reacting to that smooth, familiar voice and more. And when he reached out and held my face, thumb sweeping over my cheek as his lips whispered, wild, soft and ache-filled, I stopped thinking and feeling altogether and sprang, launching myself at him and into his arms, which curled instantly around me, drawing me nearer and higher until our mouths met in a kiss that hurt and healed so deeply my soul cried out. Beautiful. Knew it would be. He kissed hard and I kissed harder, exploring every inch of his mouth as I whimpered with moan-filled breaths that vibrated with hunger. Brian was a great kisser. The best kisser, sure and practiced, and even though he was only the third guy I'd kissed in my entire 24 years of life, I was certain no lips matched up to this pair. No tongue. No teeth, knowing expertly when to nip and drag and sink until I cried out. Strong hands moved down my back to my ass and gripped, lifting me until my legs wrapped around his waist and I felt him there, hard and heavy. Please, I whispered across his mouth. Brian groaned, head tilting to kiss me deeper. One hand settled on my ass and dug in so hard I thought he might shred my leggings, while the other pushed through my hair, twisted into a grip, and held on at the base of my neck, his legs carrying us somewhere quickly while I raked my nails over his scalp and across his shoulders through his tee. The light changed above us. I felt it on my eyelids, and opening them, I saw we were now under a pier, hidden from sight and more alone than we were a minute ago. We should talk, Brian suggested, pressing me against a post with lips grazing my jaw and lower, where he sucked openly on my neck. We will, I answered, and maybe it was the assurance I gave that we would have something after we fucked, because that was absolutely what was about to happen. We both knew it, and it was enough of a promise to pacify and allow him to focus on latching his mouth back onto mine and using it to kiss instead of suggest differently. Or maybe he felt as crazy as I did in that moment, wild in every sense of the word, and he couldn't stand another second of missing my taste, setting me on my feet as our hands ripped and tugged and stripped each other of clothing, then pressed and felt, touching everywhere for the first time. Breasts, hips, chest, waist, ass. We were frantic. God, I moaned, my head dropping back as he sucked on my nipple and around it, wetting my entire breast before moving to the other and teasing it unhurriedly with his tongue. His hand moved surely between my legs, slowly finger-fucking me, and I felt his grin against my neck when I started grinding my hips, down and out, chasing something I wasn't sure I wanted to catch yet. This felt too good, too perfect to end, but it got better the closer I got, the faster I moved, and his hand, God, his hand was so much better than my hand it was almost unfair. Want you this gone when I fuck you, Brian said against my ear, sliding his thumb over my clit until I shook and gripped at his shoulders. The whole time, so close I can feel your heartbeat right here like I do now. Sweet Jesus, I was going to pass out. Okay, I breathed, licking my lips anxiously. Not a problem, but can we get to the fucking now? He leaned back to look at me, eyes heavy and heated and lowering to my mouth. I should get something, he said, and I knew he was talking about a condom. My legs tensed. I shook my head. I was fucking crazy. Don't, I want to feel you. It's okay. I felt his body stiffen. Fuck, he rasped, looking into my eyes again. You have any idea what you fucking do to me, Wild? Do you even have a clue? I think so. My breath caught with a moan when Brian moved his hand out from between my legs to the back of my thigh, where he gripped and lifted, sliding his hold to my knee as it wrapped around his hip. He slid closer, dipped until I felt his cock glide through my wet, and waited. What, babe? Finish telling me. I bit my lip. God, he was right there, teasing me, killing me, owning me. Wild, he urged. The tip of his cock pressed hard against my clit. I opened my mouth with a gasp and squirmed in his arms. I make you insane, I told him, quietly, shyly, as my body did the opposite and pushed out, silently begging for it. Yeah, he murmured, low and dark in his throat. He kissed the corner of my mouth, his breath hot and wanting when he asked, Know why you know? I did. I knew, but I still probed. Why? Brian moved his hand between us, positioned his cock, and slid in slowly, stretching me on a groan as my mouth fell open and my body shook in pure, perfect bliss. Oh, fuck, I whimpered. 'Cause I make you insane, too, he answered finally, the answer I knew already in my heart, then pushed in the rest of the way and did it roughly, jarring my body and filling me with every inch of him, sliding out, then slamming back in over and over. It was all I needed. It was everything I needed. It was beautiful. It was us. And he was mine. Oh, God, yes, fuck me, I cried out, grabbing onto his face and pulling it to me so I could suck that sweet, full bottom lip into my mouth, my other leg hitching up to his waist on its own, but then being held there when he clutched onto it and rammed me hard and fast, driving my back into the post. The wood scratched and burned my skin, but I didn't care, and honestly, it felt good. Everything felt good. Every throb, every pull, every pinch or bite of flesh. I'd never been fucked like this, pounded into with such raw, shocking, beautiful force. My teeth chattered, and pieces of my soul broke off, reaching out and seeking the very person I was clinging to. Plus, Brian was bigger than Marcus, thicker and longer by what felt like a mile. I wasn't used to someone this size, but I was so wet and hot and ready, he made sure of that. And with each thrust I grew not only accustomed to Brian's cock, but tighter around him, building to that perfect point of madness without any trying on my part. Everything he gave I took, and I did it begging. I was his girl. More, I whimpered. Please, please, oh God, please. I took his thrusts and his hands bruising as he fucked harder, giving me it all. Out, in, harder, harder. God. My breath hitched. Fuck, you're right there, Wild, Brian said, brushing my hair out of my face and kissing me deep. I've got you, he whispered. I've had you, Sid, let go. He had me. Even when he was Wes, he had me. One last swipe of my tongue against Brian's, and I cried out, head snapping back and eyes rolling, every muscle in my body tightening as I came apart and exploded in his arms, feeling weighted and weightless at the same time. Feeling everything, all because it was Brian and he was giving it to me. And I fell, knowing he was catching me. There wasn't anything more beautiful than that. Him and me. He kept it up, hips pumping faster and his noises growing louder and deeper as my world drifted back together, and I opened my eyes. I knew Brian was close. I could feel it in the way his breathing changed against my cheek and his hands and fingers on my skin repositioned, then gripped, readying to pull back and out. Don't, I pleaded, tightening my legs around his waist and my arms around his neck. Brian leaned back, straining. I'm gonna come. I know, do it. His eyes flashed. Crazy, beautiful, gone. I pulled him back and kissed him as he poured himself inside me, stilling as deep as he could go and holding it there, jerking between my legs and moaning into my mouth, then changing the kiss to something soft and sweet and quiet, no tongue, only lips and panting breaths. Something like a first kiss. He gave it to me slow and shy, maybe knowing deep down I'd imagined this moment with him 1,000 times and 1,000 different ways in my head, and wanting to give that to me, or maybe needing it himself. It didn't matter, and I didn't ask because it was perfect. And you don't question perfect moments. You let them happen. So I did. Only when the kiss broke naturally did I move my hand to his cheek and pull back an inch, looking into his eyes. He looked back. We stared, breaths catching and eyes capturing. "Hey," I said shakily. He licked his lips. "Hey, it's so good to meet you." I closed my eyes at how stupid that sounded. I mean, officially anyway. Sorry, that was dumb. His chest shook with a soundless chuckle. "Nah, it was cute," he said, his arms giving me a squeeze. I opened my eyes and smiled. "I can't believe we're at the same party." I laughed a little. "Seriously, what are the odds? It's crazy enough you're in Dogwood." "I live here." I tilted my head. "Here? Dogwood?" He lifted me off his cock and lowered me to my feet, saying, "Here, this house. I live here." I blinked up at him. "Holy. You're Jamie's roommate?" I asked. Oh my God, he knew. That's why he told me to go find Brian. He knew I was the girl his roommate was messed up over. I could kill him and hug him for not saying anything. I wasn't sure I would have reacted to seeing Brian the same way I did if I'd have known he was here before I found out on my own. And I really liked the reaction I had and what followed. Brian bent down and snatched up our clothes, handing me my items before shaking the sand off his shorts. "Yeah," he answered, looking into my face to state, "And you don't recognize me." It took me a second to understand what he was saying as I stepped into my panties and slid them up my legs while he pulled on his boxers and shorts. Then I remembered his question before we attacked each other. A question I didn't really think about at the time, but now that I was thinking about it, I got what he was asking and why he was asking it. It hit me. "It was you," I said quietly, watching his chest puff out with an inhale and his body grow stiff. "At the Corvette that day. When Jamie sliced those tires, it was you by his Jeep, wasn't it? I saw you." Brian visibly relaxed, then nodded. "Did you know it was me?" "Not until you called me that night," he replied, pulling his shirt over his head. "Couldn't fucking believe it either." His eyes moved between the pants in my one hand and my bra and hoodie in the other, then rose to mine. "You gonna get dressed?" "Why didn't you say anything if you knew it was me?" I questioned, keeping hold of my clothes instead of putting them on. "And why did you get so angry when I sent you that photo? You knew I was here. You'd sort of seen me already." He scrubbed a hand down his face. I stepped closer, getting ready to ask something else or plead for an answer, when he spoke, head down and voice quiet. And what he said changed everything. "Gone for you fast, Wild," he began. "Can't explain it. Don't know how it happened or what it was about you specifically that got to me, but you fucking got to me, babe, and it was good. Best I'd felt in a long time, maybe ever. Didn't want to risk anything messing that kind of perfection up. It was too good the way we had it. Your voice in my ear, what you'd give me every time we spoke. I was living for that." Oh, God. I was wrong. His reason totally mattered, and I completely understood it. He lifted his head to look at me. I could barely see him. My eyes were flooding fast with emotion, but I heard and registered his sudden movement, then felt his hand on my face and the other on my hip, pulling me close. "Wild," he whispered, thumb catching a tear. It was perfect," I cried out, agreeing, letting it all go and clutching at him with my head tipping forward and dropping on his chest. "I don't know how either, Brian." I don't understand what it was about you, but since that first day, that first text you sent me, it was perfect and everything I needed, and you knew. I lifted my head to look at him. You just knew the right things to say and the right times to call. You healed me. You didn't know it, but you did.
You were healing me too, babe.
Oh, God. I started crying harder. His lips touched the top of my head and his breath fluttered as he chuckled.
Healing me is a good thing, Sid. You know that, right?
I know, I whispered between sniffles.
Then why are you crying?
Because that's the sweetest thing anyone's ever said to me, I explained, blinking away my tears. And I'm mostly naked and feeling vulnerable right now. Plus, we've just had the best sex of my life, and I'm still processing all of that. And also, I got on my toes and pressed closer to stress. I've just really, really missed you. This is a lot to handle all at once. His mouth jerked with a smile.
Missed you too, he said. Past 2 days have been hell.
I nodded in agreement, grabbed his face with both of my hands, inhaled deep, then spoke. I learned after losing my brother that you shouldn't wait to tell someone something you're really feeling, that you never know how much time you have with them, and in a second, they could be gone and you regret everything you never told them. His eyes held mine, sure and steady. He didn't even blink. I swallowed and continued on. That being said, I know what happened between us happened fast, and it happened in a way neither one of us can explain, and at the start of it, I wasn't even legally separated from my husband. His jaw flexed under my palm. Which, by the way, has changed, I assured him. I signed the papers today, and they're going out Monday. In the eyes of the law, I am now legally separated and free of Marcus.
That's good, babe, he told me.
Thank you, I agree, I said, pulling my bottom lip into my mouth and sucking on it while I stared up at him. He quirked an eyebrow.
Thought you were leading up to telling me something with that speech, Sid.
I released my lip. I was. I'm just wondering if now is the best time to say it.
This ain't a good time.
I looked down at myself, then back up at him. Well, I am naked, mostly. I glared at his tear-soaked shirt, then wiped my hand across his chest, hoping the friction would dry it while I muttered, and I totally cried all over you, I'm sorry.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Hand stilling, I lifted my head and tilted it.
Hmm?
He smiled.
Nothing.
He bent and gave me a soft kiss.
You won't? I'll say it.
I gasped against his mouth, watched him lean back an inch, and slid my other hand to his chest to join the one I already had pressing there.
Told you I was gone for you,
Brian started.
Think you know what that meant. Think you might be feeling me the same way, and that's what you were wanting to tell me.
He ran his thumb along my jaw down to my neck.
Am I right?
I nodded. Yes.
Good, he said, smiling. That's ours, Wild. What we have, how we build on it, and I don't give a fuck if it makes sense or not. It was fast, but I don't care. People might not get it like we do, but again,
he dipped closer.
I do not fucking care. What I do care about is you, everything that involves you, and right now, getting you covered up enough so I can get you inside to my room and into my bed where I've dreamed about getting you, and straight up, Sid, in case you didn't know, I've dreamed about it a lot.
My eyes were round, had been since Brian said what he had was ours. I liked knowing something was ours. I liked it a lot. I also was as anxious as he was to get me into his bed. I've dreamed about it too, I admitted softly, watching his smile reappear. It was beautiful, and something I wanted to stare at and study for hours, but first I needed to put on pants. I went about doing that and doing it quickly, letting Brian help me when he insisted on sliding my leggings up and over my ass, taking that hands-free moment to wipe at my face with my hoodie sleeve before slipping my bra on, Brian also helping with that, and finally pulling my hoodie over my head. I tugged awkwardly at the hood strings as I stepped into my flip-flops. I wasn't coming here to impress anyone, so I just wore this, I told Brian, feeling the need to explain my wardrobe selection. I normally dress a little nicer. He finished tying his shoe, stood, and looked me over, slow and purposefully. "You're beautiful," he said, green eyes sweet and filled with honesty. I really didn't want to, but damn it, I couldn't help it. Head falling into my hands, I burst into tears again. His arms curled around me and drew me close as his lips pressed to my hair. "Didn't know my girl was so sensitive to compliments," he said, laughter touching his voice. His girl. My chest warmed as it continued vibrating with my cries. I took several minutes to collect myself, wrapped up in Brian's arms while I did it. Then I let my boy lead me back to the party.
Chapter 13. Brian. I walked with Sydney tucked against my side down the sandy path that led to the house, my arm over her shoulder, keeping her close, and her arm around my waist, pressing closer. Even when we took the stairs to get up to the deck, we stayed like that. I wasn't pulling away, and neither was she. I'd waited too damn long for this moment. Way too damn long. And I never thought I'd get it. Knowing that, I held on tighter. Nothing else mattered but this girl, nothing, and I was planning on keeping her by my side for as long as I could. I'd been close to beating the shit out of Jamie for going through with tonight. So close I had to step outside, get away from all the motherfuckers filling my house and get some air, hoping to do it alone, but gaining Cole's attention when I slipped out and getting locked into a conversation on the beach I didn't fucking feel like having. I just wanted to be left alone, so I caved. Figured telling him would get him off my back. Also figured I could talk about Sid, brief as fuck, then drop it. I wouldn't think about her again the rest of the night. I was delusional. And she was there, right fucking there, listening and looking at me, really looking at me, and I didn't know what she was seeing, Dash or me. She wasn't speaking, and I had no idea how to interpret that. Wild typically spoke a lot. Then when I was close to losing my fucking mind, she launched into my arms, giving me that sweet mouth and wild pussy, and I took it. All of it. I was gone for this girl before I came inside her. Now I didn't know what the fuck I was, but it was more than gone. Way past it. There was no going back to what we had before. Then we talked, and even that surprised me. I wasn't sure how it was all going to go down, but this was Sid, and she deserved answers. Knew she'd want to know my why, and I didn't want to hurt her. I would never fucking hurt her. I'd die first. That's how far past gone I was. And her knowing what I'd been doing before we had whatever the fuck it was we had could hurt her, in some way or another, so I gave her my why, and it was nothing short of the truth. I just held on to the one piece she didn't need to feel. I did it to protect her. She didn't need to know that ugly, and I was done with it. All of it. I'd make good of that as soon as I could, and maybe one day I could tell her everything, but I needed this to be solid first. I needed to make sure I had Sid in a place where, when I did tell her, she'd understand why I did it. Getting there might take a while, but I wouldn't keep this from her forever. She was my girl, and this was the craziest shit I'd ever felt. The deck was vacant, no assholes I had to deal with, so we moved together to the slider. I opened it and eased Sid inside with my hand on her back, stepped in behind her, closed the door, then threw my arm back over her shoulder and pulled her close, looking above her head and scanning the packed room to yell, "Party's over! Everyone get the fuck out!" Wide eyes hit me, some annoyed, some looking startled, those belonging to the chicks, then shifting quickly to annoyed. I wasn't playing. If every single one of these pricks didn't make their way out of my house in a minute, I'd be removing bodies myself. Someone cut off the music. Muffled voices moved about the room. "Brian," Sydney whispered, looking up and fighting a smile with her hand pressing on my stomach. "That's kind of rude." "Don't care," I replied flatly. "Want to get you alone, and I'm not doing it with these motherfuckers hanging around. They need to go." She thought that was some sweet shit, too. I saw it. The way she melted closer and her hazel eyes got soft. Then with her lips pinched together, she turned to face the crowd, got up on her toes, and hollered over the commotion, "Thank you so much for coming. We loved having you." Some of the annoyed eyes stayed annoyed. Others turned amused, those belonging to the chicks. "Jesus," I mumbled through a laugh, then grabbed her chin, tilted her head back and kissed her, starting sweet with that too, but then feeling her tongue on my lip, hot and ready, that feeling shooting straight to my dick and forcing me to take it dirty, my tongue sliding across hers and into her mouth, and my hands gripping at her with impatience, roaming down her spine to the top of her peach-shaped ass, where they held back from going lower and shook. She moaned around my tongue and found my skin beneath my shirt, gripping my hips with her warm fingers. Hun, there's a boy attached to your face." We both pulled away, Sid panting for breath before she turned to the voice who just spoke, my eyes slowly following after, being transfixed on how wet and swollen Wild's lips had gotten. Perfect. Fuck, she had a perfect mouth. Legs stood in front of us in a short yellow dress, arms crossed and eyes curious, going between Sid and me. Knew it was her. Sort of recognized her from the night with the Corvette, but it was my best friend's infatuation that had me knowing this was Legs. "Oh, hey, Tori." Sydney greeted her and grabbed her hand, keeping her other hand on my hip. She tugged her closer. So this is Brian," she said, and then leaned in to add, Brian. Tori looked up at me. Her mouth fell open. "No way. You're in Dogwood? He's not just in Dogwood. He's Jamie's roommate," Sydney answered for me. Tori's mouth fell open farther. "No freaking way." I smiled, slid my arm over Sydney's shoulder again, and tugged her until she couldn't get closer to me unless I picked her tiny ass up. I considered doing it. Mr. Legs wrapped around my waist. Tori watched this happen, and she did it looking happy, her mouth closing and then twisting into a grin, and her eyes shining with approval. She was so happy about it, she jerked forward, careful of my girl, threw her arms around my neck, and gave me a squeeze. "You have so much potential, you have no idea," she said quietly against my ear. Sid giggled next to me. Thanks," I replied, reciprocated by patting her back with my free hand, and then giving her a nod when she released me and stepped back. "So much," she added, then frowned to say, "Your roommate? Not so much." "Oh my God, did you sleep with him?" Sid asked. I wasn't interested in sticking around to hear this conversation. Didn't care who my friend fucked, who Sid's friend fucked, or if they happened to fuck each other, but Sydney cared. "God, no," Tori said, appearing disgusted. "And that ship has sailed. We'll never turn around and look back in his direction even if his ass is in the water drowning, which is why I've been looking all over this stupid, not even the least bit impressive house for you. I'm ready to go." Her eyes sliced to mine. "No offense." "None taken," I told her. Tori looked back to Sid, asking, "You ready?" My grip around her tightened. Sydney felt it, inhaling sharply. Tori saw it happen and reacted her own way by lifting her eyebrows and assessing the two of us, not looking pissed, but instead looking interested and pleased she got to witness what just happened. "Or are you not ready?" Tori corrected, eyes fixating on Sid. I watched Sid look up at me, suck on her bottom lip, then turn her head back to Tori. "I'm gonna stay here. For the night." She added that last part quickly, looked back up into my eyes, then lower, seeing my contented smile and giving one back, bright white teeth and dimples. "Yeah, I kinda figured that," Tori chuckled, then released Sydney's hand, only to pull her into a hug and doing it awkwardly, considering the permanent grip I had and my close proximity. I could have let go, stepped back, and given Sid some space. I didn't. No matter. It didn't seem to faze the two of them, and they hugged it out anyway, whispering words to each other, then waving after they pulled away. "See you tomorrow," Tori told Sid, then looked at me to say, "Later, potential." She said it wearing a smile that matched my girl's, content and a little excited. "Later," I replied. Tori spun around, blended in with the crowd heading out of the living room and toward the door, and filed out with the rest of them, a few lagging behind, thinking I meant, get the fuck out, but do it at your own pace. Wasn't what I meant, and the second they saw me glaring at their slow-moving asses getting off my couch, 2 guys and a chick, they picked it up and moved out, doing it swiftly. We were alone. Finally. Sydney turned in my arms, wrapped hers around my waist, rested her chin on my chest, and blinked up at me, sighing. He must have done something really bad for Tori to pass on betting him for good. She squinted, thinking. What do you think he could have done? I mean, he clearly wants to get with her. Why would he risk screwing up his chances? Unless he had no idea he was doing something stupid. I bet that's it. Idiot, she huffed, rolling her eyes. Is he really as dumb as he is pretty? Because I'm convinced he's getting by life solely on looks. Babe, I dropped my forehead against hers. Yeah? Sorry, gotta be honest. Of course, she said, smiling a little. Don't really care what happened between the 2 of them, I told her. She scrunched up her nose. I studied how cute she looked with her nose like that, then explained. The only thing I care about is my girl and the fact I finally got her. I'm gonna let that soak in. Part of taking the time to do that involves getting you upstairs now that everyone has cleared the fuck out so I can eat your pussy.